He's a triple S legendary hero, so why are his stats so freaking low? His skills are F and D rank, and worst of all, he's about to fight not against the demons, but actually he's fighting for the demon queen. He doesn't have much time to think about it, so he rushes towards the general, who tries to stop him with a vertical slash that gets dodged, and the fist connects to the monster's face. Another one to the plexus, but the creature tries to retaliate, but our boy dashes backward and sees that this albino ugly pig is somewhat intact. Then the monster decides to take the lead, and that's exactly what this boy was waiting for. Because using that monster weight with the technique that the demon commander taught him, he can do that. He anticipates the creature stepping forward and delivers a bazooka to its belly, sinking his hand deep into the ribs and activating the instant devastation. The scientists in the grandstand couldn't understand how was that possible. The pig's body hits the floor with a crater on his chest. The boy raises his arm, and from the sidelines, the demon queen is surprised on how stronger the legendary hero had become in just 2 months. Even though he was working for her, he evolving in a rate that is extremely dangerous for all demons. But how the legendary SS hero ended up working for the demons? See, in his past life, his name was Choi, an MMA fighter on the rise. He came up from nothing. No rich gym or famous coach, just a dude with too much rage that loved fighting. And finally, he had a championship belt fight booked for the next month. The biggest payday of his life. Enough money to finally get his sister out of debt and move his mom into a real apartment. But he never made it to the fight. On the way home from training, the inescapable acquired another frag to its unstoppable kill streak. Everything faded to black. He opens his eyes in a strange space, when suddenly from a portal an angel with hanging bombs appeared, making this dumbass face. She tells him he's dead. Her name is Yahello, who then says she's looking for people who died on Earth. Seeing all the talent radiating from her, he gets curious and approaches, blushing, asking for more details. But she cuts him off and says he has 2 choices. He can accept death and reincarnate as a loser, or he can be transported to another world and live a perfect life as a plumber, unclogging holes here and there. An incredible SS rank hero. He's no fool though, and knows something's off, so he replies that he needs some time to think. She, however, keeps insisting, saying this is the opportunity of a lifetime, and starts rambling about a whole bunch of things. The protagonist knows there must be something wrong since the offer was way too good. He just died after being a fighter, and maybe reincarnating into a peaceful life would be better. She tells him to focus though, since he didn't get it. She's going to explain it properly. He'll be born in a peaceful village, complete an extremely easy quest, and then the village lord will offer him the most beautiful girl, who is his daughter, so he can marry her. The protagonist is clearly looking at her suspiciously, while Yahello wonders why he isn't reacting. At that, she decides to change her mind and turns away, saying that since he doesn't want to marry a wonderful woman, she's leaving and he can just reincarnate. He then tells her to wait, and at that she warns him that if he doesn't accept this offer, he might not even reincarnate as a human in his next life. Hearing this, he grabs her foot and says it's fine. He accepts. She tells him to repeat it, and he then begs, saying he wants to be that hero who gets born and ends up with the village guy's daughter. At that, she smiles and says they're going to start right now. The kid is confused. Wait, right this instant? And she says there's no reason for them to just stand around waiting. At that, he tells her to explain more instead of sending him off with no preparation. But it's too late. The magic circle makes him vanish, and she tells the team of angels that he was successfully transported. Meanwhile, the protagonist lost consciousness and woke up to someone telling him to open his eyes. He wondered if this was the village chief Yahello had talked about, the one with the beautiful daughter. For a second, it seemed like things were going as promised, until a punch slammed into his stomach and snapped him fully awake. Annoyed, Hyesok snapped back, asking if that guy had a death wish, but stopped halfway through. The one in front of him wasn't human. It wore a horned wild boar skull, and angrily accused MC of slacking off in the slave dorm. Completely lost, he hesitated. Was this weird thing really the village chief Yahello meant? No way. It looked more like the kind of monster a hero should fight. Carefully, he introduced himself as a hero. The creature just looked confused, came closer, and mocked how stupid heroes were these days. Now Hyesok started to think something had gone very wrong, but he still wanted to believe Yahello hadn't tricked him. Maybe this monster was just his first mission. Trying to stay cool, he chose to act first. But before he could think any further, the creature asked what he had just said. Without waiting, Hyesok kicked it and yelled for it to die. He was proud of that kick for about a second, until the creature caught his foot. Smirking, it asked if he really thought he was a hero. In an exhausted voice, it complained about all these fake heroes and wondered why they kept showing up. The protagonist couldn't move as the creature clenched its fist and sneered that a beating would fix him right up. As Hyesok got used to the dark room, loud banging echoed outside. Someone yelled for the door to open, demanding another fight with the cow-headed monster. The door opened and an angry goblin with a sword appeared. It shouted at the loud prisoner, threatening to boil him into soup if he didn't shut up. Terrified, MC quickly promised to stay quiet. Once the goblin left, he started grumbling about this so-called beautiful fantasy world. He wondered where it had all gone wrong. More than anything, he feared dying a virgin again. Then a voice called to him through a small window in the cell. Hyesok asked who it was, and the man introduced himself as a senior hero who was about to begin his own journey. He explained that they were trapped in a fortress of the Demon King's army, where humans were used as slaves. Looking through the window, he was shocked to find another Korean. He respectfully called him Sunbai and asked how they ended up like this. Amused by his manners, The man teased him, then shouted to the other prisoners, asking if the self-proclaimed heroes were still alive. Voices answered from all around, all claiming to be heroes. The place was full of unlucky people who had met the same fate. Stunned, Hyun-suk asked what was going on. The Sunbae casually said there were at least 100 heroes trapped in the Demon King's fortress. He explained that the red cow-headed creature the protagonist met earlier was Reed Run, the fortress chief. The goblin who threatened him was Jark, a prison guard known for being especially cruel. Then he revealed why they were all there. It was because of Yahello, the so-called angel. MC could only stare as the man cursed her, calling her a devil in disguise. Bitterly, he said everything would have been different if not for her mistake. Starting to panic, Hyun-suk demanded the truth. Weren't heroes supposed to begin somewhere better than this nightmare? The man said yes. Heroes captured elsewhere had told him what normal starting points were like. Usually heroes begin in a city or a village, even if they have no powers yet. That made everything clear to him. The reason he had landed in this hell was Yahello. He could still picture her face clearly. A few days later, we see the 2nd Slave Squad of the 3rd Battalion in the Demon King's army. Humans were forced to work under brutal conditions while goblins watched them, and they were even made to chant, "Crush the humans! Eat the humans!" Hyun-suk trembled from exhaustion as he carried a huge log with a goblin riding on top. At last, a bell rang to end the workday, and they were sent back to their cells. Back in his cell, the protagonist thought prison almost felt better than the labor outside. Then he remembered Rahel's promise about special hero privileges, so he decided to try the classic command, status window. To his surprise, it actually worked, and his stats appeared in front of him. Looking them over, he learned the basics of his strength and abilities. Hyun-suk muttered about what he saw, and the man in the next cell heard him. That man was shocked to learn MC already had level 1 stamina. He confirmed it and added that his strength stat was 28. Remembering his past as a champion, the man was impressed. He hadn't expected the protagonist to be this gifted, especially with stats over 30 at level 1. The protagonist brushed it off, saying he was still just a slave, but the man stayed hopeful. He told Hyun-suk that with talent like that, he could escape and become a real hero. MC didn't buy it and pretended to sleep. In truth, he kept thinking about how low his level was and whether it could help him escape at all. Later, when the other man finally fell asleep, he quietly got up and opened the status window again. This time, 2 things stood out: mana, which could give superhuman power, and hero points. The protagonist realized the other heroes didn't seem to know about hero points since nobody had ever earned any. Then a familiar light appeared and the angel showed up again, proudly showing off her looks. With a teasing smile and a playful pout, she greeted him like they hadn't seen each other in forever. Then Yahello provocatively asked if he wanted her to reveal some key info about hero points. But before she could finish, Hyun-suk snatched the tiny Yahello out of the air, glaring at her in anger. He flat out told her he didn't care about hero points or anything else she wanted to say. Right now, all he wanted was to tell her off. A moment later, Yahello ended up tied up and hanging like fishing bait. Trying to smooth things over, she said the summoning circles messed up because someone spilled coffee during snack time. While she talked, she put up soundproof magic so no one would hear them. MC then asked if this assignment was her punishment. Yahello said no, she'd been sent to act as his personal fairy, a guide who had to help him until he killed the Demon King. Hyun-suk made it clear he didn't care about being a hero anymore, and Yahello asked what he meant. He said he had zero interest in defeating the Demon King. He just wanted a normal life. Yahello admitted plenty of chosen heroes felt that way at first, but she reminded him that his potential was SS rank. He shot back that having talent didn't mean he owed anyone anything. He never believed this was his fate to begin with. Yahello tried to argue, but he cut her off. He was done with a life of non-stop fighting like the one he used to have. That caught Yahello off guard. She'd always thought he was just a dumb fighter obsessed with battles and women, and now she started worrying about what would happen to her. When Yahello first got assigned as a personal fairy, she had protested hard. To her, it was insulting for someone of her standing to be stuck in such a humiliating job. But the order was final. She had to stay with Hyun-suk until the Demon King was defeated. They told her a personal fairy had to fully support their assigned warrior and share in both the wins and the losses. No matter how much she complained, she was sent straight to the demon fortress. Back in the present, the protagonist figured out that a personal fairy had to follow her warrior's orders, so he told Yahello to help with his escape plan, and she reluctantly agreed. Then a noise came from the door, and Hyun-suk quickly grabbed Yahello to hide her. The goblins were up, waking the prisoners for another day of labor. Yahello grumbled that she could have hidden herself with stealth magic. Even after roll call ended, MC saw that Jark, the cruel goblin guard, was still standing by his cell. Jark told him Red Run wanted to see him in the office. When he got there, Red Run brought up something unexpected. He had been working hard lately. He was stunned while Jark sat on Red Run's shoulders like usual. He could hardly believe that stinking goblin was actually praising him. Red Run admitted he first thought Hyun-suk was just another crazy human, but his recent attitude had changed that. So Red Run offered him a new role, head slave. The protagonist had no clue what he was getting at. Red Run explained that work had been slowing down, so they needed someone to manage the humans. Yahello desperately hoped MC would reject it on the spot. She kept whispering at him to say no, then flat out yelled that a hero should never bow to officers in the Demon King's army. Both Red Run and the Jark heard her and asked what that noise was. Thinking fast, Yuan-Sok shouted that he'd take care of everything and make the humans work harder to sell it. He bowed so hard his forehead slammed into the desk. Redrun loved it. He even admitted he was starting to like him after all. He went further and promised a special recommendation to join the Demon King's army if the protagonist kept doing well. MC was dismissed, but inside he felt miserable. His escape plans seemed to be falling apart. A few days later, the humans were working while chanting, and Hyun-Sok strutted around like a boss, snapping at one worker for moving too slowly. He mocked him, saying even his grandma could move faster. With the way he acted, he looked right at home in the Demon King's army. Then the system popped up and showed that his hidden skill, charisma, had gone up. Thanks to his experience as a leader, he blurted out that being head slave was amazing. The other prisoners traded nervous looks, sure he'd finally gone crazy. They started whispering about him behind his back. Yahello though scolded him and warned this could get them into huge trouble. Hyun-Sok brushed it off and told her to trust the plan. Then he smugly added that a sparrow like her couldn't understand a phoenix like him. When one man dropped to his knees, the protagonist tore into him. Then the system informed him that Redrun's favorability had increased. MC gave a dramatic salute and thanked Redrun, loudly swearing his loyalty. Raphael finally blew up, reminding him he was supposed to escape and chase freedom. Scratching his head, Hyun-Sok awkwardly explained that he was just following the system. If he was a hero, then obeying the system made sense. Raphael fired back, saying it was ridiculous for a hero quest to involve raising favorability with an officer in the Demon King's army. He insisted he was telling the truth and even offered to read the quest out loud. It started. You who ended up trapped in the Demon King's fortress because of an idiot's mistake, and Rahel cut him off. She argued that no real system message would sound that casual, since they were supposed to be neutral and exact. The protagonist just shrugged and said maybe an SS rank hero system worked differently. The night before, Rahel had gone wild after seeing how easily MC accepted the head slave job. He snapped back that she was the crazy one. Then, out of nowhere, a system message appeared for him. It said, you trapped in the Demon King's fortress because of an idiot's mistake, probably feel as annoyed as finding an empty toilet paper roll. But this is also a chance to become a true hero. Gain the favor of the Demon King's officer, Redrun, and earn 100 hero points. Hyun-Sok had been shocked, but he realized this was his only real path forward. So now, while the slaves worked, he had them sing the Demon King's Third Army Corps song. Rahel was confused, because only very high-ranking beings could change quest objectives. She couldn't figure out why anyone would do that for him. Then Jark showed up again and told Hyun-Sok to come with him to Redrun's office. Redrun praised him for raising the slaves' productivity so much, pretending to be humble. The protagonist said it was all thanks to Redrun's wise leadership. Rahel scoffed, sure that kind of cheap praise would never work. But then, to her surprise, Redrun clearly loved it. The system appeared again and announced that Hyun-Sok had reached the goal and cleared the hero quest. He got 100 hero points and unlocked the beginner hero store. Both of them were shocked that his plan worked that well. Now that the favorability quest was done and things were moving smoothly, MC decided it was time for step 2. He asked Redrun for permission to start training the slaves. Redrun questioned why. Hyun-Sok pitched the idea fast. Disciplined slaves working together perfectly, each one doing the work of 3 without slacking off. He said that with that kind of efficiency, they could finish the fortress in just a week. Redrun argued that humans were too weak to train and keep working at the same time. He didn't back down. He added that if it worked, even the commander would praise Redrun. That was enough, and Redrun approved the training. Back in the cell, Rahel was in full despair. She cried that her hero had completely lost it, first serving the Demon King's army and now training slaves for them too. Annoyed by all the drama, the protagonist told her to be quiet and said he already had a plan. Rahel, still doubtful, asked if he was fooling her again. Hyun-Sok shot back by asking if she thought he was like her. Then he revealed the real plan. Use the slaves to start a rebellion. There were about 3,000 human slaves in the fortress, but only around 500 demon soldiers. And nearby there was a base from the Human Alliance. Once the revolt started, they could call for help. Hearing that, Rahel's despair turned into admiration. She admitted he wasn't as dumb as she'd thought. Next, Hyun-Sok decided to check the quest rewards. Rahel, still suspicious, asked if he had really gotten hero points or if the whole thing was fake. MC told her it was all real. He said the hero store had unlocked, and he opened it to see what was inside. He went in hoping to find something useful. Maybe the thing that would finally give him a real hero skill. But when the store list appeared, he was stunned. The skills included Hold Your Breath, an F-rank skill for better breath control, and Shit Holding, which let you endure needing the bathroom longer. Hyun-Sok sarcastically said that one should have been SS rank, especially in public emergencies. The rest were things like cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Confused and mad, the protagonist asked how any of that was fit for a hero. Laughing at him, Rahel explained the store was only level 1. She said if he earned more points and leveled it up, better options would show up later. Still angry, MC yelled at Rahel to shut up and called her a scam fairy. The next day, the slaves saluted the Demon King while Hyun-Sok ordered them to sing the Third Army Corps song. At his signal, they began, "We, the great Demon King army, defeat humans, eat humans, forget your pain when you catch them. Nothing under the sky compares to the Demon King's love." Redron watched the performance, pleased that letting him train the slaves had paid off. Then the office door burst open and Jark rushed in with urgent news. The human army was moving toward the fortress. The 8th Division, the biggest unit nearby, had already been trapped and forced to retreat. If even the 8th Division had lost, Jark warned, then it was only a matter of time before the humans reached the fortress. Even so, Raidhole stayed calm. He acknowledged Jark's idea to evacuate, but told him to wait. According to Raidhole, wars had always been decided by supply lines, and the first rule of war, he said, was never to lose a good supply officer. So he told Jark to go ahead while he dealt with Hyunsuk first. Meanwhile, the protagonist barked at the slaves, asking if they were ready to follow his orders. Then he heard the noise and sighed, guessing Redrun was about to interrupt their training again. Looking at his status window, Spee saw his stats had gone up a little, but nowhere near enough to start a revolt. Under his breath, he wished for some lucky event that could make him stronger fast. Before he could finish that thought, Redrun dropped down next to him and slapped a hand on his shoulder, startling him. Hyunsuk spun around. Redrun looked rushed. "No time," he said. His voice was urgent. "Come with me now." He asked where and why, but Redrun didn't answer. At that exact moment, the human commander roared for his men to attack. Convinced victory was close, spear-wielding soldiers rushed in, cutting down several goblins as they advanced. But then they froze at the sight of the Red Nightmare. Redrun. The commander immediately yelled for a retreat and ordered the knights to take over. Even so, the troops kept charging, carried away by their momentum. Watching the confusion, Hyunsuk started thinking, why were human soldiers here? Maybe he could use this, stab the Demon King's commander in the back and go back to human society as a hero. Then one of the soldiers screamed, "Die, Red Nightmare," and charged Redrun. Redrun calmly grabbed the man by the head and crushed it. The protagonist went stiff in shock. Then Redrun used his martial art, the 7th movement. He smashed the soldier's face into the ground and followed with a wide area strike, the explosive destruction wave. The earth burst apart, blasting human soldiers into the air. After that, Redrun looked back at Hyunsuk. "You okay?" MC saluted on instinct, said he was fine, and quietly added that he'd be leaving soon. That was when he remembered who he was standing beside, one of the Demon King army's strongest fighters. The humans soon took control of the area, planted 2 flags and started sorting the people from Marriott Kingdom and the Drossen Empire. One soldier asked Hyunsuk's cellmate if they were warriors, and the man said yes. Those labeled warriors were split off from the other captives and taken elsewhere. Then someone came to meet them, Olivon Grimir, a red-haired, bearded duke of the Drossen Empire and leader of the allied army. A soldier reported that the evacuation was complete, and Olivon praised him. The soldier also said the people claiming to be warriors had been drafted. Olivane then gave the signal to begin. "All soldiers to your posts." A moment later, he gave an even colder order. "Wipe out every warrior in front of us." Meanwhile, a carriage moved through the forest. Inside, Hyunsuk sat there in silence, saying goodbye to his dreams of adventure and his fantasy second life. Across from him, Redrun sat quietly. The protagonist kept thinking about how easily Redrun had killed everyone chasing them. At least pursuit was no longer a problem. Trying to lift his mood, Rahel said crises often create chances. She suggested going to headquarters first and figuring out the Demon King army's situation. MC, annoyed, told her to shut up. Then, breaking the silence, Redrun said, "I must have dozed off for a second." He looked over and asked, "Did you say something?" Hyunsuk quickly covered, saying he was just mumbling about how honored he was to travel with someone like Redrun. Redrun seemed pleased. He said they were close to 3 Corps headquarters and told him he should look forward to it. "Once we get there, I'll officially enlist you in the Demon King's army." The protagonist turned pale but forced out, "It's an honor." Even Rahel panicked in silence. At headquarters, a guard announced Redrun's return, and the gate opened at once. Redrun signaled for MC to follow, saying he would take him straight to the commander. He called it a huge honor to meet the commander so soon, though his posture suggested otherwise. Then he warned Hyunsuk to watch every word in front of the commander if he wanted to stay alive. Remembering the saying about surviving even in a tiger's den if you keep your head, he braced himself and swore he wouldn't break. At the commander's door, Redrun announced himself and was allowed in. As the door opened, Hyunsuk heard a woman's voice and wondered if the commander might actually look human. The person before them was stunning, a woman with long ears, clawed nails, hidden eyes, and strange coloring along her jaw and neck. She sat back in her chair in high heels, giving off total authority. "Welcome back, Redrun," she said with a smile, adding that he looked even more muscular than before. This was Hemis, commander of the Demon King Army's 3rd Corps. Redrun answered with a compliment of his own, saying her beauty had grown even more dazzling. The protagonist's face heated up. He couldn't believe someone this beautiful was a corps commander. Hemis thanked Redrun with a smile, while the protagonist panicked inside, wondering if he should praise her too. Before he could decide, Redrun changed the subject. He admitted he was ashamed. He hadn't protected the fortress, but Hemis brushed that aside. "The real blame," she said, "belonged to the 8th Division commander, not Redrun." In a colder voice, she added that she should have already turned that man's hide into a bag. MC nearly stopped breathing. Hemis went on saying the 8th Division commander had come back alive, but only as a disgrace. The pressure coming off her was far worse than anything MC had ever felt. He clenched his fists and tried to hide the shaking. Then changing topics, Hemis looked at the human Reedrun had brought. Reedrun introduced him as him, the person from his earlier report, and said he had brought him here to formally join the Demon King's army. Hemis stepped closer to look him over. "He's cute," she said lightly, adding that she expected a lot from someone picked by Reedrun. Flustered, Hyunsuk said he'd do his best. Hemis just looked him over and said that with a body like his, he wouldn't last long in the demon army. She asked Reedrun if he agreed, and he nodded. The others will eat him alive. He then pointed out how rare a human recruit was and asked permission to train the protagonist himself. Hemis shut that down right away. Absolutely not. Reedrun's time was too valuable to waste on a human. Then something shocking happened. Hemis started changing. Her head twisted into something like a flower, but a flower full of teeth and a long tongue. Hyunsuk stared in disbelief as she shoved her arm into her own mouth. A moment later, her face returned to normal, and she was holding a small black dog-like creature. She told MC his new job was to take care of her pet. The little beast looked tiny but dangerous. "This is Babo," Hemis said fondly. "Isn't he adorable?" Inside, he could only wonder what kind of pet this was supposed to be. To him, it looked like something straight out of hell. And in his own language, the name Babo also meant stupid, which only made this weirder. Reedrun looked at the creature and said he could feel huge power from it, even in this form. Hemis was clearly happy to hear that. Hyunsuk still looked doubtful, and Hemis noticed at once. Her voice turned sharper. "Don't you like it?" she asked, pressing him harder. The protagonist quickly backtracked. "It's an honor to care for Bobo." Satisfied, Hemis handed Bobo over. She warned him not to forget feeding time, since Bobo was still growing and got nasty when hungry. She also mentioned it had become hard to find new caretakers because Bobo kept eating them. Rahel suddenly shouted, shocking everyone. A new hero quest had appeared in the system, and she couldn't hide her surprise. MC instantly shushed her, afraid she'd wake Bobo. The quest popped up. Survive by earning Bobo's affection and secure a better future. Reward 200 hero points. Hyunsuk was speechless. Was he seriously being told to win over a commander's pet? Just then the door opened and a goblin came in, tapping on the frame. He greeted it politely, but inside, he felt uneasy. Having a goblin as a partner made him feel less like staff and more like pet food. When he asked about the previous caretakers, the goblin bluntly said there weren't any. They were all dead. That answer made it clear enough. Still, he asked about the job, and the goblin said their role was to prepare Bobo's meals. "So that's it?" Hyunsuk asked. "Yes," the goblin said, but before it could add anything else, a shadow fell over it. Bobo was right there, licking the goblin's head. Panicking, the goblin grabbed onto Hyunsuk's leg and begged for help, even offering him its food if he would save it. The protagonist finally snapped. "What are you doing?" he yelled. The goblin ignored him, clearly convinced one of them was about to die. Enraged, MC grabbed the goblin and threw it at Bobo. "You're the one dying," he said, and as Bobo got ready to pounce, he offered up the snack. Bobo loved it, and ate the goblin without hesitation. The protagonist and Rahel could only watch as Bobo happily enjoyed the meal. Later, Rahel was the one running for her life, with Bobo chasing right behind. She screamed for help, but Sam casually replied, "Don't run too long, he'll get hungry again." Then MC noticed a new item in the shop, an extra-large bone. It could lure canine-type monsters and make them friendly, and it cost 30 hero points. He acted fast, called Bobo over, and showed him the bone. The moment he threw it, Bobo's eyes lit up and he sprinted after it. Meanwhile, Rahel, worn out from all that flying, complained that he should have found it sooner. Smugly, Hyunsuk answered, "That's because my brain catches the little things." He thought the quest would be easy after that, but he was wrong. Bobo suddenly lunged at him, barely missing and ripping only the edge of his shirt. That's when he realized it. The bone alone wasn't enough. Bobo wanted fresh meat. Rahel asked if he was really thinking about taking Bobo outside. Hyunsuk hesitated, feeling the pressure build as Bobo showed his teeth. In a panic, the first soothing word that came to the protagonist's mind slipped out. "Walk." Bobo stopped instantly. The savage look disappeared, replaced by excited tail-wagging joy. He even hugged MC, who let out a relieved sigh. Once outside, Hyunsuk tried to find the kitchen, but he had no idea where he was going, and Bobo kept dragging him all over the place. Rahel looked around and admitted she couldn't smell any food. Then she noticed a goblin, and said they should ask for directions. He walked over and the goblin looked confused to see a human there, but Bobo suddenly slipped back into his wild mode. The goblin went stiff with fear. Hyunsuk tried to calm him down, saying Bobo was only out for a walk, but the goblin still looked terrified. He asked why a human was walking Bobo. When Bobo licked his face, the protagonist quickly stepped in. "Don't eat him." Then he asked where the kitchen was. Shaking all over, the goblin pointed left and ran for his life. Ral and MC watched him go too, stunned at first, then they burst out laughing. The goblin had panicked so hard that they started wondering how someone like that ended up in the demon army. Once they calmed down, Hyunsuk focused again. He still needed meat from the kitchen. Ral asked what his real plan was. Was he going to look after a dog forever? He snorted and said no. He still had bigger dreams. Then he turned around and Bobo was gone. Panic hit right away. His face went white. Where the hell is that dog? Hyunsuk felt dread sink in. Bobo was pure trouble. and looking away for even a second had been a huge mistake. Raoul looked around and pointed ahead. Over there, Bobo was trotting back to them. The protagonist let out a breath and snapped, "You scared me half to death." Bobo came back looking pleased, but there was blood on his mouth and his belly was already full. Then shouting broke out. Commander Regis was dead, and someone swore revenge. Hai Sang-sok froze. Raoul pointed at Bobo and whispered that he did it. Goblin soldiers rushed in, and both of them ran. Between breaths, Raoul asked if they were about to die. MC shot back, "Shut up and run." They hit a dead end and got surrounded by yelling goblins. One shouted that he'd rip his arms off like chicken wings. Another complained that the commander was already digested and wondered what he would have tasted like. A third said they should tear both Hyun-sek and Bobo apart and split the meat. The protagonist forced himself to stay steady and yelled back, "How dare you?" He was badly outnumbered, so he needed something fast. He picked up Bobo and asked if they even knew who this fearless one was. Confused, the goblins just stared, thinking Bobo was some stray monster. Hearing that, Hyun-sek got angry and tore into them. He announced that this cute but deadly beast was Bobo himself. The goblins hesitated. They'd heard Bobo was Commander Hemus's pet, but they figured this was just another human trick. Even so, a few started to think he might be telling the truth. MC asked how they could fail to recognize Bobo and called it embarrassing. The goblins were thrown off by how sure he sounded. Without losing his cool, he told Bobo to show them beast mode. Bobo obeyed at once, turning feral, drool hanging from his mouth like he was ready to eat. Hyun-sek looked at the goblins and said again, "This is Bobo." Then he gave the order, "Bite him." Bobo roared and leaped at the nearest goblin. Blood flew as Bobo tore into him. He watched and casually said, "A dog without a muzzle really makes a mess." By the time Bobo finished, only bones were left. The protagonist faced the others and mocked them. "Anyone still doubt who Bobo is?" The goblins instantly apologized, saying they hadn't realized it was really him. Just then, a system message popped up for MC. It said his crazy charisma had cowed a bunch of demons and raised his hidden charisma stat. He grinned, happy to see it. Then a voice behind him cut in, calm but commanding, asking what all the noise was about. It was Commander Hemus. She looked over the scene with amusement and joked that the cute new pet was making quite a scene outside. Hyun-sok's blood ran cold. Meeting her in the office had already been stressful. Facing her here felt even worse. Hemus laughed, clearly amused that the protagonist had used her name and Bobo to stay alive. MC bowed low and admitted he committed a serious offense. Hemus only raised a brow, confused because she'd actually meant to praise him. She liked how quick and clever he was, especially compared to the demons around her. He had guts too, she added with a smirk. Hemus awkwardly thanked her, still unsure whether this was real praise or a hidden warning. Hemus went on, saying the demon army leaned too much on brute force, which always led to pointless trouble. When he asked what kind of trouble, she only said he'd find out soon. Then she changed the subject and told him to think about becoming an executive in the demon army. Hemus was stunned and felt nowhere near qualified, but Hemus brushed that aside. He couldn't keep hiding behind her name and Bobo forever, she said. She explained that the army used ranked duels, and the winner could take the loser's position. Hemus gave him 1 month to get ready for a fight. If he won, she'd protect him for 1 more month. If he kept winning, he might even rise to battalion commander and become useful. Hemus nervously asked what happened if he lost. Hemus answered coldly. He'd regret surviving that battle. The meaning was clear, losing would be worse than dying. With no real choice, the protagonist accepted, and Hemus even picked his opponent right there. Yahello let out a long sigh and said she'd probably be saying goodbye to him in a month. Memsi shot her a glare and reminded her she was the one who said he had SS rank potential. Yahello shrugged and said potential only meant maybe, not for sure. Hyun-sok snapped that she was a fairy and still couldn't be supportive. As he fumed, he noticed the doors ahead were smeared with blood and wondered if this really was the kitchen. Carefully, he pushed the doors open. Inside, a huge red-skinned demon greeted him. He introduced himself as Kulkin, the demon army's chef, and asked why he had come. The protagonist stayed by the doorway and said he only wanted a snack for Bobo. Kulkin narrowed his eyes, realizing Bobo had another new caretaker, but he flat-out refused, leaving Hemus speechless. Kulkin said he had no reason to help a human. Commander Hemus had only ordered him not to kill MC. Desperate, he asked if there was any way to work something out, stressing that the food was for Bobo. After thinking it over, Kulkin offered one answer. If the protagonist really wanted meat, he'd have to hunt it himself, just like the goblins. Hemus went pale and glanced at the goblins, who were chopping up meat that looked way too much like other goblins. Right then, he realized Kulkin's idea of hunting was much worse than he'd imagined. Before long, MC was standing in front of a giant wild boar. They told him this beast would be dinner if he managed to kill it, and he could only wonder how his life had turned into this mess. The same boar had already killed Morgan. They called it a hunt, but really the thing just kept charging at everyone, and the cooks swore they'd avenge Morgan. Watching the chaos, Hemus joked that it was hard to tell who'd end up as dinner. Yahello, being practical, asked what they should do next and even suggested running. He shook his head. There was no way they could escape a crowd that big, and he knew how bad things looked. He was about to move when Kulkin called out. The protagonist thought he was being sent next and answered right away. but Culkin surprised him by saying there was no need, the hunt was already over. Hyun-Sok was stunned. He thought they'd just been charging like idiots, so how had they killed it that fast? A goblin reported the result to Culkin, 12 dead and many more hurt. To MC, that cost was insane, but Culkin didn't care. He called it a great outcome and announced a short break before the next hunt. He couldn't miss how little the chef cared about the dead. While the cooks got busy, the protagonist told Rahul there was no chance of escaping now. Rahul asked if that meant he planned to join the hunts. MC answered with a firm no. He had no reason to fight like that. He thought it through and decided the only way to raise his stats was to level up, which meant getting experience points. Rahul agreed, but asked where he expected to get that experience in a place like this. Without shame, Hyun-Sok asked if he'd still get experience by landing only the final blow. Rahul said yes, though she called the idea shameless. That was all he needed to hear. He thanked her and said it was time to move. His choices were running out and he had to get stronger within a month, especially if Commander Hamus meant every threat she made. He went over to Culkin and said he wanted to join the next hunt as part of the brave demon army. Culkin stared at him and Hyun-Sok started wondering if he'd pushed too far. Then Culkin broke into a grin and said he liked the protagonist's nerve. The protagonist, relieved, thanked him and added a few flattering words to stay on his good side. To his surprise, Culkin put him in charge of the next hunt. He said the leader's role was the highest honor in their group, save for special cases. Pretending to be humble, Hyun-Sok said he couldn't stand ahead of such noble demons, and that the other cooks might not like it. Culkin didn't care and just gave him a thumbs up. Their talk was cut off when someone urgently called for Culkin. "What is it?" the chef asked. A cook shouted that a monster had appeared. He said the cry they heard meant an urn had arrived. Confused, Hyun-Sok asked if they were in danger. Culkin brushed it off, only adding that urn meat didn't taste very good. Pulling a knife from his back, Culkin told everyone to grab their weapons. They were hunting the urn and adding its meat to dinner. Hyun-Sok saw his chance. He only needed to stay close and land the final hit. Rahel handed him something. A system message popped up, showing a small boost to his health and strength for 3 minutes. Rahel shrugged off his thanks, but instead of being nice, Hyun-Sok bonked her on the head and complained that she should have used it sooner. Fired up, MC ran to get into place for the final blow. As he moved, he locked in on what he wanted most. He imagined a beautiful blonde wife, at least 5 bunny-like kids, and a quiet life after all this. He refused to die again as some lonely loser, so he ran forward with everything he had. Hyun-Sok jumped in and smashed the urn with everything he had. The monster dropped, and the moment it died, system messages started pouring in. He was shocked. One last hit had raised him 4 whole levels. At this pace, he could reach level 20 in a day. Thrilled, he finally felt hope. Now he really could get stronger. A little later, a shaking cook stepped up to the dead urn, lifting a butcher knife. Before he could do anything, Hyun-Sok bumped him aside with his elbow and casually said his arm had slipped. Then he broke into a wild laugh, grinning like he'd completely snapped. From now on, he declared, every final hit belonged to him. More time passed, and more monsters went down. Looking worn out, Rahel asked if they were done already. Hyun-Sok smirked and praised his little buff bot for the help. The monsters were all dead, and the cooks seemed finished cutting them up. But when he looked again, he realized they were already stuffing themselves with the fresh meat. One of them even yelled for a bigger portion, which left the protagonist totally confused. Culkin noticed him staring and called out, asking what he was looking at. Hyun-Sok asked if it was really okay for the cooks to eat the army's food like that. Culkin just shrugged and said it was one of their perks, especially since monster meat spoiled fast. For regular soldiers, he added, fresh meat was a rare treat. He even admitted that good food was the main reason he kept going. That sent MC into a spiral. What kind of perk was this, and how did these guys survive without a union? Even so, Culkin offered him some meat, saying he'd earned it in battle. Hyun-Sok paused, looking at it and thinking about what the cooks had risked to get it. In the end, he took a bite. It wasn't terrible, the strong smell strangely helped, but the meat itself was plain and tough. He couldn't help thinking that back in South Korea, nobody would keep buying meat like this. Then it hit him, these cooks were risking their lives for average meat. That gave him an idea. What if he made something better? Right then, he realized he could win them over through food, earn their support, and become the god of the kitchen. So he opened the hero shop, which caught Rahel off guard. He spent points on 2 things, an F-rank cooking skill for 50 points, and a seasoning packed with MSG for 20 more. Rahel stared at him like he'd lost it, scolding him for wasting points on salt. Hyun-Sok brushed that off and told her she had no idea how powerful it was. Then he sprinkled it over the meat and the change was instant. The smell turned rich, and the meat suddenly looked juicy and delicious. The protagonist felt like a king, already picturing himself as a food god in this world. He offered the upgraded meat to Culkin, but the chef first said he was already full. Hyun-Sok kept pushing, saying he'd poured his soul into it and he could die happy if Culkin just took 1 bite. At last, Culkin gave in and tasted it. The flavor hit him so hard it sent him straight back to childhood. He heard his mother asking if he wanted meat for dinner, and the memory was so strong it brought tears to his eyes. After that, Hyun-Sok left with a bag of meat, a gift from Culkin, who warned him it would only stay fresh for 2 days. When MC got back, Bobo rushed at him and nearly scared him half to death, so he quickly handed over the meat, and Bobo calmed down right away. Hyun-Sok told him to eat as much as he wanted, then pulled every piece out of the bag. Bobo happily wolfed it all down, and he even promised more tomorrow. That raised Bobo's affinity and also cleared the hero quest, giving them 200 hero points. Just like the protagonist had planned, Rahel noticed and pointed out an item on his screen that could boost his stats. When she asked why he hadn't used it, Hail-Sok said he didn't even know how it worked, then blamed certain idiots who skipped the tutorial. Rahel, not bothered at all, said it wasn't too late and started explaining bonus points. Strength raises attack power. Stamina improves endurance and toughness. Agility helps with speed and reflexes. Mana is tied to magic. When he asked about charisma, Rahel said it was a hidden stat you couldn't raise it with bonus points, only through proper training. She told him to spread his points evenly, but Hae-Min-Sok disagreed. He thought dumping everything into strength would work better. Rahel looked surprised and explained that while stacking strength might help early on, mana becomes vital later. A body reinforced with mana is way better than one built on muscle alone. MC changed his stats and asked if the setup was okay. Rahel checked it, said it wasn't bad, then told him to open the shop and buy a basic mana control skill. Curious, Hae-Min-Sok asked what that meant, and Rahel said it was the skill used to handle mana properly. She guessed it would cost about 100 hero points. He searched the shop but found nothing. Rahel was stunned since it should have been common. Disappointed, the protagonist muttered that he'd thought she might finally be useful. Annoyed, he even called her completely useless, and Rahel shot back that it was supposed to be there. 3 weeks later, MC hit level 100, though it took longer than he'd hoped. Rahel pointed out that the XP needed kept rising with each level. Hae-Min-Sok wondered if any other hero was grinding this hard, and Rahel told him he'd already become a sinecure. He couldn't believe it, and snapped at her, reminding her how many times he'd almost died that day. Rahel said most people need about 6 months to reach level 100. With a hint of sadness, she added that she wanted to get along with him, but the protagonist said she had brought this on herself. Just then, the door opened and a goblin came in to say the commander wanted Hae-Min-Sok. When he entered Hemez's office, she greeted him warmly and said he looked healthier than before. Stronger too. She had even noticed that his mana had doubled. MC said he'd been working hard so he could bring Bobo the best meat every day. Hemez, though, was more interested in how fast his strength was growing. She asked if it was because of the hero leveling system. He froze. Hemez knew he was a hero. The only question was how long she'd known. She calmly said she'd figured it out the first time they met. When he asked how, Hae-Min explained that she knew someone who had a deep interest in heroes. Then she asked why he thought she'd called him in. Hae-Min tried to guess, bringing up his recent fights. She reminded him of their promise and asked if he still remembered it. When the protagonist said yes, she immediately started chewing him out. Then Hae-Min suddenly changed into a giant flower-like monster. She complained about how fast he was leveling and warned him to work harder if he wanted to live. To her, this was all entertainment. Hae-Min remembered that crowds don't get most excited by flashy shows or easy wins. They love shocking twists. And now he understood. She had matched him with someone he had no chance of beating. Rahel panicked and shouted, asking what he was going to do. MC told her to calm down and give him a second to think. He decided the best move was to gather as much info as possible on his opponent before the fight. He planned to study the enemy's strength closely, but Rodriel pointed out that all they had was a name and asked how he planned to find him. Hae-Min said he'd buy an item from the hero shop called the Combat Power Meter. It cost 50 hero points and could measure strength, stamina, agility, and mana. He would use it to check his enemy, then train against someone around that same level. Rodriel sighed and teased him for only getting smart when things got serious. He shot back that it was still better than being useless all the time. They tested the combat power meter on Rodriel first. Her combat power came out to 375, and she admitted she had no idea if that was high or low. So she suggested checking Hae-Min next. He handed her the device and waited for the result, but Rodriel suddenly looked confused. The protagonist asked if she'd seen something. After hesitating, Rodriel said the device had to be broken. There was no way his stats should be higher than hers, but his strength was 1,560. With a smug grin, MC asked if she was sure she wasn't the weaker one. Now, looking crushed, Rodriel admitted that just a month ago her strength had been 10,000. Hae-Min still asked whether the meter had worked right despite what she thought. Then they checked Bobo, and that crazy dog had a ridiculous 47,422 strength. Rodriel felt completely humiliated, knowing both of them were weaker than a dog. He just laughed and joked that maybe Bobo's breed got a bonus. He went outside and started checking the other orcs. The goblins, who seemed the weakest, had much lower numbers than the others, while most of the orcs were around his level. Then someone announced Captain Bulkman, and everyone saluted. As the captain walked by, Hae-Min used the meter and saw that Bulkman's strength was a huge 14,300. From that, the protagonist guessed that anyone over 10,000 was basically commander class. He asked Rodriel if his opponent really was only a platoon leader. Rodriel said yes and gave the name Kirkin. Rumor said Kirkin was an orc as dumb as a pig. MC figured a platoon leader should only be around 3,000, so if he leveled more, maybe he had a chance. Determined, he went looking for Kirkin. When he finally found him, the meter showed a strength of 6,671. Rodriel bluntly said that basically meant he was being sent to die. Right then, Hae-Min got a hero quest. The system said his chances of beating Kirkin were almost zero. Still, because pushing through impossible situations was his thing, he was being given a chance. Raise his combat power to 3,000 within a week. Reward, 300 hero points. He sarcastically commented on the perfect timing and joked that the system must be spying on him. Even so, he accepted. It was do or die now, and he swore he'd outlast both his observer and Hemus if he wanted to live. The next morning, the protagonist walked into the kitchen and made sure everyone noticed him. Culkin noticed MC's goggles and got curious, asking where he found them. MC just said he saw others wearing them and picked up a pair too. Culkin guessed it was some young people trend, then moved on and told Hyun-Sok to get ready for the hunt. He checked Culkin with the combat power meter and got a shocking number, 35,230. That left him confused, since it was way above what a captain should have. Then he noticed the other cooks were strong too, probably from constantly fighting demonic beasts. That gave him an idea. If he sparred with one of them, he could prepare for his coming battle. So Hyun-Sok asked Culkin for permission and said it would help him improve and be more useful. Culkin brushed it off at first, saying the protagonist was already impressive for a human and didn't need to push so hard. MC quietly threatened to keep the good meat for himself if he wasn't allowed to spar. With that, Culkin gave in and told him to pick an opponent. Later, while the cooks got ready to leave, they were stunned to hear he wanted to fight Gorbachev. Gorbachev was a cook with 2,620 combat power, and some thought this might be the protagonist's last day. The goblins complained right away. They didn't want to lose the guy who fed them great meat. Hearing all that noise, Culkin shut them up. He warned Gorbachev not to kill Hyun-Sok and told him to hold back. Gorbachev, looking pretty slow in the head, agreed, but Culkin clearly didn't trust that answer. The spar started. Full of resolve, MC rushed straight at Gorbachev. Gorbachev kept reminding himself not to kill him. The moment he threw a punch, Hyun-Sok slipped out of the way. Right away, he noticed Gorbachev fought mostly on instinct. He used that opening and struck back. The whole thing felt strangely familiar, like the fights he'd always managed to win before. In an instant, it was over, and the protagonist was declared the winner. The goblins could barely believe it. Gorbachev went down so fast that some of them didn't even see how it happened. MC was just as stunned. He had won with a single kick. That surprise victory gave him a huge boost in confidence, and for a second he even thought he might be able to take on Culkin someday. At the north side of the Black Fortress near the Great Forest, Hyun-Sok kept replaying the match. He had knocked out an orc with twice his power in one kick. That made him think combat power was only a number, not the whole story. If he improved a little more, he felt sure he could win his next fight easily. Just then, a goblin ran up to Culkin and reported a large group of Talus ahead. Culkin looked annoyed. He asked if they had wandered into Talus territory. Curious, Hyun-Sok asked what the problem was. Was it because Talus tasted bad? Culkin said the meat was actually decent, and the bone marrow was a real treat. The problem was that Talus moved in groups and were fiercely protective of their young. He thought the hunt would stop there, but Culkin wanted that meat too badly. He ordered everyone forward and declared Talus would be today's snack. He told them not to let a single Talus escape and to kill them on sight. The Talus looked like giant spiders with skull-like parts on their bodies. Hyun-Sok slyly shoved a goblin as if it were an accident and used the opening to land the finishing blows and farm XP. After a while, the group had piled up plenty of dead Talus. The protagonist finished off the last one and leveled up. Rahel praised him for being an expert at stealing kills. Taking it as a compliment, Hyun-Sok said that's exactly why he liked kitchen duty. Then a crushing pressure suddenly filled the area and caught MC off guard. He turned at the same time someone screamed the Talus Queen had arrived. The sight of the dead Talus made her rage obvious. With a growl, she let everyone know just how furious she was. Wanting to check her strength, Hyun-Sok used his goggles, only to find her power couldn't even be measured. The truth hit hard. They had slaughtered her children. He spun around to ask the chef what to do, but the guy was already running. He shouted for everyone to survive and meet again later. The protagonist could only think how useless that was when a loud noise grabbed his attention. He bitterly cursed the chef's cowardice before the sound snapped him back. Someone yelled for everybody to scatter. The weaker goblins were getting ripped apart by the enraged Talus Queen, whose scream was so loud that Hyun-Sok had to cover his ears. Rahul suddenly told him to look behind him. When he turned, he saw hundreds of Talus rushing his way with the queen leading them. Hyun-Sok took off at full speed while goblins screamed for help in the distance. He knew that if he stopped even for a second, he was dead. After running for a while, he found a cave and hesitated, unsure if going in was safe. Rahel told him it was empty and said she had checked it earlier. He didn't fully trust her, but the cave still seemed safer than the forest, where danger could come from every side. The cave went much deeper than expected. MC asked if it was natural, but Rahel didn't know. She did point out one thing. It was wide enough for even the Talus Queen to get inside, and that gave him an idea. Then he noticed some sticky goo on the wall. Rahel said it probably wasn't a Talus nest, since the chef had claimed no Talus groups were nearby. Still, the slime put Hyun-Sok on edge. Spiderwebs? Then he spotted eggs. That was enough. This cave was a Talus nest, not a safe hiding place. Just as he decided to get out, glowing green eyes appeared in the dark. A full-grown Talus rushed him, and Hyun-Sok ran as fast as he could. Rahel frantically asked if they were even going the right way. He admitted he had no clue this was his first time in there too. Then he stepped on something, lost his balance, and slipped. In a panic, he grabbed the first thing he could and threw it at the talas. The creature caught it in mid-air, an egg. To Hyunsuk's surprise, the talas stopped attacking and focused on the egg instead. He asked Rahul what that was about, and she guessed the talas liked it because it was round, smooth, and wet. Basically just like a talas egg. That gave the protagonist an idea. He grabbed another egg and taunted the talas, saying he was done putting up with it. The talas panicked, proving the plan was working. Planting his feet, Hyunsuk threw the egg. The talas lunged to catch it, almost desperately. Rahul pointed out how fast and agile it was, probably because of its monster body, and asked what he planned to do next. MC snapped back that he didn't have many choices when there were still over 100 eggs lying around. Even then he kept taunting the talas, and one of the eggs cracked. He mocked it, saying he could probably catch better than it could. Hyunsuk told Rahul to bring another egg, but she said they were down to the last one. His face went pale as panic hit. He had messed up badly. The talas growled in fury and leaped at them. He immediately told Rahul to cast a buff. The talas queen was still furious, but Hyunsuk noticed she looked worn out from chasing eggs around. He steadied himself and focused, convinced this was his chance. As the talas queen charged, the protagonist readied his strongest move, Paradise Reincarnation Shot. Instead of backing away, he met her head-on and landed a crushing blow that took the talas down. System messages popped up one after another, showing that Hyunsuk had leveled up. Rahul hurried over and asked if he was okay. MC said no, he wasn't kidding. He really felt like he was dying. Then he said they needed to find somewhere safer. To his surprise, Rahul said she could use healing magic too. He praised her, saying those mana points finally paid off, but she modestly said her healing was weak and could mostly only stop bleeding. After putting in his new stat points, Hyunsuk decided it was time to head back. At level 108, his stats were now Strength 56 plus 2, Agility 53 plus 2, Stamina 55 plus 2, Mana 53 plus 2, and Charisma 27. He felt proud of how balanced his stats had become, even if he still wasn't sure how to use all of them yet. For now, he saw it as an investment for later. Then a familiar voice echoed through the cave. It was Kulkin, happy to see the protagonist alive. The protagonist asked what he was doing there. Kulkin said he found the cave while running away and figured they were lucky to still be alive, but then he froze after realizing this was the talas nest. He noticed things scattered on the ground, and Hyunsuk explained they were talas eggs, the place where they were laid. Kulkin's eyes immediately lit up. He said talas eggs were an incredibly rare delicacy, only high-ranking officials got to eat. Annoyed, MC yelled at him to focus because they still had to escape. Kulkin said the talas queen was probably already inside the cave, and that beating her would take someone at division commander level or above. He gave up and figured the egg would be his last meal. Then voices came from the entrance. The surviving goblins had made it there with the head chef. Kulkin welcomed the ones who survived and offered them a taste of the precious egg. Hyunsuk quietly swore this would not be his last meal, especially when he still hadn't eaten his wife's 5-dish spread. He refused to die in a place like this. Meanwhile, in Himi's office, someone greeted the commander and commented on her usual stiff attitude, then asked if the mission was done. Riedran reported that he had captured the Holy Empire's next saintess, just as ordered. Impressed, Himes praised him for slipping into a fanatic cult in only 3 weeks. She patted his head, making him blush. A knock on the door cut the moment short, and Himes sounded annoyed by the interruption. A goblin brought an urgent report about the cooks sent out to gather ingredients. Himes first brushed it off like it was nothing unusual, but the goblin made it clear this one was serious. The talas queen had appeared, and most of the cooks, including Kulkin, were dead or missing. When Himes asked about Hyunsuk, the goblin said he was missing too. Riedran's face darkened the moment he heard that. Back in the cave, the goblins were eating talas eggs like they had accepted death, and Kulkin was saying his goodbyes. He smacked him on the head and yelled for him to get a grip. Kulkin just stared at him in confusion. Hyunsuk shot back that he looked like he was under some evil spell, so he used his secret weapon to snap him out of it. Then, with a proud grin, the protagonist pulled out a new item. The Beast Encyclopedia Demonic Beast Edition. It had info on almost every demonic beast, and it had cost him 50 hero points. He quickly looked up the Tala, a spider-like monster that lives in groups and is famous for its powerful legs. The book said their weak points were the torso and head, and their body fluids were highly flammable. Even their eggs were packed with stuff that could explode like a bomb. It also warned that caves made from Tala saliva catch fire easily, so using flame magic in there was a huge risk. Hyunsuk turned to Kulkin and asked if he could use fire magic. Kulkin said yes, but only simple attacks like shooting flames. Letting out a tired sigh, Kulkin told him to give up. The Talas shell was too hard for weak flames. MC brushed that off and said he was never planning to burn the monsters themselves. Then he gathered everyone. Laying out his idea, he said they had to live. There were still more tasty meals like Tala eggs waiting for them. The goblins thought the plan sounded hopeless, so he dangled something better in front of them. If they survived, he'd treat them to all the top-grade demonic beast meat they could eat. That instantly lit a fire in their eyes. Culkin was already drooling and hurriedly asked what the plan was. Happy that they were finally motivated, Hyunsuk explained everything. His main rule was simple. They could not stop running until they reached the exit. Once the plan was ready, they moved. Before long, they ran into a swarm of Tala. Hyunsuk gave Culkin the signal to get his fire ready. At the perfect moment, Culkin unleashed the flames. Part of the cave blew up on the spot. Watching the chaos, Rahel asked the protagonist what exactly he had done. He said the fire would spread deeper into the cave and set off the eggs left behind. That should keep the Tala busy long enough for them to get out. Hyunsuk told the goblins to focus on staying alive, and if things got bad, toss an egg to distract the enemy. Since he only had one egg left, they needed to find the exit before using it. As they kept moving, Rahel spotted light ahead. MC led everyone toward it, shouting for them not to slow down. For a moment, they felt safe when they reached the light, but that feeling didn't last. The Talos Queen was waiting right in front of them. Hyunsuk's face fell as the giant monster blocked the path. Culkin whispered in despair that the queen had come back, sure that they were finished, but he didn't quit. He noticed she wasn't attacking yet. Seeing a chance, he spoke to her directly. He told Culkin to light something, then raised the last egg and threatened to blow it up. If this goes off, the protagonist warned, everyone dies, including your children. The queen paused, staring at the egg. Hyunsuk pushed harder and demanded that she move aside. The queen let out a sharp screech, making everyone tense up. Rahel nervously asked what they were supposed to do now. Out of options, MC lit the egg and threw it at the cave wall. It exploded and flames spread fast. The whole cave started shaking as it began to collapse. Terrified, the goblins rushed for the exit. Hyunsuk yelled that nothing mattered except getting out alive. But while running, he suddenly stopped because a system message appeared. He had leveled up. Rahel snapped at him to move before the cave buried him alive. When he looked back, he saw the Talos Queen being crushed by falling debris. Then even more alerts filled his view. He kept leveling up again and again. That was when he realized it. Every Talos killed in the collapse counted as his XP. To him, this was peak speed farming. Hyunsuk stood there in shock before forcing himself to focus and run. He called to Rahel for a buff and she gave it right away. After breaking through the chaos, one last obstacle remained. The Queen Talos was still blocking the way. Trying to distract her, Culkin pulled out an egg and shouted, "This is for you, Queen." He offered the egg in exchange for a path out. Hyunsuk saw his opening. Set on surviving, he ran with everything he had. The queen spat out a green liquid like spider silk, and the protagonist started to think this really might be the end. Then Red Hand suddenly grabbed a huge trunk, and a familiar voice asked if he was okay. Hyunsuk realized someone was dragging him away, and to his shock, it was Redrun. He looked pleased to find MC alive, just like he expected. Calm and sure of himself, Redrun said he'd take care of it. Swinging the massive trunk, he slammed the Talos Queen with a crushing blow. The queen screamed so loud it hurt to hear. As Redrun took his fighting stance, Hyunsuk could only stare in awe and blurt out how amazing he was. He could hardly believe it. Later, back at the Demon King's Black Castle, they got terrible news. Out of 105 goblin packs in the Demon King's army, only 6 remained. 99 were dead or missing, and Culkin was among them. In Bobo's room, the huge beast whimpered and clung to him like a kid. He comforted him, joking that he came back from the dead just to see him. Rahel said they were lucky to survive and gave credit to the cow-headed savior, while Bobo kept licking Hyunsuk's face. The protagonist told Rahel they should enjoy this quiet while it lasted because the finals might kill them. When she asked what he meant, he said the finals were coming up fast. Rahel pointed out how much MC had grown, and she was right. Because of the cave collapse, he had jumped an incredible 75 levels at once. He was now level 200, but Rahel said it still didn't feel like enough. Hyunsuk agreed, especially with enemies who had more than 6,000 battle power. Rahel then asked him something: if he reached 6,000 battle power, would that make him as strong as an orc? He answered that strength wasn't just about numbers, and Rahel said he was right. She explained that power like that also depends on magic, then told him he had to learn it if he wanted to face monsters like that. Hyunsuk said it wasn't that easy. Rahel reminded him that he had used magic once before without meaning to. Confused, he said he didn't even know he'd done that, and she admitted it was too basic to really call magic. That made the protagonist realize the strange burst of power he felt back then really was magic. Their talk was cut off when the door suddenly opened. Both of them were startled when Redrun walked in. MC asked why someone like Redrun had come to a small room like this. Redrun said he was there to call him to meet the great commander at his office. When he arrived, she asked why Redrun was there. He explained that he had a personal request. He wanted permission to teach the protagonist how to fight. The protagonist was stunned. He quickly asked why. Redrun explained that Orc Harkon, a platoon leader, was showing huge promise and looked fit to become deputy battalion commander. At this rate, MC would lose. Redrun said he believed MC had great potential and wanted to see how far he could go. He was sure the commander would refuse, so it left him speechless. To his surprise, Hemis agreed. Redrun thanked her and Hemis told them to leave. She said she still had work to do, but before they went, she pointed out how much stronger the protagonist had become since the last time she saw him. Even though she admired how fast he was growing, it also annoyed her because it threatened Kirkin, so she decided to give Kirkin something to balance things out. Ridran brought MC to his private training ground, a huge area that left him amazed. It made MC realize just how much respect Hemis gave Ridran. Watching quietly, Ridran noticed that his body was full of mana, but he had no idea how to use it. His growth had been so fast that he never learned the basics, and with the battle only 4 days away, there was no time to waste. Ridran decided there was only one answer. He clenched his fist and said pain was part of growing stronger. Then he warned Hyunsuk to stay sharp and punched him straight in the face. As he slammed into the ground, the protagonist couldn't help wondering if this guy was insane. He was supposed to be training him, not beating him half to death. MC yelled at Ridran to stop messing around, but Ridran said he'd die if he didn't learn to block with mana. Gritting his teeth, Hyunsuk raised his forearm to defend against the next kick. He jumped back to make space, then gathered himself and fired back with a kick of his own. Ridran found that strange. He wasn't that impressive physically, but his reflexes and awareness were on the level of a trained knight. He could also see that the protagonist's fighting spirit was no joke. It became obvious that Ridran hadn't failed to dodge by accident. MC's battle instincts were incredibly sharp. Trusting that natural sense, Ridran reminded him about the bet with the commander and said that without mana, he could never beat Kirkin. Coldly, he added that dying here was better than losing in front of everyone. Then he drove a heavy punch that sent him flying. In that instant, he understood Ridran was serious. One more blow like that could really kill him. His mind drifted to the life he still wanted, marriage and cute kids. But Ridran gave him no time to daydream. He chased after him mid-air, leaving the protagonist only 2 choices, die or block the attack. Praying to God, MC tightened his fist and got ready to strike back. A second later, the ground shook from a body slamming into it. That body was Hyunsuk's, and the impact cracked a huge part of the ground. Rahel, who was nearby, looked horrified. Ridran walked up to his unmoving body and studied him, before saying he just controlled his mana for the first time. Then he asked if the protagonist noticed. Barely lifting a hand, MC gave a thumbs up and joked that God had heard his prayer. The goofy look on his face made Ridran tell him he'd win if he kept improving like this. Then Ridran grabbed his arm and told him to stay still so he could heal him. But the moment he started, Hyunsuk groaned in pain and grabbed his neck. Ridran had forgotten something important. Dark mana acts like poison to humans. Realizing that, he apologized over and over, scooped him up and begged him to stay alive. In this world, some powers naturally counter others. Dark mana beats normal mana. Mana beats divine power, and divine power beats dark mana. Mana belongs to humans, while dark mana belongs to demons. Divine power, on the other hand, belonged to people devoted to God. The Church of Tussis, the strongest religious power, had fought to bring every other faith under its rule. Now, as the divine empire of Getron, it chose one person who could hear God's voice and honored her as the Saintess. Deep inside the Demon King's fortress, people whispered about the captured Saintess being kept in her room. The divine empire's next Saintess, Ebelson Marriott, had become a prisoner of the demon army. Even the demons had their doubts. She hadn't prayed for days, so some questioned whether she was really the Saintess. Even so, they still trusted Ridran for bringing her here. Ebelson, though, had no reason to pray. To her, this was better than living in the church. Then the door slammed open and Ridran rushed in with Hyunsuk in his arms. Ebelson instantly scolded him for barging in, but he paid her no mind. Instead, Ridran told her to heal the human at once. The protagonist's head was pounding, and he started wondering what Ridran had done to him this time. Honestly, it was almost funny. His last regret was that the final hand he held belonged to a man, not Rahal. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a beautiful silver-haired girl. His first thought was that he died again and landed somewhere weird. Hyunsuk started whining that he'd never forgive the angel for this. He even yelled that he'd rather become an archmage before turning 30 than go through this all over again. Then he cursed Rahal, calling her a demon, pretending to be an angel, and wished endless suffering on her. At last, he added one more request. If that angel really wanted him to be a hero again, she should marry him first. Ebelson just looked at him and called him pathetic. Hyunsuk's eyes shot open in shock. Relieved to see him awake, Ridran grabbed his shirt in excitement. MC, still out of it, had no clue what was happening. Ridran pulled him into a hug, and he immediately complained that he was trying to kill him again. That was when the protagonist realized he was still alive. He turned, saw Ebelson, and slowly pieced together all the embarrassing stuff he'd just said in front of her. Meanwhile, Ridran asked the Saintess if MC was fully healed. She answered that he wasn't. Ridran should already know the dark mana was still inside his body, and she couldn't say what it might do to him. Ridran asked if her divine power could remove it, but Ebelson warned that one wrong move could kill Hyunsuk. She said waiting might be best, since the dark mana could fade on its own. Feeling truly guilty, Ridran promised to make up for it by training him to become stronger. Even while being crushed in that hug, the protagonist managed to say Ridran didn't need to do so much for someone like him. Ridran started dragging him out, but the protagonist asked him to wait. Ebelson watched them and started wondering why a demon was training a human in the first place. A few hours later, Hyunsuk finally got back to his room. As usual, Babo was there, happily chewing on his head. MC thanked Babo. He remembered hearing that Babo had wrecked his house and eaten the soldier who tried to feed him. Then he thanked him again, because without Babo's separation anxiety, he'd probably still be stuck in training. He vented to Babo about everything that happened that day, It was enough to make anyone cry. And on top of that, dark mana was still running through his body. Looking up, he asked Rahul if he was going to die. Babo just kept licking him. The protagonist called for Rahul again, but there was still no answer. Rahul was crying, crushed that her hero had been ruined and tainted. She told him he wasn't the same hero anymore. Hyunsuk was stunned. After all he'd been through, shouldn't he be the one crying? After a while, Rahel calmed down and admitted all of this was her fault. The dark Mangacap, the near-death mess, all of it. Then dripping with sarcasm, she said it was because she was a demon with an angel's face. A crazy monster meant to burn forever in hell. He froze. Those were the exact words he'd blurted out in front of the saintess. Realizing what he'd done, he rushed to comfort Rahel and even said there wasn't a single buff item in the world better than her. Rahel didn't buy it and told him to shut up because he didn't mean a word of it. Now Hyunsuk could only wait and try to think of some way to make it up to her. 3 days later, the protagonist felt like he was losing his mind. Lying on the ground, he cried after the brutal training Reed Run put him through. Abelson was there too, healing his injuries like always. As usual, MC praised how pretty she was. Disgusted, Abelson couldn't believe this was supposed to be a hero, but she healed him anyway. Scratching his head, he nervously asked Abelson for a favor before tomorrow's fight. He wanted her to pray that he survived, and if she could, he also wanted her to come watch him. That caught Abelson by surprise. Then the day of the fight finally came. This battle would decide Hyunsuk's fate. The crowd buzzed in confusion. Why would a human challenge the commander? Of course Hemis and Reed Run were both there. Enjoying the mood, Hemisi asked who Reed Run thought would win. Without hesitation, he said the protagonist would. He trained like crazy, and his talent was insane. Interested, Hemis leaned in and offered a bet. If the protagonist won, Reed Run could keep training him. Reed Run thought that was odd and asked what happened if MC lost. With a sly smile, Hemis gave the real condition. Reed Run would have to kill Hyunsuk himself. That was the price of making such bold claims. Reed Run got a bad feeling, but he had no choice except to accept. Watching him, Hemis said she hadn't felt this excited in a long time. Then the announcer started introducing the fighters. The protagonist stood ready, calm, and in top shape. He wasn't afraid. When his name was called, he stepped forward confidently and thought about how far he'd come. His stats were way better now, and he'd gained a new skill and trait. All that harsh training had paid off. Reed Run's special combat style, made up of 10 different forms, was now part of Hyunsuk's toolkit. Even if his mastery was only at 8, he felt it would be enough. He was set on winning, and maybe asking the silver-haired saintess out afterward. But then Rahel suddenly yelled, asking what in the world he was thinking. A moment later, his opponent was announced. This beast Korkin had come to punish MC for his arrogance. Right away, both MC and Rahel noticed something was off. Korkin didn't look like he did before. The moment Korkin appeared, even Reed Run was surprised. Hemis quickly reminded Reed Run that there was no getting out of their bet now. Korkin roared so hard the whole area shook. Hyunsuk checked with his goggles and saw Korkin's combat level had reached 10,573. He could hardly believe it. In just a few days, Korkin had broken past 10,000. Rahel was just as shocked and guessed he'd used some dirty method to get that strong so fast. Still, he clenched his fist and muttered that of course it wouldn't be easy. The second the fight started, the protagonist rushed straight at Korkin. Korkin saw it coming and lifted his weapon. Hyunsuk knew one clean hit from that giant club would end him. Korkin swung, but MC dodged. The attack was wide and easy to read, so he stayed calm, kept moving, and waited for an opening. Then he landed a clean hit, and even the announcer said that had to hurt. The protagonist went in for another attack and landed it too. The impact was huge, but Korkin didn't even budge. Then MC saw a blur coming at him and knew he'd messed up. It slammed hard into his side. He jumped back to make space and realized his left arm had been broken by that one hit. But Korkin looked completely fine after the damage he'd taken. Hyunsuk noticed his body still seemed normal, and his movements were still readable. He reminded himself he'd survived worse than this. Forcing himself to stay steady, he told himself not to fear this and remembered what he'd learned. Combat arts mix mana with martial arts, letting a person smash the ground or break stone with one blow. Reed Run had taught him that, but he also said combat arts weren't just about power. Their real purpose was killing your enemy. During training, Reed Run told Hyunsuk he couldn't beat Korkin as he was. The reason was simple: he lacked killing intent. Without truly meaning to kill, his attacks meant nothing. Now in the middle of the fight, he remembered those words. Korkin moved to attack again, but this time instead of dodging, the protagonist shot forward like he was going to meet the blow head-on. This time his strike carried real killing intent. His punch landed and MC shouted, "Fucking die." Unlike the others, this blow pierced straight through Korkin's thick body. It was the first form of Reed Run's combat style, instant obliteration. And true to its name, it wrecked the arena too. As dust filled the arena, Abelson wondered who had won. When it cleared, Korkin was still there with a huge hole ripped through his chest. "Welcome to the Donut Club, ugly," Hyunsuk thought as he raised his fist. It was official. The weak human he had won. But even in victory, his body shook, and he realized using Reed Run's technique again might kill him. Meanwhile, Rahel was celebrating. She told the protagonist he'd punched right through Korkin's heart. The protagonist could barely believe they'd actually won. Then a dark red aura started wrapping around Korkin's body. Something was wrong. Even the announcer shouted in disbelief, calling it a miracle. But Hyung-Suk knew this wasn't any miracle. He watched a red object start coming out of Korkin's body. Korkin twisted in pain as his body changed, and it became obvious that the hit still hadn't been enough to kill him. Against all reason, Korkin was still standing, desperate and furious, even with a giant hole where his heart should have been. Now he had literally become a walking donut. Shocked that Korkin could still fight with his heart destroyed, Hyun-Suk realized the commander had to be behind it as he stared at that hole in Korkin's chest. Meanwhile, the commander watched with a smile, clearly enjoying how this was turning out. Next to her, Redran questions why she gave Mr. Donut her dark mana. She even placed a curse on him, turning him undead the moment he hit a fatal state. The commander smiles at MC's fast growth and talent, though there's still a trace of annoyance. She expected even more. Back in the arena, he stares at the monster still standing and wonders if Mr. Donut is somehow alive. Rahul tells him no, it's just a curse keeping him moving, and it won't last much longer. Then Mr. Donut suddenly rushes him, ready to kill. Hyun-Suk laughs and says he already knows this move, so dodging it should be easy. Famous last words. A split second later, he gets hit. Mr. Donut's fist is already at his neck, proving it was nowhere near as easy to avoid as he thought. With one hand around the protagonist's throat, Mr. Donut keeps hammering him with the other, until the protagonist desperately clamps onto the monster's arm with both arms and legs, triggering a burst of energy. That makes Mr. Donut hurl him away, sending Hyun-Suk flying straight into a wall. As he feels that lovely reunion between his body and solid stone, he remembers what near-death felt like before, and this isn't much better. It feels like every bone in his body is shattered, but before he can dwell on it, he notices someone urging him to get up and keep fighting. Then MC realizes it's Abelson. She's motioning for him to keep going, telling him he can win. He's not sure he believes her at first, but that doubt fades fast. He gets back up, realizing the match isn't over until it truly ends. And weirdly enough, what pushes him forward is simple. He refuses to embarrass himself in front of a girl. That's one way to fight off death. Even feeling like his whole body is broken, he pours mana around himself like armor, and a blue aura wraps around him. Then Hyun-Suk charges in to strike back. As he closes in on Mr. Donut, the system updates twice in a row. His mana control jumps from F to E, then from E to D. Powering up one huge mana-filled blow, he yells out a date invitation to Abelson. Apparently, while screaming and smashing a goblin's skull is the perfect moment to ask a girl out. The attack slams Mr. Donut's head into the ground, but it still isn't enough to finish him, though it was close. Seeing how much damage that did, Hyun-Suk keeps going, smashing Mr. Donut's head again and again. The crowd can only watch in stunned silence, barely able to understand what's happening in the arena. Elsewhere, as Redran watches with the commander, she asks if he taught the hero all those moves. Redran says no and makes it clear he's never seen anything like this before. Back in the arena, with the fight almost done, Hyun-Suk is somehow thinking about his possible date, dinner, a trip, even a hotel. Priorities. Still, he knows he has to stay alert, even as exhaustion starts to crush him. Seeing all this, the commander tells Redran to admit it. The protagonist is a monster. She thinks having a hero work for the demon army could be fun, even if his face reminds her of someone she hates. Later, MC wakes up in his cabin, wrapped in bandages, with Dog and Raheel nearby. Before he can ask where he is, Raheel flatly tells him he's obviously in his cabin. Worried about the fight and what happened after, he quickly learns that he won, and Abelson treated his injuries. He immediately checks the system. He is now level 212, with big boosts to his level, stamina, mana, charisma, and a new skill, mana control. While he looks over the stats, Raheel points out that she could have healed him too. Hyun-Suk ignores that and stares at the ridiculous number of levels he gained. When he notices mana control, Raheel reacts like she can't believe it. She quickly insists she's right to be shocked. Mana control is insanely rare. But while she's trying to explain how huge this is, the protagonist cuts her off, after spotting a strangely folded letter. The scene shifts to Abelson's prison, where she looks up and murmurs that it wasn't necessary. In her mind, that hero is strange. He discovered mana and learned combat in only 3 days, which makes no sense. He clearly has some unknown potential. Sadly, his personality is the exact opposite of his talent. Abelson wonders if her prayers were answered, or if Hyun-Suk is simply a natural genius. Either way, that doesn't matter. He's the hope she needs. After that, she knocks on a door to ask for a favor, and Redran answers from the other side, asking what she wants. She says she wants to take a walk. Back in his room, Hyun-Suk reads the letter and is shocked. It's a yes to his date request. Abelson wants to meet him in the courtyard. The hero is about to have the best day of his life. A little later, the meeting time finally comes. MC is so nervous he has no idea how to act. He even wonders if he should ask for her number, then remembers phones don't exist here. Raheel tells him to give it up and go back to his room, complaining that he never listens to her anyway. She can't finish though because he suddenly grabs her hard, ready to toss her aside. But just as he's about to, Abelson appears in front of him with 2 others. Caught off guard, the protagonist blurts out her name and asks who the other 2 are. Abelson says they're her escorts. She can't exactly walk around alone in her condition. That quickly reminds him she's still being held as the demon army's hostage. Breaking the awkwardness, Abelson says she wants to begin with a walk. He agrees, but the whole thing feels stressful with her escorts watching every move and killing any chance at privacy. While he struggles to start a conversation, Abelson already knows exactly what to ask. Without wasting time, she goes straight to it. "Are you a hero, Mr. Choi Hun-sik?" Hyun-suk is stunned and can't figure out how she knows. Abelson explains that in this world, only heroes and demons have black hair. Shaken by that, he's then asked if he has questions too, and she tells him to ask anything he wants. Nervous but thankful, MC slowly starts with his first question. But before anything sensible comes out, Ridran cuts in. Hyun-suk turns in surprise as Ridran rushes over, clearly irritated. He says the commander wants to see him right now and that the hero has to come. He panics. His meeting with Abelson is over before it really began. Abelson is frustrated too, though for very different reasons. Watching all this, she starts wondering whether the protagonist is really someone she can trust. The scene moves to Hemish's chamber, where she says she watched MC's fight and notes how stubbornly he keeps escaping death. Then she asks if he remembers what she offered him. He carefully says yes. She promised to protect him if he fought an opponent she chose. Hemish tells him to remember the rest of the deal too. He says that meant becoming one of her executives. Hemish admits that part wasn't fully planned, since she never thought Han-sok would survive this long, but things changed. Looking at Ridran, Hemish reminds him she already said the protagonist was talented, someone fit for a leadership role in the Demon King's army. Her conclusion is simple. MC is too skilled to stay just a platoon leader. Pointing to the heavy losses in the cook company, the commander brings up their meat shortage and says they might end up eating each other. He understands the words, just not why he needs to hear them. Then Hemish gets to the point he'll be in charge of the cook squad and can do whatever he needs to restore order in the kitchen. She finishes by asking if he can handle it. Unsure, Hyun-suk says he'll do his best. The scene changes and now he's alone with Yahello, who sarcastically asks how it feels to be a Demon King squad leader while technically being a hero. Matching her tone, the protagonist says he's so happy he could die. On the way to his new post, he points out that she still sounds bitter. Yahello just grunts. With a different mindset now, MC reaches his new workplace and starts by confronting a shady-looking servant in the kitchen. The servant mocks him, calling him a slave. Hyun-suk decides to make his new role clear and shouts at the servant as he walks over. The guy looks confused, and then he drops him with a punch to the chin, declaring himself the new commander. After that, he orders everyone in the kitchen to gather. Looking them over, he sees the strongest one has a power level of 3,500. Even so, the group is way too small. He asks where the rest are. There used to be 300, and now only 20 remain. That's when Hyun-suk fully realizes how bad this is and how much trouble he's in if he fails. He asks the squad who knows who he is. A few start calling him the barbecue master, while one idiot goes with delicious human. In an instant, that guy gets kicked straight into the wall. Hyun-suk then firmly reminds them that he's the commander and orders everyone to address him properly as the cook squad leader. After that, he asks why their numbers dropped so badly. One of them explains the others went hunting on their own and got killed by demon beasts. Now that he gets it, the protagonist asks who the best cook left is. They name Galtram and MC promotes him to vice commander on the spot. No one objects. Once everyone is dismissed, the hero wonders how he's supposed to build this squad back up to 200 members. Then an idea hits him fast. The next day, the fairy, the dog, and the hero head out to recruit new cooks with a plan ready. As they search around, Hyun-suk thinks about how some people are easy to replace, while others aren't. Then he finds his target. Greeting him with a kick, he invites the poor guy to become a chef. Annoyed by that welcome, the guy tries to fight back, but the protagonist puts him down again and starts selling him on the idea. He tells him he'll be the first recruit of the day and promises him a high position if he agrees. As a senior, he won't be the one getting pushed around. Instead, he'll be the one doing the pushing. That starts to win him over, especially after hearing his first job will be recruiting 5 juniors. So now the plan becomes obvious, a pyramid scheme. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone is enjoying a big juicy steak. His name is Doris, a commander of the Demon King's 3rd Battalion. While enjoying his meal, he notes how unusually peaceful things are and says this fine dinner proves it. Out of nowhere, a goblin rushes in with bad news. Doris calmly wipes his mouth and asks what happened, and the goblin reports that most of the battalion is gone. Doris asks if they abandoned their post, even though their only job is to serve him. Shaking in fear, the goblin quickly says no. They were called away to join the army's cooking unit. Still eating, Doris says the kitchen's new leader is a human commander Hemish likes. Then he tells the goblin to be more careful next time. The goblin yells that this is far too serious to ignore. Choi already took 200 of his soldiers to work as cooks. That finally shocks Doris. He can't believe his whole battalion left him that fast. Outside, the soldiers summoned by Hyun-suk start gathering. Rahel says more than 200 have already shown up. Stroking his chin, MC smugly says that's all thanks to his genius, and adds that recruiting is basically done. Then a sudden noise makes him turn. It was the goblin, sitting on Doris's shoulder and pointing out the soldiers who used to belong to the battalion. Hyun-suk's first thought is simple: this can't be good. He adjusts his glasses and says he has no clue who these people are, but they look pretty mad. Then the glasses send out a warning. They can't measure anything over 50,000. That catches him off guard. The device warns that using it past its limit could break it. The protagonist mutters that he needs to wrap this up fast and get out before things get worse. Doris shouts, asking if MC, the human who takes care of Bobo, is there. He instantly tries to slip away, but Bobo suddenly appears and happily barks at Doris, ruining his escape. Forced to stop, Ibuonsake gathers his nerve, introduces himself, and asks what brought the commander here. Doris introduces himself as the leader of the separated 3rd Battalion. Then, sounding annoyed, he asks who the protagonist thinks he is to question a commander like that. Pointing at the former battalion members, Doris asks if MC really thinks there's no reason for him to be here. That hits him hard. Even he didn't realize those idiots had dragged in basically their whole unit. Doris then tells him to come talk in his office. With no real choice, Hyunsuk agrees. Deep down, he knew things had been going a little too well. In Doris's office, the commander asks if this really wasn't on purpose. The protagonist swears it wasn't. He just picked the bravest soldiers, and they all happen to be from the 3rd Battalion. Doris is surprised and figures the army's commander must really favor this human. Deciding it's better to keep things peaceful, he lets it slide. His mood softens, and Doris says that since things already turned out this way, there's no use making a bigger issue of it. He tells MC to take the soldiers he chose and use them however he wants. MC lights up and asks if he's serious, feeling like this might actually work out, but the good mood lasts only a second, because Doris says there's one condition. He immediately gets nervous again. Acting like a true gentleman, Doris explains that since Hyunsuk already took 200 of his men, he should take one more soldier too. The protagonist tenses up. After losing that many troops, if Doris still wants to hand over one more, then this guy must be total dead weight. Annoyed, Doris asks if MC is refusing, after already taking his entire 3rd Battalion. Under the pressure, with his legs nearly giving out, he quickly says that's not it. He's just so happy he doesn't know how to show his gratitude. As the door opens, Doris says he's made his choice, and is about to introduce Hyunsuk to his new soldier. A huge hand appears first. Doris announces the recruit's name is Yuzaru, a lovable hybrid born from an ogre and an orc. Yuzaru introduces himself in the 3rd person. Yuzaru has arrived, Commander. Since the protagonist still has the glasses on, he realizes Yuzaru's power can't be measured either. MC freezes at the thought of having someone that strong under him. Doris casually adds that Yuzaru's only flaw is being unbelievably stupid, but he's powerful, so MC should use him well. When Yuzaru tries to enter, he smacks his head on the doorframe and loudly points it out, leaving him wondering just how dumb he really is. Back at the recruitment area, the protagonist says he'll introduce himself again. He declares that he is the protagonist, Bobo's tamer and the army's new head chef. One soldier comments that this is his first time seeing Bobo. Holding up a bone, Hyunsuk says Bobo is a good boy. Bobo's eyes shine and he starts drooling at the sight of it. Then MC turns to the group and says he'll be organizing the unit from now on. He puts up a list and tells everyone to find their names and line up according to the new arrangement he made. Rahello is surprised he actually prepared a list and asks what he based it on. He says he assumes they're all equally smart, so he sorted them by combat power. He adds that the weaker ones with more kitchen experience were sent to kitchen duty, then asks Rahel if that isn't a genius move. After a while, one soldier calls out that everything is ready and everyone has been assigned. Pleased, Hyunsuk says he'll go check. Seeing the troops split into 2 big groups, the protagonist announces that the squad on the right is the cooking unit, and the one on the left is the combat unit. Based on his experience, he knows some may not like their placement, so he invites anyone unhappy to step forward. A soldier raises a green hand and says there is a problem. It's the weak goblin with the parted hairstyle. He says he wants to hunt too, and eat fresh meat right away. Hyunsuk gives him a weird smile and says this is a pain. Then he tells the goblin to come closer. The goblin nervously walks up, wondering what will happen. The moment he gets close, MC kicks him straight in the crotch. The goblin screams, eyes bulging, and MC calmly declares that was his entrance test. The poor goblin collapses in agony, already realizing his future children are gone. Without a hint of pity, he says that since he couldn't endure the kick, he failed. Only then does the hero system finally pop up, saying that thanks to his outstanding leadership and command, Hyunsuk has successfully organized and stabilized the unit. As a reward, the system gives him the hidden skill Charisma level up, and also raises his leadership skill. Looking over the squad, the protagonist asks if anyone else has complaints. After a brief silence, he clenches his fist, ready for a speech, and shouts that everything is now settled. Then he orders the combat unit to grab their weapons. It's time to hunt. In the great forest north of the Black Fortress, Hyunsuk gathers with the combat team and mentions to Rahel that the forest feels especially quiet today, with no beasts in sight. Rahel says Bobo and Yuzaru may be scaring them off with their strength, and MC admits that makes sense. Meanwhile, Bobo and Yuzaru look cuter than ever. He grumbles that those two are his best soldiers, so he can't just leave them behind. Rahel then suggests using bait to draw the monsters out. He questions that idea, saying if they had spare meat for bait, they wouldn't need to hunt at all. Rahel smiles and says he got it wrong. She isn't talking about fancy bait. Pointing at the squad, she explains that the soldiers themselves can be used as living bait to lure the demon beasts. Hyunsuk instantly loses his spark, looks to the sky and asks God what he did in a past life to deserve this. Then he crosses his arms and firmly orders numbers 14, 3, 1, 43, and 7 on the list to step forward. Raheel asks what those numbers mean, and he says they were his old lottery picks back on Earth. Sadly, the ones that never made him rich. Still teary-eyed, the protagonist announces the operation starts now, then orders Yuzaru to grab member number 14. The giant gets excited right away. Once Yuzaru lifts him up, the poor number 14 asks if Hanyeonsuk has completely lost his mind. Calling him an intercontinental ballistic goblin, Yuzaru casually hurls the goblin far into the distance. Hand on his chin like a thinker, MC says it's actually a great plan if they keep throwing weak soldiers out as bait, something we'll eventually notice. He then tells a fox soldier to light a small fire so the ones used as bait can find their way back. Raheel asks if tossing soldiers like that won't just kill them on impact. He fires back that at least 1 out of 6 should survive, then tells Yuzaru to keep throwing the rest on the list. The rest of the battalion whispers in shock that the human head chef has gone insane, and that they'd really prefer to live long lives. One terrified goblin decides to turn around and run for it. But the second he does, he finds Bobo staring at him with sparkling eyes. The goblin panics and swears he'll serve the Demon King's army for the rest of his life. But Bobo doesn't seem convinced. Choi says the ones they threw out are taking too long. They should have been back by now, while the goblin in the back keeps crying for help. At that moment, one of the goblins comes sprinting back in a panic, yelling for help with a pack of monsters right behind him. Choi grins and says the guy finally made it back. Now the soldiers can deal with it as long as Choi gets the finishing blow and the XP. But before he can even finish, Yuzaru charges ahead. He's way too strong to leave the last hit for anyone else. Yuzaru tears through the monsters, one after another, yelling that he loves fighting. That leaves nothing for Choi. Robert just stares at him and asks what last hit he's talking about, when every monster is already dead. While Yuzaru celebrates with Bobo, Choi ends up in tears. He got no XP, and even worse, the monsters were shredded so badly he can't use them for food. Raour, still shocked, points out that Yuzaru and Bobo can kill those monsters in one hit. Choi can barely believe it, and says he'll come back tomorrow without the two of them. Raour asks if he's really sure, since there's only 1 day left before the main commander's job goes back to normal. Back with the battalion, Choi orders everyone to retreat, and tells them to meet earlier tomorrow in the same place. Once they return to the kitchen, Raour asks why he came here first, and Choi says he needs to check whether the mashed meat can still be useful. Then he kicks the door open and yells for the slackers to gather up. One kitchen soldier rushes over and asks if something happened. Choi immediately asks whether he tested the meat from today's hunt. That soldier is Gao Lum, the vice chef. He says yes, but the result wasn't as good as they hoped. Choi says the craftsman isn't that picky, and asks if Gao Lum gets it. In tears, Gao Lum says he does. Choi then mocks him, asking how a vice chef with all that experience still can't handle minced meat. Gao Lum fires back that the kitchen battalion's main job is getting ingredients, not serving as the commander's personal chefs. The commanders care about taste, but everyone else just wants food in their stomachs. Choi says the regular members are having a hard time too, and tells Gao Lum to move faster. Gao Lum runs off at once, shouting for the others to gather and start the firewood. Thinking about that, Choi realizes everyone below commander rank has been living on flavorless food. That gives him an idea, and he smiles. This might be easier than he expected. After a while, he goes to visit someone he knows. Knocking on Abelson's door, he introduces himself as Hyun-sok, and she tells the hero to come in. Blushing and acting awkward, he says it's nothing special. He just wanted to see her. Robert instantly figures out why he rushed to the kitchen. It was all to come see this woman. Then he brings out a beautiful, tasty-looking dish and asks if she's had dinner yet. Choi says he only won the duel because she supported him, and this meal is his way of thanking her. Abelson thanks him and says she'll just have a little. She cuts off a small cube of meat and raises the fork, already thinking it smells amazing. After one bite and a few chews, she goes completely still. Then, like a food reaction scene from anime, she says it's delicious, way better than what she ate at the castle, with an amazing flavor. A few minutes later, a pleased Choi says it looks like she really liked it, since she finished the whole plate. Still shy, he picks it up and says that now that she's eaten, he should go. Right as he's about to leave, she calls his name. Then Abelson asks what Choi plans to do in the future when he leaves this place. Getting emotional, Choi blurts out that he wants to marry her. Abelson's eyes go wide. He quickly realizes what he just said, and that he completely misunderstood her question. So she tells him he can leave now, but before going, he says there's something else he wants besides marrying her. That gets her attention. Before he explains, though, he asks what she wants to do once she leaves this place. With dull eyes, she says she doesn't know yet, because if she ever does leave, she doesn't want to do anything at all. Now the story moves to Gartron, the holy imperial capital of Gradium, where the theocracy is ruled by the Pope of the Church of Deuces. A man kneels before him, calls him Your Holiness, and reports that they've found Abelson Marriott's location. He says Abelson, the next saint, is supposedly being held in the Black Fortress, where the glutton lives. The man on the throne asks how the next saint ended up there. Tapping the throne with his fingers, he asks whether the Demon King has sent any message about it. The answer is no, nobody knows what the demons want, since they haven't demanded anything. The Pope rises and says that in all the wars between humans and demons, only a few times have humans ever broken into the Black Fortress. Even then, the glutton, Hermes, wasn't there, so a direct attack now would be far too reckless. Looking out the window, he says he'll send a secret rescue team. Then Pope Orvan IV orders the man to summon their hero. Back at the hunting grounds, Choi lines up the kitchen battalion into 2 literal blocks. Even so, something is still bothering him. He can't stop thinking about what Abelson meant when she said she didn't want to do anything anymore. He walks to a good spot, stops, and says this should do. As he searches through his backpack, he calls the platoon commander over and tells him to come closer. Then he pulls something out and tells the platoon commander to eat. It's 2 steaks, and the soldiers stare in disbelief, wondering if this is some weird bribe or just leftovers. Choi asks if they're not going to eat. The soldiers apologize and quickly start. The moment they taste it, their eyes light up and the meat is so good they look completely overwhelmed. The 3 platoon leaders drop to their knees, swear loyalty to Choi, and beg for another piece. But he pulls out even more meat and says the tasting chance is over. From now on, he shouts, they need to run. Only the platoon that captures the most demon beasts alive will get to eat with him. The 3 leaders instantly dash off, screaming for their soldiers to move too. Seeing that, Choi says the plan worked perfectly. They're all slaves to their appetites. His real goal in bringing the monsters back alive was simple. He wanted to land the final blow himself and level up. Looking at the system screen and watching his level and charisma rise, Choi says he gained 10 levels in no time while cutting down the monsters. Then one of the platoon leaders asks which of the 3 won. Choi turns to them and announces that the Wolfkin platoon is the winner, and they'll get an amazing meal with him. The other platoons ask what they'll get, and Choi lazily says they'll have the leftovers. Then he orders them to gather all the butchered meat and haul it back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, beyond the Black Forest, several soldiers lie dead, and a man in a black cloak stands there with a sword. Back at headquarters, someone stops at a door and says they've finally arrived. Inside, Abelson thinks she shouldn't have said that to Choi. After all, she can't hide this forever. Then the door opens, and the man in the black hood calls Abelson by her full name. He pulls back his hood, and it isn't Choi at all, but a blonde man with green eyes. He says he's here to rescue her. Abelson recognizes him as Sir Guffin and asks if the Pope sent him. He says he thinks so, but he isn't totally sure. Leaning against the table, she apologizes and says she can't go back now, politely asking him to leave. To her surprise, he says he'd love to retreat too, but a mission is a mission, and he has to finish it. With a serious look, she reminds him that Hermes the Glutton lives in this fortress, and if he tries to take her, he knows how bad things could get. Smiling, he steps closer and asks how she plans to stop him. Abelson says she'll use holy power to call Hermes there. The man suddenly grabs her by the neck and says he's not here to play around. He's not some prince, he's a soldier. Coldly, he tells her to close her eyes, because when she wakes up, she'll already be back in the capital. As his grip tightens and she nearly blacks out, Abelson realizes he might be able to use holy power too, and she can't understand how. As her vision fades, she thinks that she can't go back there again. Then a sleep spell is fired at the blonde man. It's Choi yelling at him to get his hands off Abelson. Choi's punch lands on his face, but it barely seems to matter. With a thin line of blood on his face, the blonde man says that punch was filled with magical energy, and asks what Choi really is. He adds that Choi's movement is impressive for someone with that amount of magic. Annoyed, Choi throws another punch and demands to know what he's talking about, ordering him to get away from Abelson right now. The man answers with a kick, saying it wasn't part of the mission, but it's always nice to pick up something useful, so Choi will come too. The kick slams into Choi's stomach so hard that he can't stay standing. As Choi and Abelson lie on the ground, the blonde man coldly says that pathetic worms always annoy him. Watching from a distance, Rahel sees that the stranger dropped the other man in a single hit, and she isn't sure whether she should call Bobo for help. Then Rahel feels a terrifying presence coming closer. In the room, the man checked a teleport scroll and muttered that if he wanted to take one more person, he had to change a few conditions. Then someone appeared behind him and asked the blonde guy if something had gone wrong. It was Hermes. Smiling, she asked if he needed a hand. He spun around and froze when he saw Hermes. He couldn't believe it. He had sealed the saint's powers. Hermes casually told him to start calling her Gourmet instead. Shaking with fear, he noticed he couldn't sense any magic from her at all, and guessed the gap between them was just that huge. He bit down on the contract and started thinking the story about Hermes the Glutton, wiping out thousands of soldiers in one day, might actually be true. Then Hermes let out a pink aura and said she wanted to see what her blonde guest could really do. Her magic pressure was so overwhelming that the blonde man couldn't move. All he could do was tell himself not to panic. If he stayed calm, maybe he could dodge her attacks and snatch the saint at the right moment. But then a strange dizziness hit him, and he realized what it was. It was the delayed effect of the punch Choi had landed earlier. That brief opening was enough. Hermes attacked and seemed to tear his arm right off. The glutton said she liked him, and asked if he could entertain her a little longer. Seeing how badly hurt he was, the blonde man decided it was smarter to retreat, so he declared the mission a failure. He triggered the teleport spell, a golden blast flashed, and he vanished. Hermes looked a little surprised that he ran after she had asked him for a favor. Then she gave a wicked smile and said that was fine. The real fun was just starting. A short explanation follows. Hermes the Glutton is an ancient monster and an ageless witch. Those names were all insults thrown at Hemis, commander of the 3rd Corps in the Demon King's army. Through endless time, countless demons were born and vanished, but two beings never changed. The Demon King and Hemis, standing firm like giant mountains. But endless time dulls everything, and that kind of existence is cruel for any thinking being. A few days later, Choi is training and gets hit in the exact same spot again. Flat on the ground and crying, he listens as Ridran tells him his attacks and magic are still way too straightforward. Ridran says he needs to loosen up and fight with more flexibility. Through tears, Choi says he'll remember that next time. Then Ridran adds one more thing in a dry tone. No matter how strong Choi thinks he is, there will always be someone stronger. As he helps Choi back up, Ridran reminds him not to forget that a fair win is a luxury only the truly strong can afford. Then Ridran turns to Hyun-sok and says that's enough for today, adding that he did well. After that, Ridran walks off while Choi watches him leave, looking a little awkward. Almost depressed, the hero drops to the ground. Rahel asks if he's okay, and he says no, he's basically dying, and begs her to heal him. Rahel starts healing him, and Choi sighs that at least he can breathe again. That makes her ask if she's just a healing potion to him now. While she heals him, Choi keeps thinking about what Abelson said. She told him he had to become stronger, because only faith in his own strength could protect him. He repeats that to Rahul. Rahul gets mad that he's talking about that woman again, especially after almost dying because of her. She says she can't tell if Abelson is a saint or a witch, and Choi warns her not to say stuff like that, or she might get punished by heaven. Still healing him, Rahul brings up the assassin using sacred power and asks why, if Abelson really is a saint, he attacked her. Choi admits she's right. The next saint should have been treated like someone important, and that clearly wasn't what happened. Frustrated, he says he's done thinking about it. Rahel then asks why he's so attached to Abelson. He brushes her off and says she's just jealous. Rahel snaps back, calling him a lovesick idiot and asking if he really wants to die. A little later, Choi sits there with his head down while Rahel and Bobo stare at him. He mutters that it's over for him and says that in his next life he wants to come back as a rich family's cat. Both of them look confused, and Rahel asks Bobo if he's worried and if he'd really want someone like that as his master. Bobo still doesn't get it, so Rahel says she'll explain what happened. 30 minutes earlier in Hemis's office, she called Hyun-sok over and said she had a big problem. She quickly admitted she'd been bored for a very long time, which caught both Rahel and Choi off guard. From her throne, Hemis said that meant she needed something fun to watch. Choi just nodded, then she told him he had 1 month to train and defeat the battalion commander. That left him stunned, and he nervously asked if she really meant it. With power leaking from her claws, Hemis asked what was wrong, couldn't he do it? Or did he want her help again like with Mr. Donut? The second he remembered that fight, Choi bowed so fast he smacked his head on the table and said no, he'd handle it himself. Rahel finishes telling the story while Choi cries in the background. She tells Bobo to say his goodbyes because he probably won't see Choi for long, and now Bobo finally seems to get it. Rahel turns back to the hero and says it's time he accepted that he's the hero. Then she asks if he really plans to beat the battalion commander with only 9,000 power. Choi says he's already crying about that, so does she want him dead right now? As he keeps whining, Rahel thinks that yes, Choi got strong fast, but not nearly enough. The battalion commander is on a whole different level. Hyun-sok remembers that a battalion commander usually has over 40,000 combat power and groans because there's no way he can reach that in a month. He looks at Bobo and thinks it would be amazing if Bobo could take his place, since Bobo could fight the commander evenly, or maybe even win. While Bobo comforts him, Rahel says the match is supposed to be a duel, and Choi agrees. Then Choi suddenly remembers Hemis's exact words and gets an idea. He asks Rahel what Hemis said again, and she repeats that he has 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. That makes him light up, because Hemis never actually said it had to be a duel or even a straight fight. Rahel just stares at him, speechless. Choi quickly forms a plan. However it happens, he just has to win. If that means using anything he can, even outside help, so be it. Rahel asks if he should really take her words that way. Biting his fingers in panic, Choi says the only option is to lure the battalion commander out and ambush him with Bobo. Hearing that, Rahel asks what he even is anymore, because she can't tell if he's a genius or just a coward. Then she asks how he plans to lure the commander out. After all, does someone as reckless as Choi really have a way to tempt him? Grinning, Choi holds up a spice and says yes, because he met the commander before and knows he loves elegant food. So Choi starts making his ultimate grilled ribs recipe. He picks the best ribs and carefully starts the prep, soaking them in water with honey to draw out the blood. Once that's done, he puts them in a pot to boil. While they cook, Choi chops mushrooms and green onions. Then he adds fish sauce and mixes everything well. After that, all of it goes into the pot with the meat to keep boiling. After at least 30 minutes, Bobo drags Choi through the fortress hallways so fast it feels like his soul is leaving his body. When they finally arrive, Choi collapses and complains that it's ridiculous for him to lose in stamina when he's supposed to be human. Then Rahel suddenly stops him and says it's burning, which makes Choi panic. A moment later, the ribs and stew are done. Choi carefully plates the dish. Smiling, he sprinkles chopped green onion on top and declares that the perfect stew to win Commander Doris's heart is ready. Doris's table was already packed with good food, and he leaned back, enjoying a rare quiet moment. For someone in his position, peaceful meals like this didn't come often. He even thought handing Yuzaru over to Choi had been a brilliant choice. It had taken a bigger load off him than he expected. Then a subordinate stepped in and bowed, reporting that the cooking squad wanted to see him. Though he was already full, Doris got curious and told him to continue. He immediately assumed they weren't here to return Yuzaru. The subordinate explained that Choi had come for another reason. He wanted to offer a dish as thanks. That instantly caught Doris's attention. He had already heard rumors that Choi was unbelievably talented in the kitchen, so he straightened up and allowed him in. A knock came at the door and then it opened with Choi making a dramatic entrance, tray in hand and a rose between his teeth. Doris blinked in surprise but quickly regained his composure. Choi placed the tray in front of him with an over-the-top bow and thanked him for the chance that led to his new role in the kitchen. Doris didn't care much for speeches. He wanted the food to prove itself. With a small nod, Choi lifted the cover and revealed a steaming plate of ribs. A deep mouth-watering smell filled the room and even Doris started to salivate. The dish looked nearly perfect. As he breathed in the aroma, Doris was completely taken in. Across from him, Choi watched with confidence, sure that one bite would pull him straight into bliss. The second Doris took a bite, he froze in shock. It was better than anything he had ever imagined. Seeing that reaction, Choi suggested bringing him more dishes later, and Doris instantly agreed. He'd eat anything Choi made. As Choi left, Yahello by the door could barely hold back her expression, while Doris, still lost in the food, casually noted how favored Choi had become. The moment he got outside, Choi grabbed the doorknob with shaking hands. Then he and Yahello traded one look before both of them started gagging hard. Yahello wiped her mouth and stared at Choi in disbelief, but he admitted he knew exactly what he was doing. When she asked what he was planning, Choi made it plain he'd keep feeding Doris until he turned into a pig ready for slaughter. Inside, Doris knew none of this and happily kept eating. A week later, Doris sat in front of another huge meal, but his appetite was clearly weaker. He poked at the food with a sigh, distracted by the duel for battalion commander. His rising status had brought him dangerous attention, and if he lost, he'd lose his title. Even so, he accepted that risk with pride. Choi realized his week of planning hadn't taken outside threats into account. Still, he forced a smile and told Doris he would win for sure after Doris invited him to watch the duel. The next day, at the Grand Training Grounds, Yahello tried cheering Choi up with her usual sarcasm. He wasn't buying it. After everything Doris had eaten, Choi was sure he had no chance. Roiger, commander of the Demon King's 3rd Army Corps Regiment, began the duel. The challenger, a humanoid with a horned skull, stepped up. Across from him, Doris climbed the stairs already out of breath. But when he noticed Choi, a smug grin appeared. Roiger gave the signal to begin. Doris hardly moved at first, looking totally unmotivated until his moment came. With one quick move, he grabbed his opponent's weapon. A shockwave burst out, making the crowd flinch from the impact. When the dust cleared, the challenger was down cold, and a stunned Roiger declared Doris the clear winner. As the crowd left, Choi started thinking about his next move. That night, at Bobo's house, Choi studied the monster map he had made. Rahul looked over his shoulder and asked what he was planning. His idea was simple. Make monsters fight each other, and let one enemy kill another. Once Rahul got it, she saw how smart it was. 3 days later, deep in the forest, Rahul groaned in exhaustion after memorizing monster after monster. Choi had offered to split the work, but she turned him down and now regretted it. When Choi was asked about their first target, he pointed ahead. Rahul quickly identified it as a surfib, a giant forest worm, but said it was useless for their plan because it was passive. Proud of herself, she waited for praise. Choi just replied that even an idiot can still be useful. A soldier came over and asked where they would hunt next. Choi told him to wait, then asked Yahello about dragon-like monsters with steel-hard scales. She said several monsters matched that, so she'd need to see it herself. That meant they had to face the creature directly. Choi then told the cooking squadron to wipe the area clean. No captures, kill whatever they wanted, and they could even eat it on the spot. The soldiers were thrilled, feeling like their commander had finally come to his senses. They slaughtered monsters non-stop and collected the meat until it started piling up. Choi checked the results, but saw that the real ruler of the territory still hadn't appeared. He started to think all their effort had been for nothing. So he called off the operation and ordered everyone to put their weapons away. And the platoon commander made sure it was done. But just as they started to settle down, Choi heard something strange and knew at once that something had arrived. Birds burst into the sky as a terrifying presence revealed itself. Above them, a dragon's eyes stared down. It was Nidrak, a monster with overwhelming power. The soldiers panicked and ran the moment they saw it. Nidrak answered by setting the whole area on fire. Choi, though, was pleased. With a monster like this, he finally had a weapon powerful enough to kill Doris. At Hemis's office, she spoke with Reed Run about her worries. 3 weeks had gone by with no news from Choi. She wondered if Reed Run had been training him for something special, but he said the training was completely normal. Then Hemis asked what chance Choi had against the battalion commander. Reed Run answered right away, none at all. Still, he mentioned that Choi had gotten close to Doris lately. That caught Hemis by surprise. She remembered Choi saying he would beat the battalion commander, yet now he seemed to be getting closer to him instead. That only made her more curious about what he was really after. At Doris's office, he kept eating, enjoying the grilled meat Choi had made. He thanked Choi for the meal. Then Choi let out a sigh and Doris noticed. Picking up that something was wrong, Doris asked what it was. Putting on a miserable act, Choi said the squadron had a serious problem and hinted this might be the last meal he could serve him. That alarmed Doris, who demanded an explanation. Choi claimed the Corps commander wanted a special kind of monster meat, but the beast was far too strong to handle, and he kept selling the lie. He made it sound like the squadron was getting crushed by a dangerous monster. Then he called it marbling, a name Doris didn't recognize. Doris had only heard rumors that lots of cooks were getting hurt. Choi insisted the monster was real, stressed how dangerous it was, and said sending normal soldiers would be pointless. Instead, he suggested that someone as strong as Doris could beat it with ease and earn praise from the Corps commander. The idea of being recognized by Hemis got to Doris fast. He imagined her looking at him with affection, and the thought made him flustered. Seeing that, Choi promised he'd personally tell her about his achievement, pushing the fake friendship even further. Though Doris tried to act hesitant, he agreed to help because he now saw Choi as a friend. Choi thanked him, but under that polite face, a dark grin spread across his lips. The next day, the plan began. At the chosen spot, Choi gathered everyone and made sure every step was ready. Rahel asked if he had memorized the terrain, and he confidently said he was basically a walking map. Then he quietly told Bobo, making it clear that their real target was Doris. Yuzaru, simple as ever, just got ready to do his part without asking questions. With that, the mission started. Deep in the Great Forest, the soldiers had no idea what the real goal was. All they knew was that they were hunting a dangerous monster. Annoyed by the rough trip through the wilderness, Doris asked how much farther they had to go. Choi said they were nearing Marbling's territory while staying very careful. He knew Doris was stronger than he looked, but he still believed Nadrak would win. Then the air suddenly changed. Birds flew off in panic, warning them that something was coming. Choi warned Doris that something was near. Now fully alert, Doris got ready. Nadrak came out from the shadows and its presence was crushing. Confused, Doris asked if this was really Marbling, saying it looked familiar, but Choi brushed it off by saying lots of monsters looked alike. Doris accepted that and treated it like just another beast to kill. Certain of himself, he ordered his battalion to attack, trusting Choi to make sure the Corps commander heard about his victory. His soldiers charged the dragon without fear. Doris joined the fight himself, releasing his powerful technique. Even with Nidrak's massive strength, Darius kept forcing his way forward through sheer savagery. Watching this, Choi grew uneasy. Darius was more clever than expected. Instead of taking Nidrak head-on, he used his own soldiers as shields and bait to open chances for himself. Choi wanted the battle to crush Darius, but this cold, careful strategy was ruining the plan. Before Darius could finish the fight, a terrified soldier cut in to report that another monster was coming. Choi's face darkened. He had made a mistake. This was supposed to be Nidrak's territory alone, so another monster would wreck the whole setup. He ordered a retreat at once, but before anyone could get away, a huge worm burst out. It was a Surfibe, the same creature Choi had dismissed as harmless, but now it saw the battle as a fight over territory and moved to attack. Darius immediately called for a full retreat, but Rahul realized that if he got away, everything would be ruined. Choi knew there was only one move left. With one fast, clean strike, he attacked. Using the first form of the read-run combat style, he hit Darius so quickly that he couldn't even react. Then Choi shouted for the retreat to stop. He called on the demons to hold their ground, playing on their pride and courage that only threw the battlefield into even more chaos. In the middle of it all, Darius felt the pain and heard the roaring battle around him. Rage exploded inside him, as he wondered if a mere human had just betrayed him. Furious, he yelled Choi's name and decided to risk everything to reach him. Activating Full Bloom, he unleashed a devastating strike. Choi didn't even understand what was happening and had nowhere to run. Rahul yelled at him to move, but before he could, something hit him like lightning. The blow nearly killed him, leaving him stunned and confused about what had just hit him. Through the chaos, Choi saw Darius still standing and shouting that he would rip him apart while he was still alive. Knowing he was in real danger, Choi quickly checked the situation and wondered where Babo and Yuzaru had gone. At the same time, Rahul looked around and realized Surfibe's attack had hit everyone in range. Choi felt like he'd been left alone with Darius, who was burning with rage. Even so, Choi noticed Darius coughing up blood and understood that he was forcing his body past its limit. So Choi chose to stall and ran as fast as he could, telling Rahul to call out the monster zones from the map she had studied earlier, and she started naming them as they appeared. If Haeon Sa kept going straight, he'd run into the Warhound's territory. Darius chased after him anyway, not caring what monsters stood in the way. The protagonist knew most beasts avoided stronger enemies, but once their young were involved, they'd attack on sight. Darius brushed it off as a cheap trick, fully set on killing him. Pulling out more power, he used a level 3 move, Falling Flowers. His strength spiked, driven by his belief that Promote was a demon's greatest weapon. Sure, his raw power would finish High Soak for good. He moved in for the end. Then something felt wrong. His body shook and he suddenly coughed up a lot of blood. MC stopped to watch as Rahul warned that Darius's demonic energy was dropping fast. Only then did Darius realize he'd hit his limit. He had burned too much energy hunting demonic beasts and was completely drained. Seeing that, he reluctantly turned away, accepting he couldn't keep going. Hyenso called after him, asking if he was really running. Annoyed, Darius admitted he had no choice. He needed to recover first. Even so, he swore he'd come back for revenge and never forget this shame. But before he could leave, he stopped him. He mocked Darius, saying he might have come in on his own, but he wasn't leaving so easily. Darius scoffed, making fun of the protagonist for thinking his bare hands could bring him down. But MC was ready. He activated Ride Run Combat Art's 7th move and fired off the explosive destruction wave. To his shock, Darius tanked the hit and stayed standing. With a smug grin, the demon mocked Hyunsuk for underestimating him, but before the fight could go on, someone unexpected showed up. A voice broke through the battlefield, sounding amused by the whole scene. Hemis had arrived, asking what all this noise was in front of her castle. Then an explosion blasted Hyunsuk straight into a tree, leaving him dazed and aching. As he held his head, trying to understand what happened, Darius turned to the Corps commander and begged her to step in. He argued that he hadn't truly lost yet, and this wasn't their final match. Hemis shut him down at once. She mocked how pathetic he looked, stunned that a human had beaten him this badly. With demons already at war with humans, she found it disgusting that someone like Darius held the rank of battalion commander. The thought alone made her sick, and she decided to kill him right there. Hyunsuk saw his chance, rushed in, and boldly told the Corps commander that he had beaten the battalion commander himself. Then he kicked Darius and splashed his blood across Hemis's face. Remembering their earlier bet, she accepted the result and invited Hyunsuk over, saying they had a lot to talk about. As they talked, Hemis found out even a Surfib had gotten dragged into the mess at the end. He admitted he never saw that coming either. Interested in how his mind worked, Hemis casually said maybe cutting his head open would answer a few questions. She admitted the protagonist had played the situation against her, and while she hated how he did it, she couldn't deny it was clever. Even so, she warned him not to expect a second chance like this. If he pulled another stunt or caused trouble again, the punishment would be harsh. Back at Bobo's house, Hyunsuk lay flat on the floor, exhausted but glad to be alive. While catching his breath, he asked about Darius's polymorph and this idea of promote. Rahul guessed it might be a demon-only martial art, and said the cow-headed one might know more. When Bobo barked, MC admitted the poor creature had really suffered through all that chaos, though at least the Corps commander had ended things fast. Thinking back on the fight, Hyunsuk said he even felt a tiny bit sorry for Darius. He wasn't a totally awful opponent. Rahel quickly reminded him that he had landed the last hit on purpose to steal all the experience points. He gave a fake apology, but the grin hiding under his hand showed what he really felt. Wanting to see the results, he checked his level and found that he had jumped up a lot. Still, the question marks in his status window left him confused. He wondered if the system was bugging out, but Rahel shot that down, saying the hero system couldn't just break. She thought he was kidding, but Hyunsuk was serious, then decided to let it go. To celebrate reaching level 48, Rahel suggested checking his combat power. After looking at the numbers, she said his combat strength had climbed to 13,936. The protagonist felt proud of the huge jump, remembering how not long ago even a goblin had given him trouble. Then, as a surprise, Rahel pulled out a beer so they could celebrate. They drank, cheered, and enjoyed the win. But even in that calm moment, I could feel danger and chaos getting closer. After that, Hyunsuk went back to the same routine: sleeping, preparing, hunting, eating, cooking, training, and resting. No matter how much stronger he got, that cycle never really changed. While wrapping his hands for training, MC wondered if he should find Abelson later and clear up the doubts still bothering him. Ryadron arrived, surprised he had come so early, and the two greeted each other. With a proud smile, Ryadron congratulated him for beating Doris, and Hyunsuk thanked him a little shyly. Using that moment, the protagonist brought up something from his fight with Doris that had stuck with him. When he asked about the technique called promote, Ryadron thought for a moment and said it was an informal style from ancient combat. That word informal caught MC's attention. Ryadron explained that there were two kinds of combat: formal, which used set movements, and informal, which broke away from those fixed forms. He added that informal combat had far fewer variations, and since even formal combat was already rare, informal styles were passed down even more secretly. From that, Hyunsuk guessed the difference was kind of like normal attack damage versus skill damage. Ryadron went on to say that promote had been handed down for a very long time. Any demon with demonic chi could learn it, but hardly anyone dared to use it, because it was incredibly dangerous and came with many side effects. That made him ask if he could learn promote too, since he had at least a little demonic chi. Ryadron joked about how tiny that amount was, pointing out it wasn't natural and wasn't even true. Demonic chi, but the protagonist barely cared about the warning. He argued that if his amount was small, the side effects might be mild, and if things got bad, Abelson could help. Even with MC pushing, Ryadron still didn't want to teach something that risky. MC meanwhile got more and more frustrated, waiting for an answer. Desperate, he dropped to his knees and grabbed Ryadron's leg. He argued that without promote, he would die. To him, every fight was pointless, if he stayed as weak as an ant, just waiting for the commander to crush him. At last, he promised that if even one attempt went wrong, he'd stop asking. Ryadron listened, understood his reasons, and finally agreed. Ryadron admitted he still wasn't sure, but he had made a promise, and to the protagonist's relief, he wouldn't take it back. Then Ryadron declared the training had begun and told MC to pay close attention. The scene shifts to the underground prison of the Gartran Empire. There, a chained prisoner is visited by a man in white robes, who greets him by name, Geffen. Geffen says he had been wondering who was coming, then is surprised to see the Pope. He asks what he wants, since he had said they were done with each other. The Pope answers that he has come with a chance to make peace. Geffen asks what he has to do. With a cruel look, the Pope says the mission is to kill Abelson. Geffen is startled and asks why. The Pope answers with cold sarcasm that it's none of his concern. Geffen hesitates, worried because the glutton is there. The Pope tells him not to worry. He says 4 warriors will go with him, and the glutton will be away for a while. He ends with a threat. Geffen must succeed because failure won't be forgiven. Back at the training ground, Hyeon-sok rides in pain as red energy pours from his body, and foam comes out of his mouth. Ryodron only watches, not reacting. Meanwhile, Abelson tears into them for trying demon combat arts, calling it insane when he is human. Ryodron argues that the protagonist kept saying he was fine, and after all that training, there shouldn't have been much demonic chi left anyway. Abelson, furious, snaps back that they aren't healers. They had no way to know he was fine because neither of them was qualified to judge that. She explains that she had sealed Hyeon-sok's demonic chi before, but this training undid it because they thought they could manage it. Ryodron asks what will happen to MC, and Abelson says she can't keep things under control like this. It's too late to seal the demonic chi again, so instead she decides to make his body adapt to its flow. Abelson tries to compress the demonic chi and press it down with divine power, spreading it through his body so it won't stay packed in one place, and maybe then he can survive it. Ryodron is shocked by the plan and asks if that can really work. Abelson admits she doesn't know. She's never done anything like this before, and she's never heard of any other deity doing it either. There is even a chance the demonic chi could fight back against the divine power and spiral even further out of control. Even so, she decides to go through with it. Time is running out, and there is no other option left. Sometime later, Hyeon-sok wakes up in his room with a start. He tries to sit up, wondering what happened and why it feels like so much time has passed. Then Rassel and Bobo suddenly jump onto him, overjoyed that he's finally awake. Rassel can barely hold back her excitement as she repeats that the protagonist slept for 3 whole days. Shocked, he asks if that long really passed, and she wonders if he remembers anything at all. Hyeon-sok says he remembers trying to learn promote, then checks his system window to see if anything changed. The moment he looks, he notices something is different. A new stat has appeared in the window, demonic chi, and it's marked with question marks. As he calmly looks it over, someone arrives and cuts him off. Ryodron and the commander walk in and she jokes that she knew MC would wake up. Choi tries to rise and greet the commander, but nearly collapses. She tells him not to push himself when he can barely kneel. Then she brings up what Ryodron told her, that Choi had been training to use demonic chi. When she asks why he kept that secret, Choi immediately tenses up. The commander steps closer and checks him over. Since the goddess healed him, she says the saint lived up to her name and did well. Choi gets thrown off by that comment about a saint. Then she faces him and releases dark energy from her mouth, saying his demonic chi training isn't finished yet. This time she'll help him personally. After all, Choi called himself her little ant. With snake-like magic, the commander strikes Choi in the neck. It hits like a bite and throws him straight into shock. Ryodron asks what she's doing, but she calmly says Choi just needs a little more rest. In his final moments of consciousness, Choi sees them leave for a meeting with the Demon King. A few days later at Bobo's house, the saint finishes another treatment session, tied to Choi's training. Once she's done, Choi thanks her for always helping him. Deep down, he's also happy he gets to see her every day. Abelson says he doesn't need to thank her, because his own willpower is what kept the crisis under control. Under her breath, she adds that thanks aren't needed since he's her hope. Choi doesn't catch that and asks her to say it again. She brushes it off, says goodbye, and tells him she's finished for the day. Left alone, Choi thinks about all the strange things Abelson has said before, and how this world keeps giving him more questions than answers. For now, all he can do is wait and see what happens. Later that night, Choi studies demonic chi control with Ryodron and the hero. Ryodron warns him not to push too hard, but Choi says he's fine. It's already been 3 days since he woke up, and as long as he doesn't use that magic again, he should be okay. Ryodron notes that it's also been exactly 3 days since the commander left, and while Choi keeps talking, his mind starts to drift. Even if that meeting happens every year, this time something feels off to him. Choi notices Ryodron zoning out and calls to him, making Ryodron apologize. Choi points out that Ryodron has been swamped lately and offers to help, since he's been handling command work alone. Ryodron says it's under control and the commander will be back soon. Even if she left earlier than usual, it shouldn't change much. Then he tells Choi to worry about himself. Choi accepts that like an order, while Ryodron quietly notices how much stronger he's getting. Now that Choi has demonic chi, Ryodron believes his growth should speed up even more. If he can just stay stable like this, the results could be huge. But while watching him, Ryodron senses something unusual. The moment he recognizes divine power, he goes on alert. He jumps to his feet, catching Choi off guard. Ryodron explains that someone with divine power is inside the castle, and it isn't the saint. Before Choi can react, Ryodron confirms it's an intruder, and orders him to stay quiet while he checks it out. In the castle halls, 4 men in black cloaks talk among themselves, surprised by how easy it was to get inside. One says that only happened because the commander is away, but Geffen cuts him off and tells everyone to be quiet. He already knows that and warns them there's still one enemy they can't underestimate. The moment Geffen says Red Nightmare, Riadron appears in front of them and demands to know how they found out Commander Hemis was gone. One man panics when he realizes they're facing the feared Red Nightmare, but Geffen orders everyone to stay calm and get ready to fight. Geffen sends 2 men after Abelson, while he and the last one stay behind to hold off Riadron. The instant Riadron hears they're after the Saint, he gets worried her room isn't far from there. He clenches his fists in frustration. Taking all 4 at once would be easy, but stopping 2 while the other 2 slip past is much harder. Then a voice rings through the corridor. Choi shows up and asks if everything is okay. He came because Riadron left with such a serious look that he got worried. Riadron scolds him for ignoring the order to stay put, though inside he's relieved Choi came. Then he tells Choi to listen carefully to a new order. The intruders are targeting Abelson, so Choi has to reach her first and get her out safely. Riadron throws his necklace to Choi, leaving him confused about why he needs it. Before Riadron can fully explain, Geffen rushes him. Even while blocking the attack, Riadron says the necklace will prove the situation to high-ranking officers. Choi instantly takes off at full speed. Annoyed, Geffen orders his partner to chase Choi and stop him. Riadron finally goes on the offensive, making it clear that no one is taking Abelson out of the castle without the commander's permission. He activates the 7th movement of his combat style and slams into Geffen with heavy strikes. Then he unleashes Explosive Destruction Wave, his eyes glowing red with resolve. Meanwhile, Choi sprints toward Abelson's room. As he runs, a mission pops up: protect Abelson and escape with her. It even teases that maybe romance could bloom after, with a reward of 1,000 points. The idea that humans are trying to kill the Saint puts Choi on edge. He's also shocked by how many points the mission offers. When he reaches Abelson's room, Choi urgently tells her they need to leave right now because humans are attacking. Abelson is stunned and doesn't understand, so Choi explains it's the same group that attacked before. At the same time, in the nearby halls, Riadron's soldiers are slowing the intruders down. They shout at Choi not to waste time and to run with the Saint. Without hesitating, Choi grabs Abelson by the hand, then quickly hoists her onto his shoulder. No time to apologize. He just takes off with Abelson in his arms. Elsewhere, the 3rd commander, Roiger, is leading a meeting. He speaks with clear disappointment about Doris losing to a low-level human. He remembers the commander telling him to straighten everything out while she's away, and wonders why that job had to fall on him. Pushing that aside, Roiger ends the meeting, saying there's nothing else to discuss and everyone should follow orders. Suddenly, a goblin bursts in with an urgent report. He says Choi has shown up carrying Riadron's necklace, and Roiger tries to make sense of that. The goblin quickly adds that other humans are inside the castle and are searching for Abelson. Roiger hears that and gets irritated by the trouble. A moment later, he meets Choi in the corridor with Abelson beside him, ready to explain everything. Choi says Riadron sensed divine power in the castle and went after the intruders, only to find out they were humans trying to kill Abelson. Roiger can't believe humans would target the Saint and tells Choi to calm down, thinking there must be some mistake. Then Roiger suddenly feels something strange coming their way. He barely has time to warn everyone to protect themselves before a brutal attack blasts through the corridor windows, announcing another enemy. Now there can be no doubt. Seeing it with his own eyes, Roiger is stunned by the truth. As the enemies close in on Abelson, Roiger casts a restraining spell to stop them. But they're too far away and the spell can't catch both attackers. Choi steps in, preparing to use the 7th movement of Riadron's martial art. Before one attacker can reach Abelson, Choi smashes him from behind with a hard punch and drops him in one hit. As he moves, Choi yells that he will protect Abelson. Back in Riadron's fight, one invader is already down and Geffen mocks his fallen ally after using him as a shield. Riadron expected Geffen to be strong, but not this strong. He's on the level of a commander. With divine power clashing against demonic chi, that kind of strength is exactly what makes warriors like Geffen humanity's heroes. Geffen laughs and mocks Riadron, saying the fact that he's struggling against 2 intruders proves he's nothing special. Riadron stays calm and asks how someone with no chance of winning can be so arrogant. Geffen fires back, asking who could stop him with the commander gone and Red Nightmare falling short of the legend. As long as Riadron stays busy, his allies can handle the weaker defenders. Riadron grows more serious, realizing the enemy knows far too much about the castle's defenses. Done wasting time, he declares he'll end this fight quickly. Geffen just smiles and asks how that's possible, when their powers naturally counter each other. Riadron answers that raw strength can crush any mismatch. Meanwhile, after knocking one invader out, Choi hears the other say he had no idea the Demon King's army had another hero. The man complains that he never expected to find 3 corrupted humans serving the Demon King. Choi ignores that and tells him the attack has already failed. The whole castle is mobilizing, and no matter how strong he is, he can't take on an army alone, so surrender is the smart move. The man sneers and asks if Choi is really sure the invasion has failed. Nearby, Roiger wonders when Choi learned Riadron's combat style, but he's thankful it helped them capture one of the attackers. The captured man starts muttering something too quietly to catch, but it soon becomes clear he's chanting a spell to sacrifice his own body and spread flames fast. Using sacred magic, he burns himself up completely to create fire as a last resort, raising a wall of flames that turns the area into a blazing arena. Those flames can kill with one touch. Feeling safe behind them, the man lifts his sword and says, even top demons won't get through easily, so Choi should just hand over Abelson. Choi is shaken. He can't understand why humans want the saint dead when she's supposed to be on their side. The man ignores him, and before Choi can press the point, Abelson answers herself. She says the divided empire abandoned her long ago. That catches Choi completely off guard. Abelson goes on, the empire doesn't need the real saint, just a puppet who follows orders. Done with the talk, the man slams his sword into the ground. He says he's tired of the drama and gives Choi a 10-second head start. Choi is cornered, with no safe way to last in a straight fight. The only answer he finds is also the most dangerous one. As the countdown starts, Choi activates Promote. The moment he enters the first stage, Abelson realizes what he's trying to do. She warns that his body can't handle it and begs him to stop, but there's no time left. Choi is sure they'll all die if he holds back, so he decides to fight with everything. He pushes the skill to full stage 2 and still keeps forcing Promote higher. Choi remembers Robert Drun's warning. Promote has 3 stages: Bloom, Full Bloom, and Falling Flowers. Each one is more dangerous than the last, and the third is so risky. Robert Drun told him never to even think about it. Still, with death right in front of him, Choi sees no other choice. He decides that if he pulls this off, it'll be the first and last time. After 7 seconds, Choi reaches the peak. His heart feels ready to burst, and every part of his body begs him to stop. Yahello is horrified that things have gotten so bad this is their only option. Choi shuts out everything else. There's only one thing left now: move. Promote has reached stage 3. With crimson eyes and dark energy pouring off him, Choi tells Rahul to cast her buffs. Time's up. The man is stunned to see a human using Promote and realizes Choi is no ordinary fighter. Choi doesn't waste a word, he launches himself straight at the man. The invader chooses to block, knowing stage 3 will burn through Choi's stamina fast since he's still human. Choi keeps silent and pounds harder against the blade. The enemy is sure he can win just by waiting Choi out. But then Choi suddenly knocks the sword aside with his fists, leaving the man wide open. Before the invader can react, Choi drives a heavy clean punch into his chest. The hit throws the man off balance, and he complains that Choi is using tricks. He stares in shock, disgusted that a human would corrupt himself with demon arts. Choi knows his body is almost at its limit. Even so, he can't go down. He's the only thing standing between the assassin and Abelson. He remembers that pushing Promote this far can cause damage that never heals, and still finds a reason to go farther. A beautiful woman is crying in front of him, and he can't accept that. If dying will make her stop crying, then to him it's worth it. With his body already doomed, Choi has only one path left: keep moving and break past his limits. There's no turning back now. He gives everything to protect Abelson. Watching his resolve, Abelson thinks about using holy power to help him. But with demonic Choi consuming Choi, that would make his body explode on the spot. All she can do is pray. Choi charges again and activates his combat arts. The man notices he's stacking attacks and laughs, calling it self-destruction. Choi ignores him and rushes in. He leaps and strikes with instant obliteration. The enemy keeps taunting him, saying he'll regret this when death comes. As Choi's blow comes down, the man blocks with his sword and mocks it as weak. But Choi keeps pushing, gathering an even stronger attack, not just one hit, but a full combo. This time, the invader doesn't get a chance to say a word. Choi's stack strikes hit all at once and leave him stunned. Now there was nothing left to do but take the barrage. The impact is so violent it tears through part of the castle and sends a huge red blast into the sky. The enemy finally dies. Choi barely has time to look at what he did before releasing Promote. At last, Rahul instantly realizes Choi has collapsed, and Abelson rushes over in panic to help. Before he fully blacks out, the saint catches him and keeps him sitting, while checking his terrible condition. Abelson sees he's barely breathing and tries to speak to him, hoping to keep him going. Then a scream breaks the moment. The defeated enemy gets back up and rushes forward again. Furious, he says Hyen Sok will become a threat to the Empire and forces himself up just to kill him. But a huge hand grabs him by the head and stops him cold. Ryadrun has arrived. He apologizes for being late and finally finishes the invader. While Abelson keeps tending to him, Ryadrun wipes the remains from his hand. He quickly realizes Hyen Sok used the technique again, breaking the promise about the arts they trained. Ryadrun asks the saint to care for the protagonist, and she says she'll do everything she can. Shaken by how far he went to save her, Abelson prays that he survives. The story then moves to the waiting room in the Demon King's castle. It's the 5th day of the commander's meeting, and Hemis is complaining about the food when a woman snaps back, telling her to quit whining and eat what's there, calling her loudmouth. That woman is Park Hyuna, the 4th commander of the Demon King's army. Hemis mocks Hyuna's tough act and says if not for the commander's non-aggression pact, Hyuna would have died by her hands many times already. That makes the 4th commander furious. Before things can blow up, a humanoid hamster runs in shouting. He has urgent news for Hemis from the Black Fortress. When Hemis asks what happened, he reports that the Gartran Empire attacked the fortress with 4 knights, including one at hero level. The raid left many dead and injured. After hearing that, Hemis turns to Hyuna with a smile and points out how the meeting schedule changed right when the fortress got attacked. Hyuna has no good answer. As Hemis finally starts enjoying the food, she keeps thinking about that little coincidence and about the Demon King. Back in Choi's room, he wakes up after using Promote and is surprised he actually survived. Rahel immediately storms over, grabs him by the hair, and scolds him for being so reckless he nearly died. Choi pleads for mercy, reminding her he's still recovering. He jokes that, judging by how much Rabiel's hit hurt, he's definitely alive even though he thought he was done for. Rabiel tells him he really did lose, because even after using every technique together and landing a direct hit, the enemy was still standing while Choi was already unconscious. Before the man could finish him though, Rabiel Throne showed up and ended it. That cow-headed guy saved everyone with one blow, and Choi listens in amazement. Rabiel keeps explaining what happened after the fight. Rabiel Throne and Abelson treated Choi and gave him what he needed to recover. She and Bobo helped too. More importantly, both Riadron and Abelson called it a miracle that Choi lived, and they asked him not to do something that reckless again. Choi then points a finger at Rahel, and she instantly tenses up, expecting an argument. Instead, he gently touches her face and apologizes for making her worry, thanking her for taking care of him. That melts Rahel's anger, and the mood between them turns warm again. A few hours later, Riadron and Commander Hemis visit Choi. While Hemis plays with Bobo, Riadron keeps saying Choi only used that technique so well because of the demonic chai Hemis put into him. He also asks if Choi thinks he has 9 lives, reminding him again that Hemis is the reason he's still alive. Choi says he gets it now. Still messing with Bobo, Hemis gets annoyed by all the lecturing. Choi asks how the meeting went, and Hemis says she doesn't care. Protecting headquarters mattered more, so she just left the meeting and came back to the fortress. Choi is stunned, since it was a meeting with the Demon King. Hemis smiles and says the Demon King may have been a little annoyed. That sends a chill through both Choi and Riadron as they imagine what comes next. But Hemis is more interested in what happened at the fortress. Choi's performance after receiving her demonic chi made it act like it was always his. While Choi and Riadron worry about the Demon King's anger, Hemis is just thrilled by how interesting Choi is. Then the story shifts to the moment Hemis met the Demon King. In that memory, she says that through every battle the Demon King ever fought, from the first to the last, she stayed by his side and followed his goal. Hemis believed everything he did was meant to protect. The Demon King Tigrid cuts in and asks what exactly she's trying to say. Hemis gets straight to it. If his plans go against her, they'll have a problem. Tigrid answers that her attitude is insolent, and what she's really saying is that she no longer plans to obey him. Tigrid asks if living so long has just made Hemis bored, like she only wants something to do. Hemis says she expected that answer and makes it clear she has no intention of fighting him. So instead she says she'll leave, but before that, Hemis looks at Tigrid one last time and asks which one of them is really tired of time passing. She tells him to think carefully, calling it her last warning as an old companion. After saying goodbye, Hemis goes to see Choi, and the story returns to the moment she and Riadron are leaving. Choi watches them respectfully. Then Hemis turns to Riadron and congratulates him, leaving him confused about why. She says he managed to deal with a hero-class human by himself, and asks if it's finally time for him to move up to a higher rank. Riadron thanks her, but says he doesn't think now is the right time. When Hemis asks why, he answers right away. He still wants to train, watch Choi grow and keep learning from Hemis too. He believes that will help him improve more. Hemis gives a small smile. Then she gets straight to it and asks if the castle was split into 3 parts because of the human attack. Riddenrid admits it was and says he has no excuse. Hemis says everyone must have gotten soft if things got that bad before she even reached the front. So she decides to hold a tournament to choose a commander for the 3rd Army. The story then cuts back to Choi, who's checking his shop through the system. He notices that even after upgrading the hero shop to intermediate level, he still has 950 points left. Letting them sit feels wasteful, so he starts wondering if there's anything worth buying. Rahul says that makes sense, since he finished another quest and got 1,000 more points. Choi excitedly scrolls through the upgraded shop and sees way more options than before, including all kinds of items and even cosmetic stuff. Rahul asks if he's actually planning to buy anything. He says that despite the huge selection, most of it looks basic and overpriced, especially since none of it even gives bonus stats. Rahul agrees and points out that Hydro could tear through those items like paper. Looking more carefully, Choi notices some accessories come with different effects, but the descriptions are hard to understand, so he decides to upgrade his combat power gauge first. Right before doing it, Choi spots something else, and asks what an item called Wrath and Magic Creation is. Robber explains that it isn't really an item. It's more like a unique creation system skill that lets Choi turn one of his moves into an actual skill and level it up, so even if it's still the same kick, it should hit much harder. Choi thinks that over. Then he goes ahead and spends 500 hero points. The system starts the creation process, analyzing his mana and physical movement. It also says Choi can control how long the analysis lasts. All that information leaves Choi totally confused, but once he figures out how the system records movement, he's seriously impressed. With that, he stands up and gets ready to record his new skill. For the first test, Choi chooses his kick and performs the move while the system records it. After that, the system is supposed to generate an improved version by optimizing his balance and mana control. Choi just watches it work, and then a warning message pops up and catches him off guard. Just as he's thinking, his life is starting to feel like a real power fantasy. The warning says the creation process failed and tells Choi to perform the movement properly. That instantly annoys him. He snaps, asking what the hell is wrong since he did exactly what the system told him, and he has no clue why it failed. Yahello guesses the system may not be recognizing him properly because he's a bug user with demonic chi. She explains that the hero system has the toughest security in that world, so the failure might not really be his fault. Even more frustrated, Choi grabs Yahello and shakes her up and down while she panics. As he complains that he was already mad and her explanation only made it worse, something suddenly grabs his attention. A new hero quest appears. Before he even reads it, Choi gets more irritated. He just wasted a pile of points, and now the system gives him another mission, so he demands his points back. But the quest tells him not to cry over spent points, saying he can earn more and should move on. His new task is simple: create a new skill using his own strength. Later at Riedrun's training ground, Choi drops to his knees again and begs his master for help. Riedrun repeats the request to be sure. Choi wants help developing his own personal wrath, and Choi says yes. Riedrun thinks it over for a moment, then tells Choi he'll help. Choi gets teary-eyed and can't even answer. Riedrun adds that he was planning to train him anyway. Riedrun turns and says the training starts now, and Choi follows right behind him. A little later, the two sit in deep focus as the training truly begins. The session goes on with more strikes and physical drills, which seem to be the part that leaves Choi completely worn out. By the end, Riedlon and the Saint look in on Choi resting in his room again, covered in bandages with his feet bent in a strange way. That marks day 1, and Choi smiles, happy he made it through. After pulling himself up, he checks the system window and sees that he cleared a mission. His combat power goes up and Choi realizes he actually succeeded in creating his own personal wrath. It's based on a modified form of Riedrun's martial arts. Choi decides to name the new style Noblesse. Then comes the day of the tournament. The host introduces himself as Jark and announces that this event will choose 1 company commander and 13 battalion commanders. He also says more than 1,000 fighters are expected to join. As the host explains the format, he says the tournament will have 3 matches total, and this time they'll use a different battle style from past events. Everyone gets 1 hour to prepare before the first round starts. During that time, several contestants gather, including one goat-headed fighter with a creepy grin. Right after that, Choi is shown smiling, while the host says a knife has been accidentally dropped, using it to introduce the first event, the Killer Run, which will take place on the highway outskirts. The focus shifts to Choi warming up when the 4th commander arrives and walks over to him. She says she's been watching him for a while and asks, almost mockingly, if he's human. Choi is caught off guard since he's never seen her before, and he's stunned by how beautiful she is. She keeps sizing him up and says his black hair and combat power gauge make him look like an ordinary hero at first. Choi tries to agree, but she keeps going, surprised that he has demonic chi and wondering if he might be a spy. Before that talk can go any further, Riedrun steps in, tells her to back away, and then realizes she's the 4th commander. Riedrun says he has a message from Hemus for the cooking squad's commander, and Hyuna is shocked that this guy is getting a direct order from Hemus. Riedrun confirms it. So Hyuna backs off and gives them space. As she turns away, she notices Riedrun is standing beside Choi, not like a hunter near prey, but like a commander beside someone important. That thought excites her, and she says what happens next may be even more rewarding than she expected. Riedrun then tells Choi that she can act out of line sometimes, but she's still a squad commander, and also a hero like him. He warns that she came to watch the tournament under the Demon King's orders, though Hemus called it surveillance, so Choi should stay away from her. Choi quickly feels there's something odd between those 2 commanders, then says he understands and asks what Hemus wanted. Riedrun explains that Hemus wants him to place at least rank 8 in the tournament. If he fails, he'll be sent to the 2nd Materials Research Squad. He also mentions something about cost protection, which makes Choi panic over what might happen to him. 2 hours later, the tournament finally begins. The host lays out the rules. The first event is just a race. Reach the finish, and that's it. There are no extra rules. He also adds that if someone accidentally kills another competitor today, there will be no punishment. The goat-headed fighter turns to Choi and asks if he heard that right. In a threatening voice, he says that if he accidentally kills Choi, it'll be forgiven, so Choi better stay away. Choi calmly says he understands. Then the host gives the signal to start. The runners take off at once, and Choi moves with a small group, though he's still well behind the leaders. One flying contestant mocks everyone stuck on the ground and quickly fires a magic attack at Choi's group, making Choi call Rahal for a shield. As he keeps running under Rahal's protection, Choi asks for an update on the runners ahead. She tells him that at this pace he'll barely make it into the top 100. Then the goat-headed fighter suddenly appears beside him. Surprised, Choi survived the attacks from above and forms an energy sphere to blast him. The attack lands, but Rahal's shield blocks it perfectly, and Choi thanks her. Unhappy with that, the goat charges up even more power and throws another attack at Choi. But before it hits, the energy splits into countless smaller shots and rains down on several other runners. Choi doesn't get why the guy weakened his own move by spreading it out. Then the answer becomes clear. The goat starts acting like Choi was the one who launched the attack to hit everyone else. That false blame leaves Choi furious. Now the whole crowd is after Hyun-Sok, fired up with anger and hatred. Holgoat speeds up and laughs at MC for falling behind. As he runs from the mob and spots Holgoat ahead, he swears he'll kill him once he catches him. He asks Rael how many are still in front, and she says he already passed 76, only 24 remain. Right after that, an attack from behind smashes through Rael's barrier and hits the protagonist. As he stumbles from the blow, Hyun-Sok suddenly remembers his training with Reincarnated. Back then, he was stuck on how to handle his mixed fighting styles. Each one had been made for a very specific purpose, meant for demons, then adjusted to work with humans. So he needed to use both Promote and Reincarnated's combat style as the base for a brand new skill built to fit MC perfectly. That's how Noblesse was created. The moment he activates it and returns his focus to the race, the system says his magic rank rose from D to C, and his demonic chi jumped from E to C too. Noblesse then appears in the system, a unique style born from merging those two powers, releasing a purple aura of magic and demonic energy, with 0.06 proficiency. After charging up while blocking attacks from the other runners, Hyun-Sok suddenly bursts forward and yells for everyone to move. In seconds, all the runners see is a streak of purple light blazing past them at insane speed. He flies by one competitor after another, but then the update comes in. 95 runners already made it, so only 5 spots are left. Hyun-Sok pushes even harder, moving so fast that Rael can barely keep up. Holgoat glances back and is shocked to see him already right behind him. The protagonist almost enjoys it. He's glad he found Holgoat right at the finish. Then he activates Rahel's third combat form and charges an attack as he closes in. The instant he reaches him, MC slams him from behind and tells him to go accidentally die. Holgoat is launched at absurd speed into the wall, smashing straight through it. Watching the chaos, the host announces that the 99th and 100th qualifiers are Hyun-Sok and Holgoat. He drops down in relief after qualifying, while Holgoat lies unconscious behind him. The protagonist gives thanks, but Holgoat quickly gets back up, furious, cursing him and promising to kill him. Before it can go any further, the host cuts in and ends the race. He says the 100 who passed will return in 3 days for round 2, and everyone else is dismissed. That night, in a forest near the Dark Fortress, Hemis stands with Park Hyuna as the 4th commander, asks if she's really planning to release that thing into the tournament. Hemis ignores the question and looks ahead, greeting Modem like an old acquaintance. The creature gives off a red aura and says it has indeed been a long time, 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days. Then it asks what Hemis wants. This creature is Modem. Hemis is familiar with power measured at 198,532. Hemis tells Modem his job is to seize every participant's flag. He agrees, and she adds one warning. If he finds a decent contestant, he should hold back. Hearing that, Hyun-Sok's the loudmouth is getting soft. Hemis asks why the 4th commander thinks that makes her soft, then brings up a bigger question, why demons keep losing to humans. Without waiting for an answer, Hemis gives one herself. Demons fight too fairly. They try to solve everything with brute force, and when they can't win head-on, they still refuse to retreat, so they die, and everyone just accepts that. Humans are different. When they're losing, they pull back, then return with tricks to tilt the fight their way. That's why the Demon King's army keeps losing to weak humans. Hemis says it while pointing a finger right at Hyuna, leaving her stunned. Then Hemis casually adds that the 4th commander needs to study more, which only makes Hyuna more annoyed. The next stage's rules are announced. Random teams of 4, each starting with 2 flags. After 48 hours, the teams with the most flags move on, with only 10 slots total. Any team with 0 flags is out no matter their rank. Once the teams are set, Holgoat is thrilled. Their plan is to use MC as bait to lure in other players and steal their flags. MC admits the idea is smart, but inside he's wondering what kind of rotten luck put him on Holgoat's team. The other 2 teammates stay quiet in the back. One is a hawk, the other looks like Arbok. Together they form Team 9. Still hyped, Holgoat says they can just sit tight, because with the flags they already have, they're basically qualified. He can only think about how annoying he is. Then the rankings show Team 9 in 4th place with 4 flags, but that wasn't their standing. A moment ago, their rank suddenly jumps again, climbing to 3rd even though they haven't done anything. Everyone is left staring, wondering what is going on. Then a steel foot steps toward the group. Heinso catches the sound of metal, turns around and spots Modem, radiating overwhelming power and a terrifying presence. When Holgoat sees all the flags on Modem's back, he realizes this monster must be wrecking the rankings. Instead of backing off, he grins and wonders if it's some kind of jackpot. Then he charges the stranger without thinking. Heinso tries to stop him, warning that he can't win, but Holgoat keeps going and calls him a coward. As he gathers power for an attack, Holgoat boasts that he's about to kill the tin monster and take all its flags. Modem drops him with one simple move. The blow sends Holgoat crashing into the Hawk and Arbok, and their team loses the flag. While Modem stores the new flags, the ones who sent him watch from afar. Hyuna asks if this was really needed. Looking at Modem, she says the protagonist team has no chance with their current abilities. Hemis says nothing and keeps watching as the time for the test keeps ticking away. Soon, Haju's team has dropped to 25th place. Later, with only 1 minute left in the test, MC says he has a plan and tells everyone to move on his signal, especially Holgoat. They've run into Modem again after he left to gather more flags, and the moment Modem sees them, he figures they're trying another crude attack. He gives the order, and Holgoat starts charging magic, clearly irritated that a human is commanding him. The blast hits Modem's area, but when the flames and dust settle, he's still standing there untouched. Then Hyunsuk calls on the Hawk. Already high above and ready, he starts his dive and drops toward Modem at top speed. Modem notices the charge and realizes it's a coordinated attack. The first team to actually try tricks like this, so he prepares to block it. As the Hawk closes in, Modem catches him by the neck and stops the strike cold. Only the strong wind from the dive reaches him, and Modem casually says the breeze feels nice. Then he spots Hyunsuk moving in and comments that this team's attacks are all painfully simple and slow. He even mocks how weak the protagonist's demonic chi is. At the same time, Arbok sneaks in from underground while MC gets close to Modem's guard. He orders the centipede to strike and tries to slip past Modem's defense to finish the assault with everything he has. Then Hyunsuk activates his unique skill. Wrapped in noblesse, he rushes at Modem, and just as he's inches away from grabbing a flag, Modem stops him and even praises the team's combo attack, saying it wasn't bad for something made up on the spot. But that's as far as they get. It still isn't enough, and Modem has already pinned down Arbok and Hyunsuk. With only 15 seconds left in the test, 3 members of the team are completely immobilized. Modem then asks the protagonist what that purple energy was. MC ignores the question and keeps his eyes on the clock. Desperate, he tells Modem he'll learn what it is the hard way. Grabbing the enemy's hand, Hyunsuk triggers his new skill, Chi Explosion. The purple energy surges into Modem, and in an instant, he is already out of the fight. Still, the attack is strong enough to throw Modem off balance. As he falls, time runs out and both fighters are pushed apart. At the final second, Modem regains his balance and the test ends. Modem figures out how the move worked and wonders if it was basically a self-detonation, though not a very strong one. Hearing that, Hyunsuk gets his attention by calling him Tin Can and telling him to look behind him. On Modem's back, Holgoat is holding a flag, which leaves him confused. The protagonist mocks him, asking if he really thought he'd blow himself up without a plan. He explains that the whole thing was set up so Holgoat would be ready to grab a flag at the moment of the blast. Then MC says it was a real pleasure not to meet him. The rankings appear, and Hyunsuk says he'll never see the Tin Can again before flipping him off. The system then shows his new skill, Chi Explosion, with 0.11 proficiency. After round 2, Hemis asks Modem what he thinks of Choi. Modem calmly says Choi is a rare human who uses both demonic ki and mana at the same time, something he has never seen before. Hemis says she already knew that and asks what else he noticed. Modem adds that Choi is not just gifted, he thinks fast under pressure. His instincts are sharp, and even many top demons Modem has met don't compare. Hearing that, Hemis falls silent for a moment. She starts thinking the demon army may need to change direction. If she follows her own path, the future might turn into something far more interesting. The story then moves to the divine empire of Gartrum. The Pope mourns Geffin's death, a hero-class fighter killed in a disgraceful way. Even in grief, the room is already thinking about the next move. A man nearby asks what they should do about Abelson. After a brief pause, the Pope coldly says that popular or not, she is only the princess of a tiny kingdom. He removes her from sainthood consideration and orders her to be branded a heretic, someone working with the Demon King's side. Then he turns to another matter. He asks whether Hemis is causing trouble again. The man answers that she has started reorganizing the army. Her plan is to choose new officers through a tournament based on skill. Always scheming, the Pope asks if there is any way to ruin those plans. The man Elrond says he tried asking the Demon King for help, but the response was clearly hostile. If they interfere with Hemis too much, they could end up provoking the Demon King himself. The Pope suggests a more direct option. Send a hero to break the structure from inside, with Kinley as a possible choice. Elrond hesitates. Hikenta, now branded a traitor, is at the Black Fortress, and Kinley would have little chance against both of them. The Pope notes that Huna being there may mean the Demon King and Hemis are not fully on the same side. For a moment, Elrond considers dropping the sabotage plan, but the Pope cuts him off with a raised hand. He insists that Gartrum and Dracen have always grown stronger through conflict. Their power comes from holy war against demons. As he sees it, evil has to exist, so the light of justice can shine brighter. That light feeds the faith of the people, and that faith strengthens the empire, so no matter how things change, the war must go on. The Pope reveals that one of their tactics has been pretending to cooperate with the Demon King to quietly guide the war. But if demons keep evolving this fast, they may soon slip beyond the Empire's control. Then he tells Elrond to check whether their spy reported the location of the next tournament. Elrond looks through his notes. He opens a map and confirms the next match will be in Inimazit, a distant forest packed with dangerous beasts. Both men note how far it is from the Black Fortress and take that as a favorable sign. The Pope gives his order. Gather the heroes and use the next round to test their strength. As the Empire sets its plans in motion, the story returns to Hyunsuk in his room. He's amused by the mess inside his system after combining demonic Kai and mana. The energy setup has gotten much more complex, and Rahao quietly thinks back to when he had only one skill, the one he polished through Hydron's brutal training. The protagonist notices that Hydron's fighting style changes are now listed in his skill window, with both noblesse and magic explosion counted as separate skills. That brings his total to 5 unique skills, a big step forward. Watching the update, Rahel asks if his leadership rank went up too. She says the new effects on his skills are incredibly useful and is clearly impressed by how fast he's moving up the ranks of the Demon King's army. As he checks his system, Hydransok wonders if the shop has any items that could raise his stats even more. A voice suddenly cuts in, bluntly saying nothing in the shop will help at his level, and that he needs to wake up. It is Hyuna, who appears out of nowhere and startles him. MC jerks backward when he realizes the surprise visitor is the 4th commander. Annoyed by his reaction, Hyuna tells him to stop panicking and asks how many hero points he got. He quickly says 1,300. She asks about his shop rank and he says it's at the intermediate level. Hyuna mocks him right away, calling that progress completely pathetic. Seeing a chance to learn something, he carefully asks what Hyuna bought when she was at his stage, hoping for advice from someone more experienced. Hyuna laughs, fully aware he's trying to pull information from her. Still, she agrees to give him one tip, if he answers every question she asks. He accepts right away. She tells him that since he already has an aura, his next move should be upgrading the shop and buying a dimensional pocket, an inventory item with great value for the price. Hyuna wonders how useful that would be and asks if it might appear in the next shop rotation. Hyuna nods, then says it's her turn to ask questions. First, is he really a hero? He gives a vague answer. Somehow, yes. Then she asks why he's serving in the demon army. Again, he says it somehow just happened. Her third question is how he can use both demonic ki and mana at once, and he gives the same answer. It just happened. Fed up, Hyuna sums it up with sarcasm. He's a hero who somehow joined the demon army and somehow uses both demonic ki and mana. The protagonist just nods. That answer earns him a hard kick to the face, sending him across the room. Dazed, he shoots back that Hyuna is in the demon army too. Sometime later, Hyunsok is face down on the floor, pinned under Hyuna as she rests on top of him. When she calls to him, he answers at once. Hyuna asks if he wants to transfer to the 4th Army and become her direct subordinate. She even offers to train him herself. Still hurting, he politely turns her down and thanks her anyway. Her mood drops and she presses harder on his back, demanding to know why he's so set on staying. Struggling through the pain, MC says the main reason is simple. If he tries to leave, Hemus might kill him. Hyuna asks if that's all or if he has any goal beyond just surviving Hemus. Without missing a beat, he says his great dream is to marry a rich blonde noblewoman and have 5 kids. The answer is so random that it leaves Hyuna stunned. She gets off him at once, clearly shaken, and says they should both forget this whole conversation. After trying to recover, Hyuna tells him to chase whatever weird dream he wants. At least on one point, she admits he's probably right. Hemus would never let him walk away easily. With that, she turns to leave and tells him to get some rest while he still can. As her footsteps fade, Hyunsok lies there staring at the ceiling. He admits that fear of Hemus and even his ridiculous dream aren't the only reasons he stays. His growth as a person, a fighter, and maybe even a hero is tied to this wild life in the Demon King's army. And strangely enough, that thought makes him happy. Sometime later, the 3rd round of the tournament finally begins. The tension is high as he gets ready, checking his gear and packing what little he needs. Before leaving, he smiles and asks Bobo to watch the house. He promises to come back with first place, and Bobo answers with a bark. As Hyunsok and Rahel get ready to go, Rahel asks about the route to Inimosity, and whether they will pass through Lidongjin first. He checks the map one more time and confirms it. With everything ready, the two head out the door, full of excitement. Both are focused on winning, and determined to claim the top prize in the next round. The story jumps to the 3rd day of the tournament, where the protagonist is hunting monsters. He notices that every kill gives him a full level, and after already leveling up 4 times, he starts wondering if this is even real. The enemies are dryads, plant-type demonic beasts that usually help other monsters reproduce by spreading pollen. Holding one defeated dryad, MC questions why he's getting so much experience. Above him floats a purple sphere used in this round. On the 3rd day, the challenge is simple. Survive in the demonic forest until 10 of the 24 participants are eliminated. Each contestant was also given a magic item. That item is the same purple sphere Hyunsok finds suspicious. Made by Hemus from demonic energy, it tracks each participant's location for the organizers like a military GPS. Rahel moves closer to the purple orb, amazed by how advanced the Demon King's army is to make magic like this. He decides not to waste time and moves on before anyone can steal his kills. Out of nowhere, something smacks him in the head. He drops to the ground and the monsters he was carrying slip away. The attacker is happy to have found him, while Hyunsok struggles to shake off the blow. Then the attacker shows himself. It's the goat, furious and ready to crush the protagonist for good. Somewhere else, the tournament host grumbles in boredom. Watching over the event feels like a useless chore to him. Meanwhile, the other guards are helping watch the portal to Inimazat. One guard tells him to take it seriously. That portal matters. It's the only one linked to the main gate, and if something happens to it, the damage could be huge. The host admits that's true, but says nobody is likely to show up in a place this remote. Far away, a new presence appears. The portal guardian immediately senses strange beings nearby. He sends out his energy to check them and confirms that they're humans, likely monster hunters. Even so, he brushes them off because he can't feel any unusual magic from them. He figures attacking first would only cause trouble, especially if they discovered the portal. Since Inamazat is huge, he assumes they won't run into the tournament group and leaves them alone for now. Back with MC and the goat, the new enemy tries to act tough, bragging about his power and saying MC should beg or at least run, since there's no shame in retreat. Tired of the act, MC asks Yahello if they should just kill him already. That one line changes everything. The goat instantly drops his tough act and begs for his life, warning that killing him would be a huge mistake. He has no idea what he means. Then the goat says he knows something very important. That makes the protagonist ask what it is. The goat reveals that every demon in the area has put Hinsuk at the top of their hit list. MC doubts it. If that were true, he asks, then why isn't everyone already coming after him? Instead of answering, the goat suddenly starts counting down, leaving him confused. When the countdown ends, the other participants show up around the giant chair. The protagonist is stunned and the goat bursts out laughing. Back at the Black Fortress, the whole scene is being shown to Hemis and Hyuna through magic. Hemis didn't expect everyone to gang up on MC, and she laughs at how pathetic it looks. Hyuna quickly tells her this isn't something to laugh about. Then the broadcast suddenly cuts off as the Guardian reports that humans are attacking and trying to destroy the gate. He says the enemy is a heavily armed human force using stealth gear, and somehow they know exactly where the gate is. The message ends there. Hemis immediately orders Riedrun to move. Riedrun gets how serious this is right away and says he'll handle it at once. Hemis points out that the attackers came far too prepared, which means someone must be leaking information. As she says that, Hyuna can only stare in shock. Hemis raises her voice and demands to know where the leak is, while Hyuna looks even more shaken. Back in the forest, Hyunsuk manages to escape the others, but he's furious and scared. He can't believe the contestants are breaking the rules, and even worse, the people running the event are doing nothing. Rahel tells him to shut up before he gives away their hiding place. Nearby, 2 participants search the area for him. After a quick check, they decide he isn't there and leave to wait for the next tracking update. The protagonist stays hidden a little longer just to be safe. Then he drops to the ground, overwhelmed by fear, wondering how he's supposed to survive this. Raho tries to calm him down. She reminds him that his leveling has been going well, says they could hunt more monsters nearby, and asks if his shop has anything useful. He agrees and starts looking, though he doubts anything there can really save him. Just when he spots something that might help, a dark figure in a cloak walks up and interrupts him. The stranger asks if he's the rumored hero, catching Hyunsuk off guard. Then the man pulls back his hood, revealing red hair and a human face, which shocks MC even more. The others with him uncover their faces too, all staring at the hero in a strange way. They're clearly human, but something about them feels off. Their leader apologizes for not introducing himself sooner. He says his name is Andrew Taylor, and that he's a hero too. Right then, Hyunsuk's system pops up with a mission. Survive no matter what and kill all villains for 1,000 hero points. Thinking fast, he plays dumb. He cheerfully introduces himself as a rookie hero named him and casually asks what they're doing in a place like this. Andrew answers that they're here to hunt demons. The protagonist nods along, calling it a noble cause, and saying demons deserve to be wiped out. Then he gets up, says he's off to crush some demons too, and wishes them luck. But suddenly Andrew draws his sword and slashes at him. Hyunsuk barely avoids it and is stunned by the attack. Andrew makes it clear they're also here to kill the human traitor. As he prepares to strike again, the tournament participants arrive, still searching for MC. The goat sneers that there's no way out now. Some contestants spot another human and wonder if he can somehow make copies of himself. Andrew is thrown off by that comment, while Hyunsuk quickly reads the situation and comes up with a plan. Without hesitation, he tells everyone to recite the 3rd command of the Demon King's army. The crowd is stunned and has no clue what he's doing. Even Andrew just stands there confused. Then the protagonist starts shouting a speech, declaring that they are the mighty army of the Demon King. A blue aura starts pouring off him, and as he keeps going, the goat and the other contestants hesitate, asking if that means they should devour the humans in front of them. Hyunsuk says yes, and urges them to destroy the enemies of their father, the Demon King, like true warriors. At that moment, the system announces a hidden status, charisma and leadership, and says ally morale has risen. MC yells for them to charge, and the participants start talking among themselves. The goat admits he has a point. Another participant agrees that they are an army either way, and the goat backs him up. He shouts for everyone to move and tear the humans apart. Boosted by the protagonist's blue aura, the whole group rushes into battle, and the protagonist is thrilled that his trick worked. He silently praises their courage, then starts running the other way, happily saying they'll meet again in Valhalla. As he escapes, Hyunsuk thinks they probably won't survive long, and running is his only chance. Then someone suddenly grabs his scarf. It's the commander who had been guarding the gate. MC recognizes him at once and asks what happened. The commander says the gate connected to the castle was destroyed in the human ambush. When he asks about the guards, he says they were probably all killed, and that he barely made it out himself. The protagonist can't believe it, especially since there were only around 40 enemies. The commander explains that every one of them was at least battalion commander level, with 3 at regimental commander level, and one almost as strong as a division commander. The protagonist then asks what they can do to stay alive. The commander answers that survival may not even be possible. Then he reveals that Sok has a tracking spell on him. Since the commander is also high-ranking in the Demon King's army, both of them are prime targets. MC asks if the spell can be removed, but the commander says no, it takes too long, and they don't have that kind of time. Suddenly, the tracking spell picks up a nearby creature with an absurdly high level, a demon beast. He realizes that monster might actually help them. He looks at the commander, who waits for the plan. Then Sok says he has an idea that might get them out of this. Sometime later, the invading force has already wiped out all the tournament participants and notices that the traitor hero got away, so they begin a full chase using the tracking spell to follow him. Andrew notices that something besides the protagonist is being detected and wonders if it might be Flowclad. He explains that Flowclad is one of Inamazat's top predators, a massive plant-type monster with combat power between 250,000 and 300,000, and it's considered high risk. Usually it takes at least a fighter-class hero to bring it down. Andrew says killing it is possible, but the damage would be severe. Before long, the invading heroes are thrown into chaos when they collide with the monster. Andrew orders his team to keep the beast busy, while he goes after the traitor hero himself. At that moment, the system announces the use of an item called pheromone perfume. It copies a demon beast's scent, but the bigger the area it covers, the weaker it gets. It creates beast affinity toward humans for 10 hero points. Sok uses it together with Promote, betting everything on this escape plan, even if it means dressing up like a female tree. Andrew soon notices the pair in their bizarre outfits and looks completely caught off guard. He charges right at them, and MC immediately calls for the commander to stop him. The commander cleanly blocks Andrew's attack, and both swordsmen pull back into position, ready to fight. Andrew unleashes his sword's advanced form and attacks again, starting a fierce duel between two master fighters. While the commander gets pressured from several angles, Sok jumps in and takes out the side attackers, one after another. He tells the commander he'll handle the weaker enemies, and urges him to stick with the plan so they can survive as long as possible. Andrew catches on and asks if their whole strategy is just to buy time. No one answers him. The story cuts back to when Choi explained the plan to the commander. His idea was simple: use the demon beast as their main weapon against the enemy. The commander was supposed to avoid Andrew as much as he could, wear him down and keep the beast between them. At the same time, Choi would handle the others by using the beast to his advantage. The key was never fighting head-on. He even gave the plan a name: Come at me. Back in the fight, Andrew gets annoyed by how much the commander keeps dodging and demands to know how long he'll keep running. The commander says nothing, but inside he thinks the humans fight like cowards. Even so, he knows that style is exactly what's buying them time. The focus shifts to Choi, now facing a cloaked enemy. The man is worn out, but he still gets up with one goal: to kill the traitor. He rushes in and Choi slips past every strike with ease. Still, Choi can tell the blows are sharp and strong, any one of them could split him in two. But there's a problem. The guy swings his sword like a machine, stiff and easy to read. Choi makes the first real move and kicks his leg out from under him. The man drops face first and Choi finishes it with a hard kick to the head, knocking him out on the spot. That easy win gives Choi several level ups, which even surprises him. The fight was almost too simple, and their robotic style makes him wonder if these people are really human. Then, while thinking about how long he's been using Promote and how much stamina it's burning, Choi notices something strange. His forehead starts changing, and the system says his demonic chi has risen from rank C to rank B. A horn starts growing from his head. Confused, Choi realizes he's taking on a demonic look. The system explains that his body has temporarily synced with demonic chi, causing an instant transformation. Not far away, the commander watches Andrew from a safe distance. He can feel his strength fading. He's close to his limit, and that worries him. The demon beast he's been hiding behind is badly hurt too, breathing hard and shaking. Neither of them can last much longer. Andrew finally breaks the silence. He mocks the commander, saying the only thing he's good at is running, and that's about to end. With a smug grin, Andrew boasts that heroes grow stronger every time they kill a beast or demon. He's already level 983, and once he kills the beast, he'll hit 1000. Then Andrew charges. He strikes with deadly accuracy, and the commander barely blocks it with the whip at his side. For the first time, his face shows real concern. He knows that if he doesn't come up with something fast, he's finished. So he quickly starts touching key points on the beast's body. His fingers move with practiced speed, and small red sparks burst out with every touch. The sparks leave strange marks across the beast's skin. Even with Andrew pressing him non-stop, the commander keeps going, betting everything on finishing this seal. Andrew keeps advancing while the commander blocks what he can and clings to the beast. Every hit pushes him farther back, until one heavy strike sends him crashing to the ground. Andrew raises his sword with both hands and gets ready to stab the weakened beast. He arrogantly tells the commander that once he gets the stat boost from killing it, dealing with him will be easy. But before the final blow lands, the commander speaks through heavy breaths. He says he wasn't running around for nothing. Right then, the marks on the beast begin to glow bright red, and thick metal chains burst out from them in every direction. Red sparks crackle around the demon beast. It's an advanced restraint skill. Ignoring his wounds, the commander finishes the last hand sign to activate the seal. The glowing chains shoot forward and wrap around Andrew from behind just as he's about to strike again. The story flashes back to when Choi and the commander talked about the second part of the plan before the fight. Barely hiding his excitement, Choi suggests calling it Kill Steal. The commander gives him a doubtful look and asks if that's some kind of hero code. Choi just grins and explains that he'll wipe out the rest of the group before the beast goes down. Always careful. The commander asks what happens after that. Choi answers with confidence, keep stalling like planned, and when the time is right, he'll come back and help finish the beast. The commander awkwardly scratches his head and admits they don't really have better options, but he says the plan has two big problems. First, can Choi really make it back in time? Second, even if he does, can he beat Andrew after he levels up? With his usual blunt honesty, Choi admits the odds of everything working are under 1%. But he adds that if they give up now, their chance becomes 0. Clenching his fist, Choi says that if those are the only choices, he'll bet everything on that 1%. Back in the present, Andrew is suddenly pinned by glowing chains around his legs, wrists, and even his raised sword. Furious, he demands to know why the commander is using such a cheap trick. The commander stays calm, shaping more hand signs as he controls the chains. He tells Andrew to be patient. They have a hero who can level up too. Then Choi appears in his awakened demonic form. Horns rise from his head, power pours from his body, and even Andrew is stunned. His voice shakes as he asks what Choi is and if he's actually a demon. Choi doesn't answer. Instead, he rushes the demon beast barehanded and slams it with brutal force. The impact sends out a shockwave, and the chains on both the beast and Andrew shatter. At the same time, the system confirms Choi has leveled up. The demon beast takes its last breath and crashes to the ground. Dropping to one knee, the commander laughs tiredly and says Choi couldn't have picked a better time, though it was way too close. Choi nods, his fist still covered in the beast's blood, and thanks him for holding out. Then Choi turns and points straight at Andrew. With total confidence, he declares that he will be the one to beat the hero. Andrew raises his sword and scoffs, brushing off Choi's words as pure arrogance. Killing a weakened beast doesn't mean anyone can beat him, and he's ready to crush that foolish idea himself. The next moment, Andrew reveals a new sword skill. Form 3 Dragon Slayer. Blue energy wraps around the blade as he steps forward with absolute confidence. With a roar, he swings. Choi doesn't move back. He raises his arms, crosses his wrists, and stops the blade with pure strength. The ground cracks under him, but he stays standing. Andrew immediately understands what he's dealing with. Choi isn't just strong, he's a close-range fighter with terrifying physical power. If he gets in again, the sword may not be enough. Choi stares back with glowing white eyes, calm and fearless. Andrew's flashy sword and hero title mean nothing to him. He's here to end this. Andrew unleashes strike after strike with his sword skill. Blue beams flashing around Choi, but Choi blocks every one of them with ease. Worried that Form 3 won't be enough, Andrew pushes it to Form 7 and charges again. Before he can finish, Choi hits back with insane force, blasting him away with violet lightning. Andrew is launched off the demon beast and only stops when he slams into a rock wall hard enough to crack it. Blood drips from his mouth to the ground. Teeth clenched, Andrew lets out a desperate scream and wonders what Choi really is, maybe even a demon. Now on the ground, Choi gives off a violet aura. He walks to Andrew and calmly says every enemy he's beaten was stronger than him. Then he drives a hard kick into Andrew's stomach. The hit makes the hero gasp in pain. Without warning, Choi grabs Andrew's face and smashes him into the ground. Keeping him pinned, Choi speaks in a steady voice while Andrew begs him to stop. As he closes in, Choi lands one brutal hit after another. Between blows, he mutters the same idea like a lesson he once burned into Andrew's mind. In the end, level is only a number. With energy wrapped around his fist, Choi ends that statement with one last punch. It hits even harder than the rest and ends the fight for good, proving his point. After the battle, Choi gains several levels and unlocks a hidden stat, Fighting Spirit. It boosts resistance to mental effects and sharpens focus in combat, and he starts with 10 points in it. A little later, Choi is on the ground in pain after using Promote again, though this time the backlash is lighter. Even so, he acts like he's dying when he's clearly not. While Choi keeps up the dramatic act, the commander walks over and asks if the hero is still alive. Choi says no, he's dead. Then the commander suddenly dumps a red liquid on Choi's face, startling him and tells him to drink it. Choi sits up at once, complaining about the awful taste and asking where it came from. The commander says Rahel brought a whole bunch of those potions. Rahel shows up holding another bottle and explains it's a high-grade potion. She offers him more, and the system says it heals and restores a little mana too. Choi asks Rahel where she got so many. She says dead heroes drop everything they carry, and that catches him off guard. Looking at Andrew, Choi says heroes in this world are way too weird. Rahel doesn't get what he means, so he explains that heroes are supposed to be righteous, people who fight evil and save the world. But in this world, killing another hero brings no punishment. Instead, you get XP and items. Choi realizes that even though he's a hero, he's been living more like a villain, and nothing pushes back against it. After hearing that, the commander says Choi's concern makes sense from a human view. But as an ally, what he did was no different from a good hero. He saved him. In the end, the commander says human morality isn't that simple. Things have two sides, and right and wrong aren't absolute. Choi listens closely to the commander's words. Still, one thing bothers him. Was the commander actually trying to comfort a hero? When Choi asks, the commander answers with kicks, telling him to shut up and rest. Still hurting from the side effects, Choi whines that his bones already ache. The commander finally stops and explains that he called for help before the signal was cut off during the attack, so reinforcements should be coming. Choi smiles in relief, though he still stays on guard in case the commander kicks him again. Then the story moves to Riadron's arrival. He's the one who opens a portal for everyone to go back. The commander helps Choi into the portal, and it works without a problem. Everyone passes through and reaches the Dark Fortress. Choi happily announces he's back, but the moment he opens his eyes, he sees disaster. Everything is wrecked, and Choi is stunned to realize his safe zone isn't safe anymore. His shock turns to anger when he notices his house is burning, and he demands to know who did all this. Riadron and the commander see the damage too, and the three of them quickly figure out who's behind it. It was all Hemis. She's still there, filled with rage and wearing a blank expression. Hyun-sok is the one caught in Hemis's fury. She desperately tries to talk Hemis down, saying all this destruction is pointless and doesn't even make sense. Then it becomes clear that Hemis thinks she is the traitor, even though she strongly denies it. By now, Hemis doesn't even care if the protagonist is guilty or not. She's furious, and that's enough for her. Anyone tied to the Demon King won't be allowed peace, and with a cruel smile, she prepares another attack. Left with no choice, MC gets ready to defend herself. She can't believe Hemis is still destroying everything despite the proof that she isn't a traitor. Hemis launches a brutal attack, but something strange throws it off course. A huge wall of smoke rises, and a creature slowly appears through the chaos, leaving everyone unsure who it is. Then someone who looks a lot like Riadron calls out to Hemis with a hard, serious stare. It's Uzgeis, another commander in the Demon King's army. He brings a direct order from the king himself, telling Hemis to stop immediately. That makes Hemis pause. How did Uzgeis learn about this so fast? Even with an instant warning, getting here in time should have been impossible. That means the Demon King knew before it even started, and sent him in advance. Hemis then realizes Hyun-sik was only a decoy, and someone else had really been assigned to spy on the commander. When she says that and confronts Uzgeis, he answers that she's just being paranoid and making too much out of something in her own head. She takes that as mockery, and gets ready to aim her next attack at Uzgeis. But then Hemis pauses, drops her guard, and comes down to speak to him face to face. As she walks closer, Hemis admits she may have overreacted. Then she brings up how she was punished for saving Rotak from the humans and locked in the Dark Fortress for 100 years. With that, she reveals what she thinks Uzgeis meant, asking if he really sees her as arrogant and paranoid. At the same time, she starts casting a spell across the ground. As the magic spreads, Hemis says maybe saving Rotak was a mistake. Uzgeis notices the threat and is caught off guard by her sudden move. While dark energy closes in around him, Hemis finishes by asking if he agrees. Uzgeis doesn't move at all, almost like he's sure nothing can hurt him. Suddenly, a voice rings out. It's Riadron, shouting for Hemis to stop before she attacks. Uzgeis recognizes Riadron right away, showing the two clearly know each other. Before things can escalate, Hemis calmly steps up and touches Uzgeis on the shoulder, telling him to relax because there's no need for confusion anymore. She says she already got what she wanted. Then she grips his shoulder tighter and tells him to thank his nephew, making it clear that Riadron is Uzgeis' nephew. Later, Choi lies in bed, still trying to process everything. He's shocked by how much chaos exists inside the Demon King's army. Abelson is with him again, helping him recover. She asks if he still plans to stay in the Demon King's army, especially since he's about to be promoted to battalion commander. Choi says he probably will. An official war has already started between the Dark Fortress and the Garchan Empire, and even if he wanted to leave, living with humans now would be almost impossible. Now that Choi has horns and uses demonic chi, Abelson can't help laughing at his situation. Soon, Choi thinks back to the trial, especially the heroes who showed up there. Something about that group felt off. Aside from Andrew, the others looked strange. They all seemed dazed, and no matter how hurt they got, even when they died, their expressions never changed. When Choi asks if she knows anything about them, Abelson says she isn't sure. Since she was expelled, she no longer knows the kingdom's inner workings. Still, she confirms the Empire has many powerful heroes, and most wars against demons aren't fought by priest-rank heroes. Even so, it's still a mystery how the divided Empire gathers so many strong heroes so fast. There are rumors, though, that cruel methods are being used to make it happen. As soon as she finishes, someone arrives and cuts the conversation short. Riadron apologizes for interrupting the moment between them, but says Hemis wants to see them. The scene shifts to Hemis's office, where she greets them warmly and happily says she has a new mission. They need to install a spatial interference magic shield. Choi has no idea what that means, so Hemis explains it simply. It's like a barrier that blocks unauthorized teleportation. She says it's important so he doesn't wake up with an assassin in his room. Hemis adds that only the Second Corps can handle this job. At that, Choi starts to see where this is going. Hemis continues, saying they'll travel undercover as a messenger and the messenger's personal medic. She says the setup is mostly to protect them from humans, so the mission should be easy enough. On top of that, she'll send a trusted guide with them. And that guide is someone who reads the travel order with fire in his eyes, clearly annoyed at being dragged into yet another ridiculous mission. The commanders gathered in a grand hall around a long table. 7 seats were set out, but only 5 were filled. 1 empty chair stood out. Ratak had skipped the meeting again. The 5th commander, Uzgaz, just shrugged. Ratak never came to these meetings anyway. Derekages, the 1st commander, was clearly annoyed by Ratak's absence, even if attendance wasn't required. Hyuna lazily brushed it off, saying that even if Ratak had shown up, he would have just rambled. Hemis stayed quiet, listening as the others said pretty much everything already. At last, Tigrid, the supreme commander, looked over the room and declared the meeting open. The topic was Hemis. She had carried out a major operation without reporting it, and the clash between Choi's demonic form and Andrew was brought up as part of it. Tigrid explained that the border had been left open, letting humans set up an ambush with heavy losses. Loose Gaze cut in to give the numbers: 97 dead, 100 injured, and even more missing. Tigrid calmly went on, saying, Hemis had also attacked the 4th commander for no clear reason, even though that broke the rules. Commander battles need approval beforehand. With that, Tigrid formally opened the debate over Hemis's punishment and asked if anyone had objections. Hemis immediately cut in, saying she wanted to speak for herself. She raised her hand and argued that she did have a reason. According to Hemis, someone was spying on her, and she believed the 4th commander was the culprit based on the situation. So instead of punishing her for protecting herself, she said they should be looking for the one trying to sabotage her. That question clearly irritated Tigrid, who asked if she was challenging his authority. Hemis answered that it was only a humble suggestion, but her smile made it obvious she meant more than that. That only made Tigrid angrier, and he gripped his throne hard, shocked by her nerve. Later, Uzjez, Derikazis, and Hyuna talked in the hallway outside the room. Uzjez pointed out that both commanders had let their emotions take over, making the whole meeting pointless. Hyuna was upset, saying Rems and the Demon King might never get along again. Derikaz agreed they'd probably never be as close as before, and Hyuna admitted she hated where things were heading. In the end, they decided not to dwell on it too much. From now on, this kind of clash would likely keep happening, and all they could do was choose which side to stand with. Meanwhile, at the magical tower of the 4th command, Shai's group arrived, and the hero was quickly amazed by what he found there. Before long, the 4th commander's guards stopped them. They asked everyone to identify themselves right away. Roger introduced himself as the commander of the 3rd Regiment, and explained that 2 humans were with him. After checking Hemis's letter, the guard warmly welcomed the group, said the commander was expecting them, and led them inside. At the same time, Rotak sat back in his office, thinking about the human who could use dark mana, and was slowly turning into a demon. He found it interesting, but after Hemis's warning, he reminded himself that the boy was still human. Soon, the group reached the room and greeted Commander Rotak, who welcomed them and then suddenly lunged at Choi before he could even finish saying hello, catching him completely off guard. As Rotak examined his body, he seemed surprised by what he felt or didn't feel, and he started pouring energy into one of Choi's arms, warning that it would hurt and that he had to endure it. Shai had no idea what was happening, so all he could do was grit his teeth and bear the pain as Rotak's energy ran through him. When it was over, Abelson quickly asked if he was alright while Chai knelt there trying to recover. The saint moved in to help, but Rotak seemed more impressed than worried, praising Chai's growth. As Chai looked up, Rotak asked whether he understood the future waiting for him. Then he finally said that if things kept going like this, Chai would be dead in about 3 months. The warning left him stunned. Rotak explained that Choi was transforming into a demon at a dangerous speed. He said Choi was lucky only parts of his body would change on the outside, but eventually his organs would be corrupted by dark mana too. And once that corruption reached his heart or lungs, he would die on the spot. Choi doubted it, saying he felt fine. Rotak turned away to grab something and told him to wait if he wanted proof. He picked up a paper from his desk and showed it to Choi, calling it a demon contract, a tool that reveals the truth. That caught Choi off guard. The contract confirmed Rotak truly believed Choi would die in 3 months. It also exposed Rotak's plan. He wanted Choi to agree to his experiments, accept possible deformities during treatment, and even risk losing parts of his mind or sense of self. Choi instantly understood what Rotak was after. Abelson was shocked and begged Choi not to sign, promising she would take care of him herself. Rotak shut that down fast. He called Abelson naive and explained that dark mana and divine power cancel each other out. Her healing had only worked because Choi was still mostly human, but once he became a full demon, her power would stop working on him completely. That statement stunned both Abelson and Choi, and Rotak pressed them harder, reminding them that 3 months was only the best-case estimate. Choi needed to choose fast. The group stepped away to think. Rahel worried that Choi basically had a fatal illness, and the only person who might save him wanted to run insane experiments on his body. Choi said he wanted to buy time before training the battalion, and wondered if there was any other way to be treated without becoming a test subject. Then Rogers asked why he didn't bring the problem to Hemis. Choi was caught off guard by that idea, and Rogers explained that unofficially, Hemis ranked above Rotak among the commanders. If anyone could pressure the 2nd commander into changing the contract, it was her. So the group went back and knocked, asking to come in. Rotak allowed it immediately. Then Choi stepped forward again, this time carrying something hidden under a cloth, and asked to enter. Rotak noticed the item at once, and asked what he was holding. Commander Rogers set it on the table, revealing a glowing purple orb everyone recognized. Then he began the spell to contact Hemis. Rotak tensed up the moment he saw the communication orb. It didn't take long for Hemis to answer, greeting Ratak and casually asking how he'd been. In a shaky voice, Ratak greeted her back and pointed out how long it had been since they last met. Hemis reminded him it was at one of the Demon King's meetings, and Ratak, getting even more nervous, awkwardly agreed. Hemis didn't waste time and said she was calling to ask for a favor. Her tone turned sharp as she told him to add a few terms to the contract. First, he had to do everything he could to treat Choi. Second, Choi was not to be harmed. Ratak immediately saw where this was going and froze. Hemis kept going, demanding a third condition. Nothing in Choi's body could be altered without permission, and he was not allowed to die before the contract was complete. That list made Ratak snap. He demanded to know why Hemis cared so much, and why he should go that far for a human. Hemis calmly called his name, and Ratak straightened up at once. When she reminded him that 350 years ago, after his own people abandoned him, she took him in and fed him. She also reminded him that 200 years ago she helped him win the commander selection tournament, and 100 years ago she saved him from being killed by humans. With every word, Ratak's pride crumbled. Hemis ended it by saying she had even paid a price for standing up for him. So if he remembered any of that, there was only one thing left to do: sign everything. Ratak had no choice but to obey. Later, he could only vent his anger by cursing both the humans and Hemis. Furious over the humiliation, Ratak calls for a subordinate to bring a communication device. He has someone to contact. By the next day, Ratak brings Hyun-Sok back to his lab office and says they have a lot to discuss. Without dragging it out, he gets right to the point. He notices how serious Ratak looks. Calmly, the commander asks if he knows why demonic chi is changing his body. The question catches him off guard, especially since Ratak seems to treat it like a normal thing. Thinking they're on the same page about preparing him, the protagonist answers honestly. He says his body is changing because a human using demonic chi goes against nature. Ratak immediately says that's wrong. He explains that MC is partly right. Humans aren't built to handle demonic chi. A normal person should burst and die the moment demonic chi enters their body. But through fate and pure chance, it settled inside Hyun-Sok and became part of him. Because of that, the demonic chi kept evolving and started changing his body. It's reshaping more than his body. It's changing what he is, letting the power sink in even deeper. Shaken by that explanation, he asks if there's any way to stop the changes. Ratak bluntly says no, the transformation can't be stopped. Still, the protagonist might be able to steer where it goes. To do that, Ratak plans to transplant parts from a demon or magical creature into his body. MC takes the idea badly, already imagining himself turning into some human monster mix. He asks if refusing is an option, since every replacement idea sounds insane. Ratak answers that if he won't accept it, then he can just keep living like a terminal patient until he dies. Ratak adds that Hyun-Sok doesn't need to worry. He plans to keep his looks and vital organs intact, using only transplants that won't be noticeable. With that, the topic is settled. Later, in the training arena, Ratak and he meet for a noblesse test. Ratak tells him to show the skill. The protagonist focuses right away. Soon, purple energy gathers around him, marking the start of the transformation. Ratak watches closely. He sees that Hyun-Sok is using demonic chi and mana together with amazing efficiency. More importantly, he's gained enough physical power and mental control to endure it. Ratak is impressed by how gifted MC is for pulling this off. Once the noblesse state is ready, he quickly tells him to activate promote. Not long after, horns grow from his head again. Ratak notes that this is the only big physical difference between the protagonist's noblesse form and his promote form. He figures MC may have gotten lucky, then confirms the transformation is efficient because it protects his internal organs. Inside, Ratak is dying to study this further and copy it in future test subjects. He hates that Hemis keeps him from cutting him open for a full analysis. He also regrets being unable to mass-produce these powers in chimeras, which would make him untouchable. For now, his only path is a scroll pact. Noticing Ratak drifting into his thoughts, Hyun-Sok snaps him back and asks what he's supposed to do after using promote. Ratak refocuses and says there's no need to show anything else today. Inwardly, he knows he already got what he wanted. Then he tells the protagonist that starting tomorrow, he'll begin fixing his body and powers step by step, and says he should rest. After that, MC kept doing more promote tests and intense physical training, pushing himself until he dropped from exhaustion. Once he hit that point, Ratak began physical procedures on him. Ratak kept altering him and forcing his changed body past new limits, which only created more needs and more modifications. Commander Rogers and Abelson stayed with him the whole time, watching everything. Later, the story returns to another talk between Hyun-Sok and Ratak, and Yahello is there too, casually eating cookies. The system shows that his stats have improved, but he's so exhausted he says he wants to die, then jokes that he feels so awful, maybe he's already dead. Ratak watches the drama and points out that dead people don't have bodies, and aura is stable. With that, he declares the day over. The protagonist thanks him, though he's clearly worn out. As soon as he leaves, Ratak activates the communication orb again and calls someone. He asks if they can talk now. The person on the other end asks what could be so urgent that Ratak called out of nowhere. He presses for an answer to the proposal he made earlier. The other person asks which one, then quickly remembers the one on the other end is Ryuna. She brings up Ratak's offer, an alliance to bring down Commander Hemis. Hemis smiles at the idea, but she's doubtful. Even if she has issues with Hemis, she doesn't get why Rotak wants to go to war with her. After all, Hemis was the one who raised him and helped him grow until he became one of King Amon's commanders. Rotak answers that those days are long gone and their paths split a long time ago. His voice turns cold and distant. Then we get a flashback to Rotak speaking with Hemis, telling her he wants to continue his chimera research because he believes it's a truly powerful method. Hemis mocks the project and asks how long he plans to rely on cheap tricks. No matter how strong his chimeras get, she says, it means nothing if he, the one controlling them, stays weak. The words hit hard, reminding him how little he stands out on his own. Back in the present, Rotak asks Ryuna for a clear answer. Will she join him or not? Ryuna pauses, wondering if he'd be better off just ignoring Hemis the same way she ignores him instead of trying to drag her down. Rotak says he could have kept living like that, but Hemis now holds someone too valuable to ignore. If he can copy that person's abilities and spread them to others, this alliance could become far more than revenge. It could change everything for them. Ryuna quickly guesses he's talking about Hyunsuk, though she asks just to be sure. She still doubts he's worth bringing down Commander Hemis over. Rotak says he is. He argues that no matter how strong Hemis is, she can't handle two commanders attacking her together. If he and Ryuna join forces, her fall won't just be possible, it'll be certain. After a moment of thought, Ryuna agrees and tells him to contact her once the plan is ready. The call ends with Rotak calmly saying he'll reach out again in a few days. Rahel, still sitting there with her cookies, hears the whole thing and is stunned by what Rotak is planning. Before long, the group contacts Hemis to warn her about the plot against her, but to their surprise, she already suspected it. Hyunsuk asks why she's not shocked. Hemis asks why she would be, since it was all obvious from the start. Then she asks if that's why they used the orb to call her. Msek says no, he has something else to ask. Caught between monsters far above him, he wants to know what he's supposed to do. Hemis goes quiet for a moment, clearly weighing her next words. Then she looks back at them and asks what they think about a new idea she just had. It was a smart plan, but one that would leave Rotak in a very dangerous position. Sometime later, outside Rotak's laboratory, Rogers and Hyunsuk knock out one of the guards. Rogers leads the way and finds the room holding the mission's true target. He asks if the vials in front of them are the treasure. Hemis mentioned that Rotak had been guarding. Rogers says yes. They're vials of demonic chi taken from ancient beasts that are now extinct, so they can never be replaced. Some were gathered over centuries and locked away for good reason. One of them, in theory, is the strongest of all. Holding up a vial filled with red liquid, Rogers tells the protagonist to wait before doing anything. He warns that if this goes wrong, he'll at least make sure MC gets a proper funeral. MC stares at him, deeply unimpressed, and thanks him with pure sarcasm. Then, without much hesitation, he snatches the vial from Rogers, asks if now's the moment, and starts drinking it. A little earlier, during the call with Hemis, they had gone over the plan that would help the protagonist get more out of his dealings with Rotak. Her instruction was brief, clear, and deeply unsettling. Hemis told MC to hurt himself. The order was so simple that it made it even worse. He was stunned, confused, and hesitant. After all, she had just forced Rotak to accept strict rules protecting his body, so why tell him to injure himself now? The contradiction left him deeply uneasy. Seeing Choi freeze up, Hemis eased her voice a little but stayed firm. This wasn't a joke or some harsh lesson. It was an order and a smart one. From what she'd learned, Rotak had been careless with Choi's treatment, doing only the bare minimum needed to honor their pact, and once that duty was over, he'd stopped trying to keep Choi alive. Choi still couldn't connect the dots, so he asked what any of that had to do with hurting himself. It went against every rule that was supposed to protect him. Hemis explained that Rotak had spent years collecting rare demonic essences, traces of ancient monsters packed with huge power. Her plan depended on them. To make it work, Choi had to absorb the strongest ex-demonic essence Rotak owned. Just hearing that made Choi sick. He asked the obvious question. Wouldn't swallowing something that dangerous just kill him? Hemis had expected that, calmly. She reminded him how the pact worked. Rotak was magically forced to do everything he could, and even what should be impossible to keep Choi alive. That was why she set those terms in the first place. No matter how deadly the essence was, Rotak would have to use all his skill to save him. Then she tried to steady him with something more personal. Hemis knew Rotak's abilities better than anyone because she had shaped them herself. She was the one who raised his medical talent. If anyone knew what he could handle, it was her, and she trusted this plan. The story cuts back to Choi reluctantly drinking the potion. As the bitter liquid went down, Commander Roigers watched him closely. Raheel stayed nearby, worried, and asked if he was okay. Choi sighed and said nothing seemed wrong so far, aside from the horrible taste. For a second, it looked like everything might be fine. Then a brutal wave of pain tore through his body so sudden that he locked up. The vial slipped from his hand and smashed on the floor. His sight blurred and he struggled to breathe. The pain was worse than anything he'd ever felt. Raheel called his name in panic, while Roigers narrowed his eyes and muttered that the side effects had started. Then it got even worse. Choi twisted in pain, fighting not to pass out. Even then, he managed a sarcastic jab at Roigers, blaming him for not warning just how horrible the side effects would be when he clearly knew what was in that potion. Roigers answered with cold calm, saying it should have been obvious. Choi shot him an angry look and tried to reply, but the pain won and he blacked out. Sometime later, Choi woke up in a bed, still groggy. He quickly knew this wasn't somewhere familiar. Slowly, sore and weak, he pushed himself up. Then Rahel showed up with a small smile and told him he was in Rotak's office. According to her, the commander had spent 4 straight days treating him with all kinds of shady but effective methods, just to keep him alive. Her words were meant to reassure him, but she still looked uneasy. At last she asked how he was feeling, but before he could answer, the door opened. Rems walked in like she owned the place, saying it had been a while. Ruigers and Rotak came in right behind her. She stepped up to Choi with a satisfied smile and said his power had clearly increased. Rems added that he'd grown even stronger than she expected. Choi tried to brush it off and say he wasn't that impressive, but she paid no attention. Without warning, she put a hand on his shoulder and started casting a spell. Choi's right arm turned completely black and sharp pain shot through him. Whatever she used was meant to destroy the limb, leaving him shocked and completely lost about what was happening next. Roptak explained that the beast essence Choi drank was slowly settling into his body. That beast had once been feared across the demonic world for one reason above all, its near-perfect toughness. Many thought it couldn't be destroyed, and now that same trait was starting to appear in Choi. His cells, muscles, and even his insides were changing because of the X-demonic essence. But getting this result had been pure torture. The process pushed his body to the edge of collapse, and it took all of Rotak's knowledge plus the pact forcing his hand to keep Choi alive. Even so, the outcome was clear. Rems listened with a slight smile and admitted she felt a little jealous, half joking and half serious. She wondered if Rotak had hidden this whole plan from her on purpose. Maybe because he didn't want anyone meddling in his little project. Robertak didn't really answer. He just said the hero's treatment was done and coldly asked if it was time to break the pact. Rems agreed without protest. She calmly began the ritual, noting that the pact had already served its purpose by making sure Choi's treatment was completed. When the final glyph crumbled into magic dust, the pact disappeared completely. Robertak was no longer bound. The second he was free, Robertak turned to Rems and let his bitterness show. He made it clear he hadn't forgotten what she did and promised she'd regret all of it. Rems didn't flinch. She only smiled and asked if she really would be the one regretting anything. Her reply sounded more like a warning than an answer. She hinted that someone else might be the one left with regret, and said she'd be waiting to see how Rotak's threat turned out. The scene then moves to the training grounds. Choi and Ryadrun were in the middle of another hard sparring session. From the first exchange, Ryadrun could tell something had changed. Choi's stance, timing, and the force behind his attacks were all better. He had definitely grown stronger. Choi threw a heavy punch and Ryadrun blocked it with ease, but Choi kept going, following up with a fast chain of strikes that flowed together with surprising control. Ryadrun studied every move, the angle of the punches, his footing, even the way Choi controlled his breathing. The progress was real. Then came a breakthrough. Choi landed a clean punch to his mentor's stomach. Ryadrun didn't even try to stop it. The grin on Choi's face said it all. For the first time, he had hit his teacher fair and square. All that pain and effort was finally paying off, but it didn't last. In one quick move, Ryadrun slammed his elbow down onto Choi's head, dropping him hard to the ground. Dizzy and aching, Choi was reminded right away that he still had a long way to go. Flat on his back, he thought about what everyone kept saying, that he had improved. Maybe so. But Ryadrun had still crushed him with raw power. Choi let out a breath, wondering if progress alone was enough. Ryadrun knelt beside him and told him not to get discouraged. He said Choi was unlike any student he'd ever trained. His growth was incredible, with no real slowdown at all. Once his body fully adapted, the results would be amazing. Still doubtful, Choi stood up and muttered that he didn't buy it. The last real battle had nearly killed him, and he only made it through because others stepped in. Ryadrun didn't answer right away. He just smiled at his student's modesty. When training ended, he held out a hand and pulled Choi up again. With a calm nod, he told him not to rush. When the real moment came, Choi would be ready. That faith gave Choi a boost, and he quietly promised he would prove himself. Meanwhile, back in Rotak's domain, the mood changed fast. Soldiers rushed around, preparing for something big. Weapons were passed out, and orders rang through the area. Elsewhere, cages were secured, each one holding a chimera ready to be used. In his office, Rotak got confirmation that everything was set. He stood up at once. The goal was simple. They were taking back the human rims, had stolen from the Dark Fortress. Furious, Rotak swore she'd pay. That human was never hers to take. He was Rotak's experiment, and he wanted him back. Back at the training grounds, Ryadrun finished encouraging Choi, telling him not to rush, because his chance to prove himself was coming. Those words left the hero feeling more confident. Then a huge explosion ripped through the wooden structure around the training grounds, catching Choi completely off guard. Both he and Ryadrun went on alert for whatever was coming next. The Sentinel team quickly raised the alarm, shouting that the Skebon tribe was attacking. Ryadrun immediately understood these were the second commander's troops, and both of them were stunned. The Skebons, led by Rotak, are rat-like beings about 1.5 meters tall. They may be physically weak, but they're extremely cunning. Outside the fortress, the Skebon commanders called for more firepower, and more cannon shots were launched at the walls protecting it. The scene shifts to Ryan, who praises Rotak's firepower and admits he never expected him and the tribe to attack with this much confidence. Before Rotak can answer, one of his men rushes in. He reports that the attacked wall has already collapsed. They broke through so fast because the earlier strike had delayed the repairs. Intel Ryan had passed on to Rotak ahead of time. The second commander orders the troops to push in, with the Chimeras leading the charge, and tells Galdeo to capture Haein-sok. Rotak says he'll go with Hyuna and handle Hemis himself, finally putting his revenge plan in motion. The focus returns to Hydron and him as they move out. He says he always thought Rotak might try something like this, but Tom admits he didn't think it would happen so soon. Seeing him panic, Hydron tells him to calm down. In a moment like this, he needs a clear head more than ever. The protagonist still loses it, asking what they're supposed to do now and what exactly he should do. With a serious look, Hydron says he'll gather the troops and gives MC a special mission. MC listens closely as the first order is to take down Commander Galdeo, leaving him completely shocked that he's being sent after a commander himself. Hydron explains that Galdeo is one of Rotak's closest allies. In any other situation, he'd fight him personally, but this time he says he fully trusts his strength, and that trust makes the hero light up, ready to take the job. Then the second mission comes in fast. As the scene cuts to where Hyun-sok is running through the halls, pulling Belson by the arm, the Saint asks if Hydron sent him to get her out, and he says yes. The reason is simple. If Belson moved freely and used her holy power without limits, she'd become a huge threat to the demonic army. Her sacred energy alone could throw enemy squads into chaos. Hearing how seriously they're taking her power, the Saint lets out a small amused laugh. Standing beside her, the protagonist stays focused and says exactly what he plans to do: find Galdeo. Before he can even choose a route, the commander appears right in front of them. The sudden entrance catches both MC and Belson off guard. Galdeo introduces himself with total confidence, and when MC checks his stats, 162,730, he's stunned by how high they are. This wasn't just some strong enemy. Galdeo was a real monster. Hyun-sok instantly remembers Taylor, the enemy hero who pushed both him and Rogers to their limit before, and starts wondering if he can really win this one alone. He barely gets time to think before Galdeo moves first, ordering his hellhounds to attack. The beasts rush straight at him and Belson. Without thinking, the protagonist steps in front of the Saint. The hellhounds bite down on him from all sides, but he endures it and keeps her safe. Watching with cruel satisfaction, Galdeo says the hero is trapped now. He starts charging what looks like a finishing move, bragging that this attack will erase MC for good. But before he can fire, he cuts in, his voice firm. He says the hound's bites are nothing. Their strength was way overhyped. Their fangs couldn't even scratch him. Then he transforms, bursting with energy as he jumps straight to level 3. The sudden spike in power shocks everyone there. The hellhounds sense the danger and pull back at once, while Galdeo visibly loses his confidence. Hyun-sok doesn't give him a second to recover. He rushes forward at incredible speed, throwing everything he has into the attack. His fist slams into Galdeo with a massive impact, and the real fight begins. Snarling, the commander insists he has the best technology on the continent and could never lose to a mere human. Driven by pride, he orders his whole army to gather there at once. From the rear, Belson senses the danger growing. Then she sees the chimeras arriving, twisted war beasts that raise the threat even more. Resolute, she drops to her knees and begins to chant. She pours all her divine power into one spell, trying to slow down or even stop the monsters. A huge blast of sacred energy erupts across the battlefield. Her light floods the area in every direction, bright enough to be seen from all across the Black Fortress. Hyun-sok is impressed for a moment, then worried. Breathing hard, Belson admits she can't keep going. She used everything in that one shot. That was all she had left. But it was enough. Fired up again, the protagonist turns back to Galdeo and starts pushing him back. With a fierce shout, he rips one of the mechanical arms off Galdeo's suit in a screech of torn metal. Fear spreads across Galdeo's face. The commander, who looked so proud just moments ago, can't understand how a Hyun-sok charges again without hesitation, putting all his strength into one crushing punch aimed at the piece protecting Galdeo's head. The hit lands hard. Metal cracks apart, the guard shatters, and the blow goes straight into the commander's body. It was a clean finishing strike. At last, the enemy falls, looking down at him. MC is oddly disappointed. For a commander, Galdeo didn't seem nearly as impressive as he expected. Then he starts to rethink that. Maybe Galdeo wasn't weak. Maybe he had simply become much stronger than he realized. After training with monsters and surviving brutal fights, he had gotten used to measuring himself against legends. That may have made him forget how far he'd already come. His thoughts are interrupted when Belson, still shaken, asks if he's okay. The protagonist turns to her, his expression softening, and calmly says he's fine, still wrapped in the blood. Then he notices something off. Maybe it's her posture, maybe her aura, but it puts him on edge. Before he can think it through, the scene cuts to another battle, where Hemis stands firm against two opponents. In front of her are Rotak and Hyuna, both radiating confidence. With a twisted grin, the second commander asks if Hemis is ready to die. Hemis answers with sharp sarcasm instead of fear. She mocks how much setup they needed, joking that they even brought the fourth commander just to beat her. To her, it's cowardice on a whole new level. Rotak doesn't care. Coldly, he says, she can call him whatever she wants. coward, weakling, anything. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is the result, and for him that means her death. Not only that, he wants to surpass her as a warrior and bury her legacy on this battlefield. With that resolve, Rotak steps forward and gets ready to fight. He then turns to Hyuna and asks if she's fully ready to begin the final battle that will end Hemis's reign. Hyuna answers with a dark, mocking smile and a look that makes Rotak seem foolish for even asking. Then, dripping with sarcasm, she says she can't help because she's suddenly been hit with an overwhelming hunger. She repeats the excuse like she's making fun of him, leaving Rotak completely confused. Rotak snaps, demanding to know what nonsense Hyuna is talking about at a time like this. She just shrugs and says he and Hemis can have fun without her. She's going home to eat a hot bowl of ramen. Right before leaving, Hyuna points at Hemis and says she has one last thing to say. She reveals that the second Rotak came to her with his plan, she had already decided to betray the Demon King's army and take Hemis's side. She only pretended to go along with the attack. In return, Hyuna asked for one thing, that all her long-running conflict with Hemis finally be settled. With that, she casually says goodbye and walks off. That leaves Hemis alone with Rotak. She mocks him, asking if his strongest ally really just ditched him. The jab cuts deep, and Rotak explodes. He demands to know if what he suspected from the start was true. Had Hemis and Hyuna been working together to fool him? Hemis calmly confirms it. The moment Hyuna learned Rotak's real plan, she switched sides, so Hemis had known his scheme all along. With a calm look, Hemis asks if he still plans to go through with this after everything that happened. Rotak, furious at her pity, activates a hidden device in his chest and vows to finish this no matter the cost. The device creates a strange piece of tech armor that coils tightly around his arm. Dark crimson energy spreads over his body and completes the transformation. Now fully armored and ready to kill, Rotak prepares to prove everything he gained from the hundreds of years he spent training in Hemis's shadow, always trying to surpass her. Back with Choi, it turns out the figure he noticed was Hyuna, and her sudden appearance catches him completely off guard. Hyuna says she was just passing by and got worried he might get hurt in all the chaos. Then she admits she was worried for nothing. He's clearly gotten much stronger. That leaves Choi confused, since she used to be his enemy. Now she stands there calmly, making small talk and showing real concern. Choi asks if she wasn't supposed to be fighting, and Hyuna says Hemis ordered her to stay out of battle, so she chose to watch from a safe spot instead. Once he understands she's following Hemis's orders, Choi asks who she thinks will win. Hyuna admits Rotak came in well prepared and fully determined. Even so, she says Hemis is far beyond anything his power or plans can handle. Then the fight starts, and blazing energy spheres fly straight at Hemis. She doesn't move, calmly waiting as Rotak's attacks rush toward her. That only makes Rotak angrier. He demands that she fight back and take him seriously, reminding her that he's a commander in the Demon King's army and the leader of a tribe that depends on him. When he sees her stance won't change, Rotak pushes all his power to the limit and throws everything he has into one all-out assault. Still completely calm, Hemis asks why she should bother treating this like a real fight when she already knows she'll be the one left standing. Without another word, she releases a massive blast of energy straight at Rotak. As it hits, Hemis reminds him that Hyuna betrayed him and the weapon he spent years building is worthless now. Her strike was aimed right at its core, destroying it beyond repair. With authority and a hint of pity, she asks again if he still plans to keep fighting after all this. Rotak has almost nothing left. He admits everything she said is true. Yes, he was betrayed, but he still refuses to back down, then activates his promote ability to force out the rest of his power. He charges one more desperate attack and fires huge shining energy spheres from his cannon at Hemis. It's a devastating last shot meant to end the fight in one final gamble. Hemis shuts it all down with a single effortless shield. From Rotak's view, his entire attack seems to get absorbed, leaving him stunned. For a brief second, hope sparks in him. Maybe even Hemis couldn't endure that much power. But Hemis almost sounds amused as she admits it was a solid attack. Then a deep purple aura spreads over Rotak's blast. In moments, her power crushes his attack completely and wipes it from the battlefield. She appears in front of him and says he really has changed from the weak, lost person she once knew. He did grow stronger. Still, Hemis says it's her turn now, and she won't show mercy. She slowly licks a finger, eyes fixed on Rotak. Then she points at him and uses her ability. Countless black claws appear and rush at him like hungry beasts. The second Rotak understands how dangerous the attack is. All his resolve turns into pure fear. He freezes, unable to move, and can only wait for the claws to reach him. A moment later, they wrap around him and pin him in place. The attack grows even more brutal. With terrifying force, Rotak's limbs are ripped away, leaving only his shaking, ruined torso. The same man who came here to destroy Hemis and her people. Knowing he's about to die, Rotak uses his last moments to ask his former mentor something. As Hemis walks toward him, she asks if he's about to beg for mercy, her voice cold but sad. With fading strength, Rotak asks if she still sees him as weak, worthless, and pathetic. He remembers how he once swore he would become as strong as Hemis and grow into a true leader. A leader who could stand equal to or even above everyone else. But that dream was shattered by the pain of Hemis rejecting and looking down on him. From then on, his only goal was to surpass her and make her pay for all the humiliation. Hemis falls silent for a moment and thinks over his words. Instead of answering directly, she says, "Time is cruel. Some things feel like they'll last forever, but time keeps moving, people change, and they make choices they end up regretting." Even so, she thanks Rodak. In the end, he found at least some meaning in his long journey, and his actions helped shape what followed. Those words bring a faint, peaceful smile to Rodak's face. Then he finally collapses, and Hemis quietly tells him to rest in peace. The story shifts to the ruined Black Fortress, which is now on the verge of falling apart. There, Hemis meets with Hyunsuk, Choi, and Red Run. The issue is simple. The fortress can't keep serving as their base, so Hemis announces they're getting ready to move. The news catches everyone off guard and leaves the room silent. Hemis explains that no amount of repairs will fix it. No matter what they do, the fortress is too damaged to save. Redan and C listen in silence. Neither argues, but from the way they react, it's clear this is hard to accept. After a quiet pause, Redan asks where the third command is supposed to go. It sounds like a practical question, but he's clearly worried about what comes next. Hemis answers right away. The third command will move to the 8th Division, and their new base will be Fort Gadrick. The news hits hard. Redrun starts to push back, but she cuts him off at once. Her decision is final, and she orders him to send a letter demanding the current commander leave the fort for them. With nothing left to say, he and Redrun leave the room. As they make their way through the fortress, Redrun grows quiet. Out of all the places they could go, why pick the 8th? Seeing his unease, he finally asks what about that division bothers him so much. After a moment, Redrun explains that Fort Gadrick isn't just another base. It's the closest fortress to the human front lines, which makes it the nearest thing they have to a frontline post and one of the most dangerous. The protagonist's expression tightens once that sinks in. It's a brutal place to be sent. Still, if the fort has lasted this long, then the one in charge should be more than capable. Redrun shakes his head and brings up Fort Hemmer. Hyunsuk looks confused, and that clearly annoys him. With some frustration, Redrun reminds him that's where they first met. He brings up the fierce battle there, the one that forced their side to retreat. It was a moment neither of them could forget. Rachel then reminds MC that Grat was the commander of that division back then. He asks how Grat dealt with Hemis's anger after that defeat. Rachel answers seriously. During all that chaos, Grat still managed to keep Fort Gadrick safe, since it was his own base. The protagonist gives a small nod. He remarks that Grat must know how to protect what belongs to him. Redrun doesn't fully agree. Maybe Grat really held the fort through skill, or maybe he used some other trick. Either way, no one can say for sure. The story then moves to Fort Gadrick. In his office, Grat finishes reading Redrun's letter. A vein bulges on his temple, and he slams his fist onto the desk, shouting Redrun's name in rage. The message has clearly set him off. The order is simple and humiliating. Leave the fort so Hemis's third command can take it over. Under his breath, Grat curses Hemis as an old witch and wonders what she's really planning. Even so, he knows he can't ignore the order. But he isn't done yet. After a brief pause, he reaches for a nearby communication orb. He activates it with ease, opening a magical line. Once the link is stable, he introduces himself as Grat, commander of the 8th Division of the Demon King's army. The person on the other end answers with dry humor, saying it's been a while since Grat last called, and asking what he wants now. Grat gets straight to it. He has a proposal, and it's an important one. The story then shifts to the Holy Capital, where a tense talk happens in the shadows. One of the Pope's men speaks in a low, disappointed voice. He regrets the failures of Geffen and Andrew, admitting he truly thought Andrew would win. Then he wonders if Hyunsuk was the one who turned everything around again. The monocled man confirms it at once. He says MC is growing at a pace they've never seen before, and his strength is rising too fast. It's become serious enough to worry even the Pope. The advisor suggests they put him aside for now and focus on the Drajan Empire first. In his view, he is still just one person. But the Pope rejects that idea. If Hyunsuk were an ordinary man, maybe they could leave him alone. He isn't ordinary, he's a hero, and that changes everything. The Pope then rebukes the monocled man for taking it so lightly. He says the man still doesn't understand what a hero truly is, or what a hero can become. Making that kind of choice would be reckless and impossible to justify, especially for someone with that much authority. The damage could spread far beyond one nation. Calm but firm, the Pope says they must erase this threat before it reaches the heart of the Holy Capital and corrupts it from within. Then he turns to his aide and asks whether the spy among the enemy has sent any new message. The aide says yes, a report just came in. According to the spy, an unexpected offer has been made, help to wipe out all major enemy targets in one decisive move. The Pope goes quiet. The proposal is so sudden and bold that it clearly catches him off guard. Narrowing his eyes, he quietly asks how the spy could possibly pull off something that big. The man explains that the third command is moving to Fort Gadrick, planning to take it over as their new base. That suggests a much larger plan may already be underway there. As the tension rises, the Pope asks why this offer wasn't mentioned sooner, if it had already existed. The advisor answers carefully. Grat attached harsh terms, so harsh they sounded impossible. He wanted 10,000 sacrifices, the recall of support posts from several fronts, and a 5-year non-aggression pact. Even saying it out loud, the monocled man sounds stunned. The demands are huge in both size and scale, maybe even absurd. The Pope thinks it over, then calmly asks what Grat really wants. Why demand such a high price? Taking a breath, the advisor says he's heard rumors that the seat of the second command is now empty after Hemis killed Rotak. With that opening, Grat may be trying to rise into that position by playing both Hemis and the Demon King against each other. The Pope considers it allowed. 10,000 sacrifices, and maybe more than lives are involved. This deal could also be about land hidden inside political bargaining. But the monocled advisor says the land isn't the main issue. What alarms him is the number of sacrifices. Losses on that level could shake the empire itself. The Pope then asks why Grat, of all people, wants so many resources and services from the empire. Before anyone else can answer, the Pope rises slightly and gives his decision. Accept the deal. The advisor is visibly surprised. The Pope's resolve leaves no room for doubt. The Pope explains that this may be their only chance to wipe out every major threat in one bold strike, to cut down all their enemies in a single campaign. More than that, it could place their spy in a key position deep inside the Demon King's army. And that advantage is too valuable to lose, no matter the price, 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000 sacrifices. Still, the Pope warns that something this big needs perfect planning. Every move must work. They cannot afford another failure. With that, the Pope gives his final order. Summon the legendary warriors from every region. The time has come. The final battle is near. Sometime later, inside Fort Gadrick, Grat greets the arriving third command with a smile that doesn't look real. He acts welcoming and goes along with Hemis's order to hand over the fort. But the strain underneath is obvious. A few lines into the conversation, his tone changes. His eyes narrow, and concern starts to show. Reed immediately asks what problem he's talking about, and Grat explains. He says the nearest human army has been acting strangely. Their troops are moving in odd ways, and huge amounts of supplies are being shifted around. From that, Grat concludes they're likely getting ready to lay siege to the fortress. To him, this isn't a guess, it's a warning. Grat quickly asks what plan he has to stop it. Grat answers with a grim look. He's preparing a staggered offensive to strike first, before the enemy can lock them down. But for that plan to work, he needs reinforcements to hold things together, until Hemis arrives with the main force. He claims the 8th Division has been worn down by constant problems and is too short-handed to manage alone. Rat-Run agrees that the 3rd Command will support them. He then asks if the rest of their group will join the counterattack too, but Grat hesitates and says no. According to him, bringing them along could slow everything down. He insists they would be more of a burden than a help. With urgency in his voice, he says he'll assign the roles himself. For now, everyone should rest and get ready for the operation. Later that night, in their quarters, the protagonist and Yahello talk while the tension still hangs in the air. Still bothered, the protagonist asks her again the same thing as before. What does it really mean to be a hero? Yahello knew where this was headed right away. MC was sinking into another spiral, struggling with one painful fact. He was supposed to be a hero, yet he was fighting humans. Yahello answered calmly, almost coldly. She said there wasn't much they could do. Things had just turned out this way. That only bothered him more. Yahello used to talk so much about duty, justice, and being a hero, so when did she become this detached? With a small smile, she asked when she'd ever said all that. The protagonist answered right away, reminding her that she once said she'd help him defeat the Demon King and save humanity. But lately, his view had started to change. He admitted he wasn't seeing things the same way anymore. To him, a hero shouldn't exist only for humans, and heroes don't always choose the right road. Sometimes they make the wrong choice. Then Abelson finally spoke. She said she'd once read that heroes exist to carry out the will of all. Hyunsuk blinked. He had no idea what she meant. So Abelson explained, old writings said heroes are born to protect the happiness of the absolute majority. That's their real purpose. That brought back a memory. His commander had once told him something close to that, and said MC was already a hero. That made him wonder what majority really meant. Did it include non-humans too? The saint gave a small nod. Most likely, yes. Humans often act like their happiness is the same as the world's happiness, but maybe it isn't. Maybe human joy doesn't mean peace for everyone. Hyunsuk frowned. Was a hero meant to protect the happiness of every thinking life form? The saint said that might be true, and maybe that's why he's different. A hybrid hero. That left him quiet, weighed down by what that role really meant, protecting the happiness of the absolute majority. At sunrise, the roles were assigned. Raudram would move alone, while Roiger led the scouting team and was ordered to engage the enemy on sight. The 8th Division would step in after Raudram's clash as backup. He, Abelson, and Bobo were kept in the rear to guard the fort's supplies. Following orders, the three waited in a room that looked like a mess hall, staying there until the battle began. It didn't take long for the protagonist to say he didn't like the plan. Something felt off, and he couldn't shake it. Hearing his tone, Yahello leaned closer and asked what exactly felt wrong. Hyunsuk looked around, thinking fast, and then it hit him. The teams had been rearranged. Compared to the setup approved by Rems, everyone had been split up and sent to the opposite places from where they were supposed to be. Yahello tried to make sense of it, but she couldn't. If they were all placed far apart on purpose, what was that supposed to mean? Abelson answered in a calm voice. Drun had been sent to a very dangerous area. Raudram was also placed close to the front with the scouting unit, but the three of them, MC, Yahello, and Abelson, had been put somewhere safe, far from the real danger. Yahello frowned and tried to explain it away. Maybe it was because they were protecting a saint. That should be important. Something worthy, but the logic didn't hold. Hyunsuk stood up and pointed out the problem. If the enemy wasn't supposed to be that strong, why were Riedrun and Roiger pushed to the front while 3 strong fighters were left guarding supplies? Rahel's eyes widened. He was right. It made no sense to keep someone as strong as him in the rear. Abelson didn't need all 3 of them protecting her. The protagonist nodded. That was exactly what had been bothering him. Then he started to leave. Rahel jumped up and asked where he thought he was going. Was he really about to ignore his orders? MC kept walking. He said Bobo could handle things here just fine. As for him, he couldn't sit still with this feeling any longer. He had to see the front himself. After a brief pause, Abelson said she would go too if he'd let her. Hyunsuk turned to her gentler now. He said he wouldn't stop her but asked if she was sure. Staying with Bobo was still the safer choice. The saint didn't waver. She said she could help and she meant it. He reminded her he could move much faster in his transformed state. That wasn't what worried him. It was something else, something harder to explain. Abelson looked puzzled, ready to ask more, but Hyunsuk cut it off. He told her to forget it. If she felt well enough to keep up, she could come. With that, he said they were heading to the battlefield. Before he could go farther, armed guards blocked his path. Their orders were strict. The protagonist was not allowed to leave without direct permission. Thinking quickly, he gave a half smile and said he only needed the bathroom, then sarcastically asked where it was, promising he'd be right back. The guards didn't move. One repeated the order. MC was not to leave for any reason. That hit him hard. The effort to keep him there felt way too deliberate. His unease got worse, and he could only hope Ryozan was still safe. Far from the fort, Ryozan was already fighting. He was worn down and marked by battle as he faced a gray-haired hero with a sword. Then a red-haired warrior joined in, calling him the Red Nightmare. With a smug look, he praised Ryadran's strength, admitting he hadn't expected him to hold off 2 heroes, even if Byron was still a rookie. Byron scoffed, saying he could have beaten Ryadran alone if he hadn't slipped up. The red-haired hero shut him down at once, warning him not to get arrogant while he was still inexperienced. Then he gave the order, kill the Red Nightmare. He also called in the Holy Magic unit. Soldiers poured out and formed up with perfect timing. Ryadran immediately understood it had all been a trap. In that moment, the truth hit him hard. Grat was the traitor. Back at Gadrick Fort, Hyunsuk and Abelson made their move. They slipped past the guards and rushed out into the night. Soldiers tried to stop them, but they were too fast. Bobo stayed behind and they weren't worried. No one would dare touch him, since everyone knew the dog belonged to Rems. That gave them room to move. As he pushed forward, the fear in his chest only grew. He just prayed they weren't already too late. Back at Ryadran's battlefield, he realized it wasn't just the 2 heroes facing him. The other knights were carrying magic weapons too, which was way too much for a fight against one man. The red-haired hero admitted Ryadran had a point, but said they couldn't let Hyem's favorite subordinate get away. That line put Ryadran on edge. Now he understood who their real target was. That only made him more determined to fight. The red-haired hero noticed Byron getting restless and told him to stay sharp. The plan was to wear Ryadran down first, then strike at the right moment. After that, he ordered the 2nd Regiment of Warriors to get ready. Seeing how organized they were, Ryadran grew even more tense, but also ready to give them a real fight. The moment he entered combat mode, looking almost like a Super Saiyan level 3 form, the hero ordered the 1st Regiment to attack. Now fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, Ryadran was hit by a storm of arrows and braced himself against the barrage. With one punch, he blocked the attack and even sent several arrows flying back at the enemy force. The force of that blow created wind strong enough to shield him and turn their own attack against them. The hero then shouted for the soldiers not to fear him. They still had the advantage in numbers, and Ryadran was alone. A group of spear fighters rushed in next, while Ryadran calmly waited for them. Then he readied one of his special moves, Destructive Explosion Wave. With a single motion of his hand, he slammed the ground and triggered huge destruction. He leaped away as the crater opened beneath the charging soldiers, then moved in on the ones left trapped in the wreckage, taking them down one after another. As he finished the last spearman by smashing his head into the ground, Byron grew more and more frustrated from being forced to watch. Once Ryadran looked close to breaking free, Byron tore away from the red-haired hero's restraint and rushed him, striking head-on, but the Red Nightmare dodged with ease. Even so, Ryadran was surprised by how fast Byron had recovered and jumped back into the fight. It didn't change much, though. Ryadran moved to strike Byron, but the red-haired hero stepped in, yanked Byron out of the way, and counterattacked. Ryadran stops the red-haired hero's sword with his bare hand and stares both heroes down. Using that opening, he attacks them together and slams the ground with another destructive strike, tearing open a fresh crater. When the dust clears, the heroes have already escaped with barely a scratch. Even so, they're shaken. Ryadran is far stronger than the intelligence division claimed, and that frustrates them. Still in Super Saiyan form, Ryadran starts feeling the strain of pushing himself too hard. After spending so much demonic chi, he wonders how much longer he can keep going. He barely has time to think before the heroes call in the 2nd Regiment. They move right when Ryadran hesitates over his fading energy. At the same time, the heroes charge in with the rest of the warriors. Byron stays back, annoyed that the red-haired hero keeps taking charge. Seeing the huge assault coming, Ryadran gets ready to use his destructive attack again. But before he can finish it, the heroes rush him. They pull his focus away and force him to block several attacks at once. That distraction gives the other warriors a chance to strike with magical spears. The moment they hit, Ryujin feels his power draining fast. Those spears can absorb all of his demonic chi. As his energy is drained away, Ryujin finally falls under the siege. The red-haired hero explains that the spears drain so much energy that even the strongest demons can't move or fight back. Then he steps in front of the subdued Red Nightmare and declares the battle over. To be safe, he orders his men to drive in more spears, keep Ryujin pinned, and finish capturing him as fast as possible. Hearing that, Byron walks up, snatches a spear from one of the warriors, and says he'll stab Ryujin himself as if settling a personal score. He closes in, mocking the Red Nightmare for being reduced to just another helpless demon, and prepares to strike. But with his head lowered and eyes dark, Ryujin mutters something under his breath while trying to gather one last bit of power. Byron leans in, curious, and tells him to say it again. Instead of answering normally, Ryujin repeats that he is the Red Nightmare of the Demon King, and unleashes a brutal counterattack that tears Byron apart on the spot. The blast is so huge that it kills Byron and takes out several spear warriors too, leaving only a small group and the red-haired hero alive. In disbelief, the red-haired hero wonders how someone that stupid ever became a hero and got sent to such an important battle. He sees that the army is almost wiped out, but says Byron's death is nothing to celebrate even if he was useless. Still, not completely useless, because Ryujin spent his last strength on that attack, which lets the plan continue. He orders the surviving soldiers to raise their magic weapons and surround Ryujin in a circle. But before they can regroup, the hero gets smashed in the face by a devastating punch. It came from Choi, who has arrived on the battlefield in a rage. Now in his half-demon form, he's ready to wipe out everyone who set this trap for Ryujin. The hit sends the red-haired hero rolling far across the ground. Ryujin notices Choi and feels relieved to see help arrive. Choi says he had a bad feeling, so he rushed to Ryujin's location. Seeing how badly hurt he is, Choi asks if he can still manage. Ryujin admits he doesn't know if he can handle it alone, but he's grateful. Choi came. The red-haired hero gets back up, sees Choi, and quickly realizes this must be the rumored hero who serves the Demon King. Meanwhile, Choi lifts Ryujin, trying to get them out of there quickly. The red-haired hero thinks again about how most of his soldiers are gone, leaving almost no one to carry out the plan. That means Ryujin is about to escape. With only two choices, let him go or fight to the death. The red-haired hero chooses the extreme one. Ryujin and Chi realize he won't back down as he activates his kamikaze mode. He offers his soul to his god, and a blazing aura erupts from him. Chi recognizes it at once. He saw something like this in the Black Fortress, when another hero used an untouchable fire that burned everything around him and burned up his own life too. The red-haired hero keeps transforming, and the power he gains is enormous. It shines so brightly it can be seen from far away. Ryujin realizes it's the same kind of technique, but this hero is on a completely different level from the ones Choi fought before. The move is called Divine Summoning, an advanced form of that all-burning fire. Only sacred warriors who reach a high level can use it, and surviving it is incredibly hard. Hearing Ryujin explain it, the red-haired hero confirms it and says not to compare him to the weakling sent before. He makes it clear he's above the battered duo. He claims he holds the true power of a god. Ryujin realizes that for sacred warriors, divine summoning is what promote is for demons. But that massive power comes with a price. The user is doomed to die. The red-haired hero is surprised Ryujin knows so much, then confirms it. Once the power runs out, he dies, because sacred strength is bought with life. Still, he says it's worth it if Ryujin and Choi die too, and then he charges at them. His sword comes straight at Choi, but Choi blocks it without much trouble, though the impact feels strange. The red-haired hero explains that sacred power and demonic Choi are complete opposites, and Choi is barely human anymore. He's almost fully consumed by demonic Choi. The fight goes on, with the hero pressing forward while the duo struggles to defend. Then the red-haired hero steps up his assault, calling Choi nothing more than a walking corpse with nothing left to protect himself. A huge explosion tears open another crater, throws Ryujin far away, and leaves him badly injured. Choi still endures the blast and stays on his feet. Even with effort, he turns his head and sees that Ryujin took the worst of it. He's gasping, shaking, and close to collapsing. Choi compares the effects of the transformation and the attack. They're terrible for him too, but since he's only half human, it's not as bad as it is for Ryujin, a pure demon. That means Ryujin suffers the full force of everything. Even so, Choi regains some hope. He only has to hold out until the red-haired warrior runs out of sacred power. If the hero keeps using reckless attacks, he'll burn through it faster. Still, Choi doesn't know how much longer he can stay up. He weighs whether to just endure or provoke the enemy into using even more power. In the end, it all comes down to luck, because no matter what Choi can survive, there's no telling how long Ryujin can last. Right after that thought, Choi looks back at the red-haired hero and is caught off guard. The man is trembling, already struggling with the cost of using too much divine power. The side effects have started sooner than expected. His vision is fading, and his ears are ringing, but he says he doesn't need them much. He can still sense demonic chi and keep attacking. Choi then speaks up, curious about something. The hero asks what a walking corpse wants to say. Choi asks if the red-haired hero is having trouble seeing. The hero says he expected something better than that, then admits it. Yes, he's going blind. But he doesn't care, because he can still track demonic chi even with his eyes closed. As they trade words, Choi realizes that could still be a weakness, even if the red-haired hero can keep attacking. That reaction leaves both Ryadron and the red-haired hero confused. Then someone appears on the battlefield carrying a blood-stained club. Choi gets ready to end it and says the red-haired hero is just some blind man now, mocking him with total calm as he tells Abelson to attack. She has already moved in behind the red-haired warrior, club in hand. A quick flashback shows that, a few minutes earlier, Abelson had been watching the battle from the mountain. She feared the two of them would die if things kept going this way, and wondered what she could do. Then someone suddenly grabbed the saint by the ankle, startling her. It was one of the heroes pretending to be dead. He says he waited for Choi to move away so he could get close to the saint and take her with him. Abelson doesn't know what to do since no one is left for her to sacrifice her body for. But cornered now, she realizes she can't keep depending on others for protection. She thinks about all the times Choi saved her from a cruel fate, giving everything he had, even ready to die for her. Meanwhile, she had only stayed passive, living under the same roof day after day, never giving anything back to the person who always protected her. Acting weak only made Choi worry more. Then Abelson spots a club nearby and decides that from now on, she'll protect herself. Gathering her courage, she kills the soldier. The story returns to the present, where she brings that club down on the red-haired hero's head. With that strike comes victory, and the relief of knowing she's no longer a burden to the one she calls the hope of the world. The scene shifts to a standoff between Grat and the Divine Empire army. Surrounded by blades and hateful looks, he can't understand why they're treating him like an enemy. In his mind, he kept Run under control like they agreed, so he should be an ally, not a target. One of the army's leaders steps forward and orders Grat to shut up, calling him a filthy demon. Then he accuses him of setting up a scheme that led both heroes at the front to their defeat, a disaster for the Divine Empire. Grat is stunned, realizing he knew nothing about any of this. His thoughts spiral. How did this happen? How could Run beat not just two heroes but a whole army by himself? Before Grat can answer, a violent force shakes the area. Then a blinding light crashes down on Shang, slamming into the ground hard enough to leave a huge crater. As the light fades, the one who landed there is revealed. It's Hemis. She looks over the soldiers and Grat, then calmly asks what is going on. The soldiers immediately connect Hemis's arrival to Grat. Rumors spread through the ranks and they start thinking this was his trap all along, that he brought them here to die. Grat instantly jumps on that idea. With a sly grin, he tells Hemis he really did gather all these humans for her as an offering. He even boasts that they're the strongest troops in the region. Hemis watches him for a long moment, her expression impossible to read. Then she admits that for once he may actually have done something useful. Without wasting time, she starts using a skill. Speaking like a superior, Hemis says she won't turn down a feast, so generously prepared by Grat. The ground begins to shake, and darkness slowly spreads across the battlefield. One soldier spots something above and yells a warning, but there's no time to react. A giant ball of fire drops from the sky, burning the air before it even lands. It hits with overwhelming force and wipes out every soldier in its path. No one survives. The army is gone, leaving only scorched ground, broken armor, and blood behind. When the flames settle, Grat rushes over to Hemis and starts praising her. He gushes over the attack, calling it unbelievable and saying she erased an entire army by herself. Then he goes even further, calling her a living legend with no equal. But Hemis quickly gets tired of his fake praise. In an instant, she moves faster than the eye can follow. With one smooth strike, she cuts off Grat's head. His body drops before the sound of the attack fully fades. Only after that does Hemis speak. She says she already knew Grat was the spy, and even suspected he had partners. She watched him keep causing trouble, but in the end she saw him clearly. A reckless liar who only acted for himself. Her only regret is not killing him sooner. With that done, she leaves the battlefield. The scene shifts again, this time to Fort Gatwick. Inside, a meeting is being held to reorganize the troops. Hemis speaks while Choi, Riedrun, and Roigers listen. She announces that Riedrun will take charge of the forces Grat left behind. To help him with that, Roigers will serve as his adjutant. Then Hemis turns to Choi and reveals a surprise. In a calm but firm tone, she tells him he will become a regiment commander, serving directly under her. Choi is caught off guard but also excited. Still, he wonders why she didn't give him a lower rank like battalion commander. Hemis answers right away. She says his talent is too valuable to waste on a single battalion. This rank is both a reward for his hard work, for surviving everything so far, and for the strange way he's managed to entertain her. But there is one condition, and it changes the mood at once. As regiment commander, Choi will move forward without any troops at all. Everyone is left confused by the idea. Riedrun finally asks the question on everyone's mind. He says he doesn't understand the point of making someone a regiment commander with no soldiers to command. Hemis replies without hesitation. She says there's a chance, small but real, that Choi won't need subordinates at all. She wants to see what happens if he works completely alone. Before anyone can ask more, a firm knock sounds at the door. A voice announces a visitor. The timing is perfect, because just as Hemis mentions Moten as a proxy commander, the door opens and Moten walks in. With a small smile, Hemis tells the two men to get along. That gives Moten the chance to greet Choi warmly, clearly happy to see him again. Choi, though, immediately remembers the trouble Moten caused him during a past tournament. With that, Hemis leaves the meeting, saying she has other urgent matters to handle. The scene shifts to Abelson's room. In a much quieter setting, Choi admits he was honestly surprised by what the saint did. He asks what gave her the courage to crush that hero's head when it mattered most. Abelson smiles softly before answering. She says that relying on Choi all the time had made her too passive, even lazy, and that started to bother her. Choi notices how much she has changed, and asks if that means she'll join him in battle from now on. She answers right away, if he needs her, she'll fight. Abelson reminds him that as a saint she can use power close to a divine invocation. The problem is that her body can't keep up for long, so she'd tire out quickly. Choi is glad to hear her say that. Half joking, half serious, he says she might even surpass him someday. There's a little jealousy there too, since she now holds the highest level of divine power. Abelson answers modestly, saying, power alone doesn't decide a fight. Those words carry weight, especially from someone who has won in odd, creative ways, instead of just overpowering people. Then Raiho joins in with a teasing tone. She says Abelson makes it sound like Choi wins through dirty tricks alone. After that, she brings up something that catches him off guard. Raiho explains that the rank of battalion commander is equal to hero in the human world. On the whole continent, probably only about 1,000 people rank above a hero, which means Choi is already near the very top. That leaves Choi speechless for a moment. He knew he had grown stronger, but being among the 1,000 strongest people in the world is on another level. From there, the story shifts away from the room. The next scene moves to the holy city of Benedict. The place is in ruins, destroyed defenses, dead soldiers everywhere, and a trail of blood leading to a great church. In front of its doors stand only two people, Hemis and one trembling survivor. Hemis takes in the destruction without changing her expression. Then she tells the man she will spare his life. Not out of mercy, but so he can spread her message across the land. The man shakes even harder as she continues. From this day on, she says, she will erase every village of the Divine Empire one by one and leave no survivors. All he could do was drop to his knees and beg for mercy. He was never going to get. 500 years ago, the whole continent fell into chaos from non-stop war. The mighty Drazen Empire kept pushing outward, swallowing smaller kingdoms that fought back. Then out of nowhere, a new land appeared, along with a giant pillar of light. Rumors spread fast. People wondered if it was the lost super-civilization of Valentin, the one said to have sunk into the sea 1,000 years earlier, once known as the Peak of Magic. Some believe that if these really were Valentin's ruins, they could bring back ancient magic, a power almost lost when every kingdom thought the one that restored it would become stronger than all the rest. So every nation at war sent teams into that new land, hoping to find a path to overwhelming power. But what humans found there was nothing like Valentin's ruins or its lost people. What they found instead were beings from another world, demons, violent, hungry to conquer, and completely unlike humans. With a threat like that, humanity stopped fighting itself and joined forces to survive. Their war against demons began, and it would last for centuries. At first, it looked like the demons would win. They were far stronger than humans in raw physical power. Worse, they also had demonic Shi, a deadly force that gave them an even bigger edge. Just when hope was fading, a new force stepped in. Clerics, healers, and priests, once kept off the battlefield, chose to fight. They brought divine power with them, and it could stand against the demons. That changed everything. It didn't just turn the war around, it also spread religion across the continent. From that came the divine empire of Gartronar, a union of nations held together by faith. Over the next 200 years, that faith only grew stronger, and combat clerics increased at an incredible rate. Humans, once outmatched, eventually overtook the demons and gained total military control. It was then that a new figure rose, the man who contributed more than anyone else in the war against the demons. He became a legend known as the Pope. With unmatched skill in battle, he trained huge numbers of knights and soldiers, and even called heroes from other worlds. Under his command, the demons were pushed to the edge of the continent. Peace finally came, but that peace created a new problem. At a great council with leaders from every land, the Pope asked why humanity was in danger again after so much time. Then he answered, because the demons had not been wiped out when humanity had the chance. Instead of finishing them off, people chose to rebuild their ruined cities first. That choice wasn't wrong. People's lives came first. But because the demons survived, every nation still lived under their shadow, and that fear shaped how they lived. Before things got even worse, the Pope urged every nation to join forces again and strike back with a holy war. The divine empire of Gartrum would lead it. They would hold nothing back, no effort, no resources, no fighters, with one goal: to build an era fully ruled by humankind. The story then moves to a religious gathering, where a message is delivered. Demons are once again threatening human lives. 3 cities have already been destroyed in just a few days, and no one knows which one will be next. The speaker says that maybe even the people standing there could be next, because the demons spare no one, not women, not children. He then points to Father Levi, the only survivor of Benedict. In a hollow voice, the priest says the entire city was killed in a single instant. They had just been living normal lives. He alone survived to carry the message. But as far as he's concerned, his soul died back in Benedict with the people he loved. He says he has no reason left to live. The speaker takes over again, warning that the demons grow stronger every day. He says the Pope has declared a holy war and refuses to just stand by. He also reveals that Yahello Bald, the legend of Gatling, has come out of seclusion to join the war. Other nations have also promised to send their own legends and heroes to protect the people. A major offensive is already starting, but even that won't be enough to wipe the demons out for good. If the continent is going to have a future, then every man and woman who can fight must lend their strength. Now is the time. The call goes out to all. Join the holy war, God's will that will lead them to peace. The speech ends with a loud cry from everyone there, all united by one goal: destroy the demons once and for all. The scene changes again. In private, the Pope speaks to a subordinate and says Cardinal Elrin may be capable, but his recent failures are too serious. His mistakes caused the deaths of 2 heroes, and the failed attempt to capture Riadran, a disaster that achieved nothing and cost tens of thousands of lives. Because of that, the Pope orders Elrin's duties transferred within 3 days. After that, all his property will be taken, and he and his whole family will be executed. The story then cuts to Riadran, who rushes into a room in a burst of excitement after Hemis arrives. Hemis greets him with mild surprise, joking that she never expected Riadran to enter without knocking. Maybe he missed her that much. Riadran ignores the joke and goes straight to the point. Why did Hemis attack an entire city by herself? Hemis calmly says she did act alone, but it was part of a bigger plan. In the end, that plan would help all demons. By doing this, she forced humans to send out their legends, since ordinary fighters couldn't stop her. Hemis says each nation's legends are their strongest assets, and if those figures are removed, the demons gain more time. Now nervous and confused, Riadran asks what she means by gaining time. Hemis rises and answers calmly. The time she wants to buy is for the hope carried by these new winds to grow. Looking out the window, Hemis quietly speaks to Moten and wonders if Riadran really believed her plan. Moten says he probably didn't doubt is just part of his nature. Then he asks if Hemis truly has no plan to work with the Demon King anymore. His worry is obvious. No matter how strong she is, the road she's taking is far too reckless. Hemis answers without hesitation. There's no chance they'll stand together again. Even if they could fix things, it would come with a cost. She refuses to accept. She adds that she doesn't hate him. She understands why the Demon King wants to avoid another war with humans. Then she tries to make Moten understand, saying the Demon King has started making foolish choices lately, driven by pointless emotions, worrying about dead subordinates, comrades, even family. To her, those thoughts mean nothing. If someone dies, she says, it's because they were weak and deserved it. In the true order of things, the strong at the top crush the losers and take victory. To Hemis, that's how the world should work, and it's what the Demon King once believed too. That's why his new sense of compassion makes no sense to her. She confronted what she saw as his cowardice, but lost patience in the end. After one final warning, she turned away and told him to get himself together and return to his old, colder self. Even so, Hemis admits she feels a little regret. She's about to make a choice the old her never would have made. Moten stays quiet, noticing the conflict inside his commander. Hemis says that if she'd understood sooner what it means to want to protect someone, maybe she would have understood the Demon King better. That thought leaves her regretting the choices they made. Then she turns to Frisch and apologizes for dragging him into this. Frisch walks up with a calm smile and says it's no trouble at all. It was an honor to follow her orders. He is then revealed to be the Pope's right hand. Hemis gives a faint smile when she notices Frisch is still dressed in priestly robes. As he starts taking off the disguise, he explains that after so many years as a cardinal, he just got used to wearing them. Glad to see him again after so long, Hemis hands him a letter. She asks him to give it to Riadran and Moten when the time is right. She says she could do it herself, but if she did, she might regret it later. Frisch takes the letter, fully understanding what she wants. Then Hemis brings up Hyeon-sok. She tells Frisch to make sure the protagonist doesn't die, and that clearly catches him off guard. Hemis notices and teases him, saying maybe she's getting old, or maybe she just doesn't want to leave Frisch alone with no one to stand by him after she's gone. The next day at Gardner Castle, the doors slam open, jolting Hyeon-sok awake. Startled, he jumps up and shouts, full of fake authority, who dares interrupt the commander's sleep. But the moment he sees Riadran, all that confidence disappears. He lowers his voice and asks what's going on. Rilla tells him to leave at once, and run as far away as he can. MC is stunned and asks why. Riladon explains that the human army will attack the castle the next day, a huge battle involving humanity's strongest figures, their legends. He protests, asking if it wouldn't be better for him to stay and help. Rilatron shakes his head. The enemy only wants one thing, Hemis dead. He says that while he believes she can win, if anything happens to her, he won't be able to protect Hyeon-sok by himself. Then the story shifts to the moment a letter is slipped under Rilatron's door. He picks it up and starts reading. The letter reveals part of Hemis's past and the truth behind recent events. In it, Hemi says the demons suffered countless deaths and were finally driven into exile at the far edge of the continent, and even after cornering them completely, humans still never finished them off. There were many reasons for that choice, but the biggest one was the Holy Empire. For the Empire to keep its power, the demons had to stay alive. The Demon King took advantage of that and made a secret deal with Gartrum. Both sides agreed to hold the front line and leave each other's land untouched. Because of that, the demons' survival became linked to the humans' idea that the war was still going on. They were kept alive through small clashes and minor threats. That balance helped keep Gartrum and the other nations united. Only Hemis knew about Gartrum's offer, and she refused it right away. To her, dying with pride was better than living in chains. But that choice came with a price. She was exiled. Using Rotaka's actions as an excuse, they sent her to the Black Fortress. In the letter, Hemis says all of that was just the beginning. What matters is what comes next. Frisch says the humans are getting ready for a huge assault, an unmatched battle with legends and heroes from every human nation. While she faces them herself, Riladron must guard the castle and take over as commander. She admits his current strength may not make that easy. Still, when the vote for the next commander happens, Hyuna and Azjaz will back him. That had already been arranged, and Azjaz needed no persuading. He cared too much about his nephew to refuse. Hemis writes that this is all she can do for now. From here on, everything is in his hands. She trusts him to do what's best, and thanks him for making her time in that suffocating castle a little easier. At the end, she brings up Choi. Riladron shouldn't worry. His path has already been prepared. Choi will leave the Demon King's army, and if all goes well, he and Riladron will meet again. But for now, Choi has to leave with the Saint. Later, they begin getting ready to depart. Riladron tells Choi that once things are settled, and he's in his proper place, he'll make contact through the communicator. Choi hates how sudden this is, but he still goes along with it. Then someone calls out to Choi. Ebelson and Frisch arrive. Hemis's aide steps up, introduces himself and says Hemis ordered him to go with them. He explains the plan. They need to enter human society and watch how things develop. During that time, Abelson will pose as a priestess in training. Frisch then hands out fake identities to everyone. He says that he and Choi will act as mercenaries. If nobody has questions, it's time to get in the carriage. Abelson gets in first and Choi follows with clear reluctance. He's still stuck in denial, holding on to the hope that everything will somehow work out. Once they're inside, Choi asks Frisch where they're going. Frisch sighs, regretting that he didn't explain it sooner. He says the Holy Empire's regions are far too dangerous, and Drazen is famous for rejecting heroes. That's why they're heading to the Kingdom of Marriott. The next morning, Riadron wakes alone in his new room. He sits quietly, thinking about what he should do next. His gaze rests on the desk that used to belong to Hemis. He thinks about all the demons who have already died. If things keep going like this, even more will be lost. Knowing the truth behind the war between humans and demons, Riadron reaches a painful answer. None of those deaths meant anything. A knock at the door suddenly breaks his thoughts. It's Roiger, standing firm and saying it's time to go. Taking one last deep breath, Riadron steels himself and declares that from this moment on, demons will be different. He'll do everything he can to make his will a reality. The scene shifts as Riadron stands before his army and orders them to listen closely. He starts by praising what they are, reminding them that demons are a warrior race born for battle, and no other race could ever tame them. That's why, he says, they must face the coming battle without fear. And if needed, they must be ready to die for freedom, to die as warriors for the future of their whole race. Rajan raises his voice at the peak of the speech, declaring his way of battle and ending with firm conviction. Demons are warriors of pride. The focus then shifts to Hemis, who quickly realizes Rajan has already started making his move, so now she has to make hers as well. On her side, Hemis heads into action. From a mountaintop, she jumps down to the lower ground. As soon as she lands, she finds a man calmly waiting by a tree. The man speaks first, saying he knew she was coming and had been waiting for this meeting. Hemis recognizes him at once and notes that it's been 150 years since they last met, and somehow he looks younger now. This man is Basil Scott, the legend of Dras. He explains that his youthful look comes from reaching the realm of legends. Hemis says she expected a different human instead. The one she was really looking for, it seems, hid away and concealed his magic. Scott stays calm and tells her Gartrum's command is stationed far from where they are now. Then he draws his sword and says their fight will happen here, with no interruptions. Hemis understands what he's doing but doesn't seem worried. She coldly tells him to watch his words before challenging her. She hasn't forgotten how, in the past, lesser soldiers blocked her while Scott ran off to save himself. Then she says his courage now comes from wanting to clean up his ruined name. After that, she activates her personal domain, the boundary of lamentation. Scott isn't shaken. He says he lost back then to a technique he'd never seen, but this time will be different. The moment he finishes speaking, he rushes at Hemis with full force. Hemis fires back with the stars of loss, but the attack doesn't stop him. He knocks aside every strike and keeps pushing forward until he's almost on top of her, his sword loaded with tremendous power. For a brief moment, Hemis wonders if he was right. Maybe this time really is different. As his attack comes in, she blocks it at once and mocks him, saying she hasn't seen any real difference in his strength yet. With a sneer, she laughs at how little he's grown. Their weapons slam together again and again. In that exchange, Scott realizes his power now seems almost even with hers. So he decides the key is simple. Stay alert for the magic projectiles falling from above. These attacks, called Tears of Lament, are cast instantly by Hemis. But this time, they don't just drop from the sky. They burst from the ground too. Caught off guard, Scott is forced to evade. He scrambles to dodge while also dealing with Hemis's non-stop close-range attacks. At one point, she leaps up and sets up a crushing combo that nearly takes his head off. He escapes by the thinnest margin. That near miss impresses Hemis. It proves he really has grown, dodging attacks that would have crushed him before. Annoyed by her mocking tone, Scott snaps at her to shut up. He strengthens his energy and steadies himself, ready to charge again. Their battle grows even fiercer, but Hemis also attacks his mind. With a cold smile, she asks where the next tears will come from, the sky or the ground. Seeing him struggle with so many threats at once, she warns that the second his guard slips, she'll kill him in one blow. A moment later, that warning comes true. Before Scott can react, the ground under him explodes, sending out countless magic stakes that pierce his chest and pin him in place. Stunned and helpless, he can only grit his teeth. Hemis looks at him sharply and says the fact that he dodged as much as he did already proves his growth. He's clearly not the same man she fought years ago. But before she can go on, his body starts to blur and fade like he's being teleported away. Hemis briefly wonders if it was a clone, then rejects the idea. She knows she hit the real one. A moment later, Scott bursts from a portal and attacks with a new technique that actually surprises her. For the first time, Hemis is truly impressed by how much he's grown. Charging in with full resolve, Scott says he saved this secret move for this exact moment. He unleashes everything he has, but Hemis blocks it with just one hand. She makes it clear the gap between them can't be crossed. She stands 2,000 years ahead of him. Then the commander lifts two fingers and points them at his chest. A devastating blast erupts and hits him head-on, knocking him out instantly. He drops without any strength left. Beaten and out of options, Scott wonders if this is really the end. The shame crushes him. He couldn't land a single decisive hit. Then Hemis calls to him and asks if he truly is the famous legend of Drasen. Before he can recover from that shock, she asks for something he never expected. Something no hero would imagine hearing from a demon. Hemis says personal matters are involved, and she needs his help. If he ever meets Choi in the future and ends up fighting him, she wants him to spare Choi once. Scott is stunned, unable to understand why a commander like Hemis would make such a request. Before she can explain more, the sky suddenly splits open and a huge wave of golden energy crashes down on him. The blast is so overwhelming that the legend of Drasen is completely erased. Nothing is left behind, not even dust. Caught off guard, Hemis tried to figure out what had happened. She was sure the hero was dead, and anger rose in her chest. She had given him time to talk, only for someone to interrupt so rudely. Looking up at the sky, she recognized the only person who could have used that kind of power, Azrael Bald, descending with his subordinate Morim beside him. He had planned to show himself only after the group beat Basil, but once he saw that was impossible, he decided he had to step in early. Just then, Hemis appeared with her scythe in hand. For a moment, doubt crossed her face. Was this too cruel to do in front of humans? Was it really the right choice? But the answer came fast. It didn't matter. The man before her was the legend of Drasen. Even if they had worked together for a while, Drasen was still the Holy Empire's old enemy. Killing him first was the smartest move. The death of a legend could shake a whole nation. From the cliff, Azrael watched Hemis below. He understood right away the city's destruction had been bait to draw him there. Her reaction confirmed it, as she recognized him as the legend of Gratin. Azrael made it clear this was no accident. Everything had been prepared for this exact day. Behind him stood Morian, glowing with holy power, along with a huge army at her side. Morian pressed her hands together near her lips like she was praying. In her mind, there was no doubt the second battle was about to start. Hemis immediately felt that something was off. The pillar in front of her wasn't just a shield. It didn't only block her energy, it pushed back against the power she was trying to spread. It was like space itself refused her control. The pillar held sacred power built up over time, and now its golden light spread outward, wiping away her influence. Above them, Azrael lifted his sword before the army. The plan was simple. The saint would hold the pillar, and the knight would protect her at all costs. The soldiers took their places, hands resting on swords planted in the earth, heads bowed. From where each one stood, golden flowers bloomed like signs of holy power. At Azrael's order, they raised a barrier so Hemis couldn't escape. A golden sphere wrapped in lightning-like energy lit up the battlefield. Hemis had to cover her eyes against the glow from both the pillar and the sphere. Right away, she knew this barrier was unlike anything she had seen before. Her scythe broke apart into black smoke, tiny sparks drifting away. The repelling force was that strong, and her domain started collapsing under the sacred power. Even the shield she still had was only a weak remnant now, nowhere near enough to protect her. Then when her face came back into view through the light, it had changed. She tore open the stitches, sealing the cuts that ran from the corners of her mouth across her face. Sharp fangs showed through the slits, and a twisted smile spread. Hemis mocked them, saying that without the handicap she had put on herself, they never would have dared challenge her. Holding the cord made from those mouth stitches, she stared up at the enemies on the cliff. Then in one quick move, she dashed ahead and snapped her whip at Ossiel, who jumped down to meet her, sword raised. She attacked from one side, then the other, each crack fast and precise, while he kept blocking with his blade. One hit came close enough to slice the air beside his face. Catching a small opening, Ossiel pushed in to counter. With a shout, he drove his sword forward to finish it, but the hit never connected. At the instant of impact, Hemis disappeared. Ossiel's eyes went wide. Her body had completely dispersed. From above, Morian shouted for him to look up. When he did, he saw Hemis floating overhead, chanting as red light wrapped around her body. It was Hellflash, the evolved form of Hellflare. On the ground, Ossiel bent forward, frustrated by the crushing power above him. High in the air, Hemis brought her hands together and unleashed the attack, sending a massive blast straight down at Ossiel. But it was stopped. Ossiel held his sword with both hands and blocked the full force head-on. The collision carved a deep V into the ground around him. Hemis clenched her fists as she watched. Even knowing he specialized in defense, she hadn't expected him to come through completely unharmed. Sweat poured down Ossiel's face, but he didn't move, sword still raised as his whole body resisted the attack. Hemis quickly understood why. The sacred barrier was absorbing the demonic energy in her attacks, weakening them and stopping real damage. A top-class defensive fighter, a saint, and a giant shield fueled by the holy power of hundreds of soldiers. While Morion stayed bowed, eyes closed and hands clasped, pouring all the surrounding energy into that barrier. To Hemis, it was maddening. This battlefield had been built perfectly for a long war of attrition. Violet sparks began crackling in her right hand. For a moment, she weighed her options against that impossible defense. Basil had drained more of her demonic energy than expected, and every move was getting harder. At half strength, breaking that shield was impossible. As she looked at the white-haired man in front of her, she realized she had taken Basil's place. Now she was facing the same trial he once did. Then a memory flashed through her mind. The fight picked up again at full speed. After several exchanges, Ossiel pressed forward, gripping his sword and declaring he would end it here. With all his strength, he drove the blade into the ground and released immense divine power. The Sword of Revelation. Golden light burst out from the impact, blasting stone into the air and throwing up clouds of dust. In front of Hemis, a crimson sphere began to form, pulsing with packed energy. She recognized the technique, but she didn't look afraid. She knew the move, and she was far from thinking the fight was over. The sphere drifted toward her slowly, almost like it was alive. Her golden claws glimmered sharply. Then suddenly blood burst from her upper body, forcing her to bend backward. The kneeling soldiers, still holding their swords in place, stared in disbelief. Morion's eyes widened as she cried out that he had taken down the glutton. Ossiel looked just as shocked. His sword was still stuck in the ground, and Hemis lay collapsed before him, covered in blood and unable to move. Shaking, he put his blade back at his waist, struggling to believe what had happened. A drop of sweat slid down his face as he quietly asked himself if it was really over. His eyes stayed on Hemis's hand, the golden claws lying still on the ground. Then before Ossiel even realized she was alive, he was already caught between Hemis's fangs. She lunged with a giant mouth that burst open from the wound he had made moments earlier. In one motion, the legendary hero was reduced to a bite for the glutton. Only a piece of him remained, making the scene both horrifying and unreal. Unable to believe it, the saint cried out for Ossiel in desperation. Full of confidence, Hemis returned to her normal form and mocked everyone's shock. Then she admitted how bad things had gotten. She had to fake her own death and use a trick Baal once used. Still sneering, she asked what they thought of her little magic act. But her calm didn't last. She started coughing up blood and admitted the Empire was much stronger than she had expected. The saint noticed and wondered if the blood came from Hemis's wounds or from being unable to digest a paladin. Not wasting a second, the saint ordered the warriors to begin layered enchantments while she kept every barrier up by herself. The soldiers obeyed at once, splitting into groups to prepare their spells. Meanwhile, Hemis stood frozen, drained and too weak to resist. She realized digestion was much slower than usual, probably being suppressed by the sacred barrier. When she looked up, the attack was almost ready. In that moment, she understood her end had come. With quiet acceptance, the commander said her part was done. She left the future to the ones she trusted. Since she couldn't solve everything herself, all she could do now was hope her allies would finish the job. Then the saint fired a shining beam of sacred energy that struck the commander head-on. Hemis took it calmly, sitting still, satisfied that she had never given in to a life of servitude. At last, the battle was over. The only thing left was shattered earth and a huge crater at the center, with no sign of Hemis anywhere. Breathing hard but finally a little relieved, the saint let her thoughts drift to Ossiel. He had acted like a fool, letting early victory go to his head. That arrogance left him open, and he paid for it horribly. She also thought about how heavy the loss was. Ossiel had fallen far too early in everything now unfolding, and she knew the Pope would be deeply disappointed by what had happened. Then a warrior broke the silence and asked what they should do next. The saint slowly faced the gathered army. In a firm voice, she told them to return to the capital for now, then warned them to listen closely and remember every word she was about to say. She said only one story should survive. Sir Ossiel and Sir Basil of Drazen fought with unmatched courage and died together facing the glutton. They deserved the highest honor, like the living legends they were. Then she ordered that no other version ever be spread. The story then cuts back to the battlefield, where Riedrun stood after killing every soldier in his way. Moten arrived and praised him, saying none of the men who fell there had ever stood a chance against Riedrun. Riedrun brushed that aside, saying he still had a long way to go before he could compare to Moten. But Moten meant every word. He said this was no empty praise. At this rate, Riedrun would surpass him in just a few years, maybe even before this year ended. That statement hit Riodrun hard and left him stunned. Then Moten solemnly planted his sword into the ground. He revealed that his connection to Rems had completely disappeared. Shaken, Riodrun put the signs together and voiced the fear that the worst had happened. Moten confirmed it, and Riodrun asked what he planned to do now. The knight answered without hesitation. Rems was his only lord, and he would keep following her last command. His loyalty, he said, would never change, whether she was still alive or already gone. Riodrun then asked what her final order had been. Moten explained that Rems told him to protect Riodrun until he became a commander. After that, Moten would stay by his side, help train him, and guide him until he had the strength and wisdom to rise above the others, strong enough to change the rotten state of the demon race itself. Then he held out his hand and promised to remain Riodrun's ally forever. The scene shifts to a great temple, where the Pope addresses the faithful with grim news. One of the Holy Empire's greatest pillars had fallen. He announced that Ossiel had become a martyr after giving more than 2 centuries of his life in service. With a heavy voice, he mourned the loss of a longtime comrade, a man who had stood beside him and the legendary Sir Quinley for many years. The Pope said Ossiel had lived with unmatched devotion to God. Even with his final breath, he thought only of the Holy Empire's people, praying that their remaining days would be safe and peaceful. He then asked everyone present to pray in honor of Ossiel's deeds. He urged them never to forget that sacrifice, warning that one day divine punishment would fall on all who oppose God. With sorrow on his face, the Pope reflected that he had often warned against growing careless in moments of advantage. Now he grieved the tragic end of the legendary hero Ossiel, whose death would weigh on the faithful forever. He was suddenly interrupted by a messenger, who reported that Drahan sent someone to Marriott, asking for permission to investigate the battlefield where Hemis was fought. The Pope guessed they were looking for the truth behind Basil's death, but said the cleanup was already finished, and nothing was left to find. Even so, he ordered the messenger to contact Marriott in secret, and have Drazen's request rejected. The man bowed and moved to leave, but the Pope stopped him. He had one more question. He asked where Abelson and Choi were. The messenger said neither had been seen, not even in the recent battles. Choi's absence was especially strange, since there was no reason for him to stay away from the front. He suspected Hemis had removed him from the Demon King's army. That made the Pope realize Choi was still a problem even at the very end, and since he never appeared when Hemis was in danger, the Pope ordered a search, no matter how far it had to go. He wanted both of them found, and warned that anyone hiding or helping them would face divine punishment. The story then moves to the group's carriage, or rather, the 4 travelers inside it, where Choi and Rahel are busy complaining before someone cuts in. Rahel is asked to check if the disguises are ready. She's surprised by how fast they were finished. Then she looks at Choi and notices his newly dyed, icy red hair. After judging the result, she tells him not to screw this up. Abelson then shows up saying her disguise is done too, and asks what everyone thinks. Choi reacts like always, nearly losing his mind as he blurts out that Abelson looks gorgeous, like a princess from a fairy tale. Abelson laughs, thanks him, and says she may not be from a fairy tale, but she really is a princess, one from Marriott. That makes Choi snap back to reality fast. Frisch is stunned that Choi never connected Abelson's surname to the kingdom they're heading to. Even Rahel admits she wanted to defend him, but this time he was just too dumb. Choi quickly bows toward Abelson and apologizes for not realizing she was a princess sooner. She tells him it's fine and asks him to treat her like always. Choi mutters that as a Korean, he's got something like a servant mindset. Then it hits him that if Abelson is a princess, she must have influence in Marriott. Abelson says she's not sure. She already talked about it with Frisch, but if possible, she doesn't want to reveal who she is or even go back there. Choi asks why, only to get smacked on the head by Frisch, who calls him an idiot. Rahel agrees right away. Frisch explains that one of the strongest empires on the continent is hunting him, and Abelson doesn't want anyone else suffering because of her. Abelson adds that it's not like she'll never return, but if things get bad enough, she may have to ask for help because they're still her family in the end. The story then cuts back to the battlefield where Hemis clashed with the heroes. A sharp cracking sound suddenly rang out through the rubble, and from inside the ruins, a dark aura started to rise. Whether that was good or bad, no one could tell yet. Now inside human territory, the trio keeps moving deeper into the forest. Worried, Choi checks his system again, still bothered that it isn't working. Rahel notices his concern and asks what's wrong. Choi explains that ever since they entered human land, the hero system has stopped functioning. All he sees now is a screen full of glitches and scrambled text. Rahel doubts it, saying the system is way too advanced to just break like that. Choi says he's felt something strange for a while now, as if someone is watching him and setting up obstacles in real time. Rahel pushes back, saying she can't see the system, so she can't know for sure. Maybe it's bugging out because Choi is taking a totally different path from other heroes. He's such an irregular case that the system just can't handle him. In other words, a messed up user of demonic power who goes against humans. Of course, Choi only reacts to the part where she called him messed up. Rahel finishes by saying that even so, she still hasn't been ordered to leave Choi and go back, so maybe that means he's doing something right. Frisch overhears them and cuts the chatter short, warning that they're almost at the village closest to the borderlands. Khitan Village, Kingdom of Marriott, Viscount Andef. Abelson gets curious and asks if this is Choi's first time entering a human village. He says yes, his journey started in a weird place thanks to someone, but at least now he finally gets a proper hero experience. Abelson says he'll probably be disappointed because his first human village won't be anything special. Soon guards stop the group and ask for identification, and Frisch smoothly answers that they're 3 mercenaries looking for paid work. Choi is surprised by that story, especially in a region right by the demon border. Frisch ignores the reaction and says it'll make sense once Choi sees the place. What waits ahead is a disaster, ruins everywhere, and people living in misery. Rahel steps closer and notices posters on the public boards. The notices paint a bleak picture. Taxes, endless forced labor, more taxes, and then even more taxes. That hits Abelson hard, especially since this land belongs to her family. Frisch notices her expression and, with a bit of sarcasm, asks why she looks so ashamed. When Abelson hesitates, he answers for her. The royal family is bleeding the people dry. Using the excuse of a coming war, they take everything they can. Frisch adds that this isn't just a Marriott problem. He saw the same thing in other empires when he worked as a cardinal. Across Gartern, rulers use fear of war to squeeze their people and fill their own pockets. Abelson listens in shock, unable to believe things have gotten this bad. Later, Abelson sits beneath a knight statue, quietly thinking about the lives of the people below her station. Her thoughts are broken when someone suddenly calls out to her. It's Choi. Surprised to see him, Abelson asks where Frisch and Rahel are. Choi sits down beside her and asks how she's doing, and Abelson answers honestly. She admits her mood hasn't improved at all. In fact, she's angry. Choi tries to lighten it with a joke, saying after hearing all that, she has every reason to be. Abelson says the anger isn't aimed at Frisch, but at herself. She wanted to defend the empire somehow, but she couldn't. Nothing she said would excuse what Gartern has been doing to its people. Hearing that shocks Choi, and he starts thinking of a way to cheer her up. The problem is, every idea that comes to mind feels completely wrong for the moment. Before he can choose, Abelson calls out to him. Panicking that he messed up, Choi blurts out an apology even though he hadn't said anything, which only makes her stare in confusion. A second later, Choi realizes she wasn't about to scold him at all. Abelson also freezes for a moment, caught off guard by his reaction. Then she smiles and says an old story just came to mind, one she thinks he'd like to hear. So Abelson begins telling him about a hero from Khitan, a place that looks like a poor little village now but once knew real glory. That hero was Dronzer, a name remembered for centuries. He came from the age when warriors who fought the demons were first praised as heroes and legends. Dronzer was the greatest hero of his time. His name spread past Marriott and across the whole continent. He earned that fame through both his deeds and who he was. A spotless warrior who loved his homeland, protected the weak and showed mercy. But like everything else, Dronzer's story ended too, and far too soon, at just 37. And sadly his end came in Khitan. Choi asks why he died so young, and why it happened in Khitan. Abelson says it happened 1 year before the war ended, when the demons suddenly pushed harder, likely as a last desperate move. Marriott's imperial family ordered Dronzer to abandon Khitan and retreat, and he refused to accept that. For the first time he stood against an imperial command. Dronzer believed a nation had to protect its people, so he would never let Khitan be left behind. After making that clear, Dronzer went out to face the demons and drove back their attack. He did it alone, without a single warrior beside him, and that feat carved his name into Marriott's history. Choi quietly takes in the weight of her story and fixes Dronzer's name in his mind. Abelson goes on, wondering what that hero would think if he saw Ket now and the suffering its people live through. By the time night comes, the two are walking together. Abelson thanks Choi for staying with her and says she feels better now. He shrugs it off, saying all he did was listen. But she says that alone was enough to comfort her. The mood between them starts to shift. Then a sudden scream cuts through the night. 2 men come rushing out of an alley shouting in panic that there's a dead body and calling for the guards. Choi immediately heads over to check, telling Abelson to stay alert. It only takes a glance for him to realize this isn't something ordinary. This isn't just a dead body. The blood around it has been arranged in a strange pattern. Abelson moves closer, worried, but Choi tells her the officials should be here soon and the immediate danger seems gone. Even so, something feels off, so he asks her to inspect it too. She steps in and asks what exactly he wants her to look at. Choi points out that the smell is way too strong for someone who just died, and there's also a weird magic circle around the corpse. Since he doesn't know much about magic, Abelson should be able to judge it better. The moment she gets near, someone suddenly shouts a warning. Choi, watch out behind you. An undead creature is right behind him, lunging in for a surprise attack. Choi reacts fast, breaks free, and jumps back to make space while trying to figure out what he's dealing with. Abelson charges in too, moving to shield him from another hit. She slams the creature in the head and drops it at once. Shaken, Choi asks what that thing even was, and whether that person is really dead. Abelson explains it was an undead raised through necromancy, a dark kind of magic demons used to control the dead. She says demons were rumored to use that magic during the war, but this is the first undead she has ever seen with her own eyes. Choi says this feels like something from an American movie, and asks if a bite from one of those things can infect someone. Abelson isn't sure, there are no records about that, but being bitten by undead is obviously bad news, so they need to be careful. Before they can say more, soldiers arrive to check the commotion. Seeing Choi and Abelson there, they immediately notice the two aren't locals and demand to know what they're doing in the village. Abelson starts to answer, but Choi cuts in first, saying they're mercenaries who came looking for work. The guards trade looks and quietly discuss it, with one saying the pair do seem like mercenaries. Then a guard asks to see Choi's mercenary badge, and he hands it over right away. After checking it, the guard confirms their story, says he understands why they're here, and tells them to come with him. Later, after things settle down, Choi tells Frisch everything that happened, including the part where he accepted work as a mercenary. Frisch is instantly annoyed. They've been walking around letting people think they're mercenaries, and now they're even taking jobs. At this rate, he says Choi might end up becoming a real one. Not long after, Edmare shows up looking for the mercenaries the guild told him were amazing. That description leaves Choi and Abelson a little thrown off, and even Edmar starts to wonder if they really deserve that kind of praise. To keep up appearances, Choi boldly says they're not just good, they're legendary mercenaries, and people should feel lucky to live in the same age as them. After showing off like that, he quietly apologizes to Abelson in his head, telling himself it was the best way to hide who they really are. Then he moves on, saying the guild told them to handle this fast, though it sounds like they really do need to take care of it. Abelson feels embarrassed before God, and silently asks forgiveness for her companion's lies. Once Edmar is satisfied with who they are, he decides to get straight to the point. Choi sums it up. Over the last few months, villagers have been disappearing one after another, and these aren't normal cases of people leaving because life got too hard. Soon after each disappearance, bodies start turning up around the edges of the village. Some are laid on top of family graves. Others are pierced by strange staffs, and some have unknown letters and rough markings cut into their bodies. Abelson adds that she has never seen anything like this before. Choi goes on, saying the villagers recently asked their lord for help. Instead of solving it, he ordered them to move to a nearby settlement, most likely because he didn't want to waste effort on poor villages that barely pay taxes. So the residents gathered what little money they had and sent a request to the mercenary guild. Frisch gets it now and asks if that's why Choi pushed so hard to be treated like actual mercenaries. Rahal snaps that they're all liars, complaining that she was left out and saying this is their punishment. Frisch then looks at Abelson and says Choi lying is one thing, but a saint doing it is too much. Even so, they all understand the situation. From here on, it's better not to attract attention. If undead are involved, the Demon King's army could take notice, so acting carelessly would be a bad idea. Abelson asks if Frisch can let them help, even for just one day. She wants to do whatever she can for the villagers before they leave. Seeing how much she cares, Choi says he feels the same and wants to help too. Frisch agrees, but sets a limit. They can stay for 1 week. If they do all they can and the problem still isn't solved, they leave. Choi quickly accepts and brightens up at once, and Abelson does too, relieved that they'll be able to help the village. The group makes a plan and splits the village into 2 patrol areas. Rahal and Abelson take one side, while Choi and Frisch cover the other. Choi asks what Frisch will actually be doing, and Frisch says he'll watch the village entrance in case outside mercenaries show up. 4 days later, Abelson returns to the room where the others are gathered, and Choi greets her. He points out that she's late. Abelson says she had to check something first, and now she has something important to tell him. Curious, Choi asks what it is. She says it started earlier that day, while she was patrolling with Rahal, and now she's sure of it. The village has an unusually high amount of demonic energy in the air. Any land can hold traces of human energy, demonic energy, and divine power, and it's normal for one to be stronger than the others. But if humans are the ones protecting a place, demonic energy should be very low. That's not the case here, which makes it unnatural. Frisch and Choi immediately say they felt this kind of energy before. Abelson says that no matter what, this abnormal demonic energy is probably tied to everything happening here. During the rest of their stay, they should find out why it's gathering in the village and report it to the chief. Choi points out that even then, it won't truly solve the problem, and asks if she's okay with that. Abelson says she knows she's already used too much of the group's time, so she can't ask them to get involved any further. Frisch and Choi wrap up the meeting by saying they'll keep this up for 2 more days. Now that they finally have a lead, they split up and move on with the plan. That night, the group gets to work. Choi brings up necromancy and asks if Frisch uses it too, but Frisch says no. Hardly anyone in the 3rd Legion does. That catches Choi off guard. Frisch explains that Rems hates necromancy just like it hates chimeras, and says the whole thing is a really strange kind of magic. Choi asks what he means. Frisch looks at the saint and asks if she ever explained necromancy to Choi. Ava says no, she doesn't know much about how it actually works, so Frisch explains that only a few demons ever used it, and even then the results were poor. Because of that, there are barely any human records about it. Then he breaks down how it works. Necromancy lets someone turn corpses into undead and control them. During the war, all those dead bodies became fuel for it. At first, it looked like a powerful way to grow an army, but weak undead were too dumb, so the caster had to control them one by one. Trying to manage that in the middle of battle left the user wide open, and if they made stronger undead, things could get even worse. Once one became stronger than its master, it could break free. Sometimes the undead even turned on the summoner. Once control was gone, they attacked any living thing nearby, friend or foe. Choi gets it now and agrees that necromancy really is a twisted kind of magic. Frisch adds that it caused plenty of friendly fire during the war. Then something interrupts them, a strange energy. Abe Allison quickly says another demon is nearby. Frisch is surprised she picked up the demonic energy so fast and asks where it is. Choi asks what direction it's coming from and she says the Statue Plaza. They rush there at once and find someone casting a spell on the ground. Choi asks if that's the source of the energy and Abelson says yes but tells them to wait. Killing him now would be a mistake. First they need to know what he's doing there. Frisch asks what she plans to do but Choi cuts in and says he'll handle it himself. He asks to go alone. The caster notices them and comments that Choi has a very strange aura for a human. Choi realizes right away how sharp this guy's senses are. The caster stands and says that if they won't come closer, he'll come to them instead. Choi is taken aback, but before anything can happen, he jumps in with his plan and yells for no one to attack. This man is an ally. That completely throws his companions off, since it looked like a fight was about to start. The hooded man is just as confused and asks what the hell is going on. Choi then loudly declares that he is Ryan Sok, regimental commander of the Demon King's 3rd Legion, and orders the man to state his name and rank. The hooded man freezes. Being ordered around by a human already feels wrong, even more so when that human is Choi, a demon army recruit surrounded by wild rumors. On top of that, the last time they had any link to the regiment, Choi was only a company commander. Obeying him now doesn't sit right. Abelson notices the tension at once and wonders if Choi's bluff is really the right move. Frisch, though, chooses another path. Without hesitating, he backs Choi up and introduces himself as a regimental leader from the 3rd Legion. In a calm, firm voice, he says the man doesn't seem to be from the 3rd at all, and repeats the order to identify himself properly. Abelson grows even more uneasy. From where she stands, both of them are openly lying. Frischl only cares about one thing, ending this quietly so the village doesn't get dragged into it. He calmly tells her that if things go bad, she should pull back and warn the village chief to evacuate everyone right away. The hooded man slowly shows his face, still suspicious. What bothers him most is how naturally Choi and Frischl are moving around among humans. Frischl answers without pause, saying they're on a secret mission ordered directly by Hemis. Anything more than that, he says, is classified. That name hits hard. The hooded man accepts the authority behind it, and Frischl immediately presses him again for his identity. At last, the man admits he belongs to the 4th Legion. Choi understands right away. This guy serves under Park Hyuna. The man's mood instantly turns bitter, and he snaps that Hyuna is not the true commander of the 4th Battalion. In his eyes, that place belongs to Lord Onyx. Choi and Frischl trade a quick whisper. Frischl explains that Onyx used to lead the 4th, but after a major defeat, he lost the post and was demoted to vice commander. He also says this reaction isn't surprising. Many demons can't stand taking orders from a human hero, and the Demon King's army is full of that kind of resentment. Seeing them whisper, the hooded man demands to know what they said. Choi brushes it off, telling him it's nothing important. Then Choi thinks back to what the man said earlier, that when he left his unit, Choi was still only a commander. That means he's probably been away for a very long time. Using that opening, Choi softens his voice and says he understands. A lot of time must have passed, and the man has probably gone through plenty on his own. Frischl backs that up, saying lonely missions are never easy, and he knows what it's like to carry that weight by yourself. Little by little, the man's guard starts to drop. Their unexpected sympathy clearly gets to him, and he begins to relax. Before long, the three are speaking much more openly, and the reason he came to the town finally starts to come out. The hooded man still hesitates, carefully choosing his words, like he's torn between speaking up and staying quiet. Choi gently pushes further, pointing out that the man clearly doesn't like the current commander. If he just wants to vent and talk trash about Hyuna, Choi says he and Frischl are happy to listen. He even adds that Hyuna's personality is awful, something he knows from personal experience after meeting her recently. Frischl follows by saying Hemis and Hyuna are barely getting along, then casually asks if the hooded man knew that. Before he can say much, Frischl adds that they also have a mission in the city, so it would be smarter to share information and avoid getting in each other's way. As the hooded man thinks it over, they remark that he seems cut off from the lands ruled by the king of Aemon. Frischl says that's common on solo assignments. People go a long time without news or contact from the main force. That finally lowers the man's guard. After a short pause, he reveals his mission, testing a magical device that turns mana into demonic energy. That revelation shocks Choi. The hooded man explains that when demonic energy is fed into the device, it starts converting the mana around it into even more demonic energy for a set time. That fills the area with dense energy and yin, making it perfect for necromancy. He goes on to say the device was made together by Onyx and Rotak. Over several months, they buried nearly 100 bodies while building a huge magic circle around the village. Recently, it started working. Zombies began appearing on their own, without needing to be summoned. He was sent to watch the results, collect data, and oversee the test until Choi and Frischl showed up. Choi asks what happens once the circle is fully prepared. The hooded man says there are old stories about a legendary hero tied to this village, and the final goal is to revive that hero as an undead. Frischl immediately thinks of Lothar Dronzer and asks if necromancy has really advanced enough to bring back someone who died that long ago. The man says bringing him back is possible. Controlling him, though, is a different story. The whole thing is still an experiment, with no sure outcome. Noticing how hostile Choi seems toward Haidina, the hooded man shares even more. If this works, he says, the next target will be Park Haidina herself, turned into an undead. That makes Choi jolt upright in shock. The man keeps talking calmly, saying a plan like that would need a huge number of devices, but if it works, they would never need commanders from other races again. Then Lord Onyx could take back his rightful place as leader of the 4th Legion. With that, the hooded man ends the talk and says he hopes their paths never cross again. Choi looks at Frischl, and Frischl looks right back. No one says a word, but they understand each other instantly. Both move at the same time, fast, exact, and ruthless. The hooded man is beheaded. His heart is pierced before his body can even react. In his last fading moment, what he feels isn't fear or rage, but bitter disappointment. He had been fooled by the very people he thought he was using. As soon as he dies, the magical device becomes unstable. Its core starts pulsing wildly, and energy bursts out across the plaza, skidding over the stone, throwing sparks and slamming into the statue in the center. The device shakes once, then goes still. Frischl breaks the silence, saying it's strange how they both chose the same move without saying a word. Choi admits he didn't expect them to sync up that well. Frischl goes on, saying the Legion's interests mean little to him next to Lord Hemes's. He'd rather keep Hyuna as a quiet, passive commander than let the Legion tear itself apart in a power struggle. Choi finally exhales, the tension leaving his shoulders. As far as he's concerned, the legal mess is done. The summoner is dead, the device is shut down, and now they can leave the city with a clear conscience. If they destroy the remaining magic circles, the undead should vanish and the demonic energy in the village ought to fade back to normal. Sure of that, neither of them notices the air changing behind them. As they leave the plaza, a strange mist starts spreading along the ground, and Choi casually says this might improve his relationship with Park Hyuna, at least a little. He never gets to finish. A huge green beam explodes behind them with a deafening roar shaking the air. Both Choi and Frischl freeze and spin back toward the plaza in shock. Far away, Abelson stands with the village chief and the residents, calmly giving orders. Then an unnatural silence falls over the crowd. She stops, sensing something is very wrong, and wonders if she should keep going. That hesitation disappears the second a green light shoots into the sky. She instantly realizes it came from the hero statue and decides to head back to Choi and Frischl. Before leaving, she warns the villagers not to enter the town no matter what, and tells the chief to contact the nearest temple right away. Back in the village center, Choi can barely process what he's seeing. The summoner is dead, he knows that for sure. Yet the ritual is still going. As the thick mist slowly clears, Frischl narrows his eyes and notices a figure taking shape in the middle. Something is standing there, solid and real. From the fading fog, the summoned undead finally speaks in an old commanding voice. It asks if its homeland is still safe. Choi and Frischl go silent when they come face to face with the legendary hero. Loper's presence is overwhelming, and for a moment Frischl is less focused on him than on how Choi might respond. Breaking the silence, Choi forces a smile and cheerfully says they're in Marriott. More exactly, in Kaitan. Loper looks confused. He asks why monsters are roaming freely inside the kingdom of Marriott, especially while Choi is promote the Clatian, traps Choi at once, and his mind races for an answer that won't fall apart instantly. Before he can say anything, Abelson rushes in and urgently calls out to them. She stops the moment she sees the unknown man beside Choi and Frischl. Shock hits first, then recognition comes just as fast. The saint understands who he is right away and wastes no time. Stepping forward, she formally introduces herself and respectfully asks to speak with Loper. To prove her claim, Abelson shows him the Royal Medallion of Marriott. The artifact gives off a faint magical glow, one Loper instantly recognizes as a relic reserved for the royal family. Without any hesitation, he kneels before her. Then he introduces himself as Loper of the Lightning, Royal Warrior of Marriott, and offers his respect properly. Relieved and pleasantly surprised, Choi quietly tells Frischl this is going much better than he expected. Loper seems fully sane and physically whole, with none of the madness or decay they would expect from an undead. Frischl agrees, saying necromancy is still poorly understood, and guesses that Loper's status as a legendary hero may have caused an unusual result. Meanwhile, Loper calmly asks what happened while he was dead and why the princess is traveling with demons. Frischl watches the hero's steady posture and quietly wonders how he's taking all of this so calmly. Abelson answers only that it's a long story. Then she tells Choi and Frischl to return to the hotel and get ready to leave the village. As they walk, she promises Loper she'll explain everything on the way. Sometime later, as they keep talking, Loper reflects that the world seems to have changed far too fast since his death. Choi asks if he's really sure about going with them. Loper says he swore loyalty to the royal family long ago, and since he believes Abelson is acting for Marriott's good, he plans to follow her. Choi challenges that, pointing out that oath was made ages ago. No one from that time is still alive, and there's nobody left. He has to protect out of duty alone. Loper hears him out without wavering, then says that above all else, he fights so Marriott can stay a good place to live. As he says it, memories begin to return. He thinks of his family, and most of all his daughter. He remembers her as stubborn and strong-willed, a lot like him in his later years. She used to run around the kingdom proudly saying her father was the greatest warrior in the land. Her biggest dream was to become the best tailor in all of Marriott, but in this era, she must have died long ago. Even so, Loper is sure she grew into someone deeply loved by the people around her. That belief shapes his resolve now. He no longer cares about glory or praise, only about protecting everything she once loved, even in a world far beyond his time. Abelson is clearly surprised to hear that Loper had a daughter. When he says her name was Rosa Tozer, she listens closely. Loper softly adds that after his death, Rosa likely took the name Crossel and was raised by her mother's family. At that, Abelson points out that the current royal commander has the surname Crossel. Loper quietly shakes his head and calls it a coincidence. Crossel isn't a common name, but after so many decades, he can't believe one of his grandchildren could still be alive. Abelson gently pushes back. She says that when she was a child, she heard the commander's mother was a tailor, and the commander himself is good at knitting. She also reminds him that he's known as the second legend of the Marriott legends, and legends do not age like normal people, so a surviving descendant may not be impossible after all. Loper thinks it over, then says that if the man really is his grandson, he must be someone worthy, someone who carried that heroic bloodline with pride and discipline. The idea sparks a quiet curiosity, and he admits he'd like to meet him someday. Nearby, Choi quietly tells Rahel he's glad Loper didn't turn into a mindless undead monster. Rahel agrees, relieved they aren't trapped in some cruel story where the kingdom's protector destroys his own people. Loper adds that the idea of him destroying Marriott is completely absurd. His mind drifts to simpler memories. His wife loved the candy shop in the 4th block across from the palace, while his daughter adored the yarn shop 2 blocks away. As he talks, something strange starts creeping closer. An unknown energy presses against him, faint at first, then heavier by the second. With every word, it gets closer. Then the change comes fast. Loper's voice stumbles and suddenly gives out, replaced by something twisted and inhuman. His body folds forward like an invisible force is crushing him, overwhelmed by something no one can clearly identify. Choi notices it right away, and frustration surges through him. Deep down, he already knew luck alone was never going to save them. Frischl reacts instantly, takes charge, and orders everyone to get away from Loper while they figure out what's happening. The hero fights violently against the curse, his body shaking with pain. Choi asks Frischl what he thinks is going on, and Frischl grimly says Loper will probably attack any living thing in or around the village. Worse, if no one stops him, instinct may drive him toward the capital, where countless civilians live. That leaves only one option. They have to fight. They don't have the power to truly suppress a legend, but running is no longer possible. Driven by sheer resolve, Abelson steps forward and tells the others to run, declaring that she will handle this herself. Frischl answers calmly that she can't manage this alone, and that a burden like this should fall to the temple or the royal family. Still, since undead are weak against sacred power, and Loper may not be at full strength, she might have a chance to face him directly. Choi notices Abelson's hands trembling. She knows, just like he does, that she may not be able to stop Loper. Even so, she steadies herself and says her greatest duty is to protect her land as the Princess of Marriott. Choi immediately says he'll fight beside her. Frischl tries one last time to stop them, but it doesn't work, and Hyunsuk Choi argues that letting Loper destroy his own homeland would be even crueler, turning the village into a slaughterhouse. Seeing their resolve won't break, Frischl gives up on talking them out of it and joins the fight. He moves into place with practiced ease, jumping onto a nearby building to take the high ground while the protagonist Choi and Abelson approach from the front. From above, Frischl keeps his eyes locked on Loper, ready to move the instant things go bad. At that moment, the possession fully takes over. Whatever control Loper had left is ripped away, and his whole presence changes as instinct replaces reason. Almost at once, his eyes snap to Frischl's elevated position. Frischl understands the danger immediately. The hero's instincts are simple. Take out the backline first. He braces for a direct attack. Loper bursts forward with terrifying speed, but before he can hit his target, Abelson steps in and intercepts him head-on. She plants her feet and blocks the strike with her shield, the impact shaking the street. Without wasting a second, she releases her sacred power. Bright energy bursts out as spectral chains wrap around Loper's limbs to hold him down. At the same time, she signals Choi to move. Choi bursts into action and closes the gap in an instant. He takes full advantage of the opening the chains created. In one fast move, he grabs Loper, throws him off balance, and slams him hard into the ground, cracking the stone. But Choi knows that means nothing yet. A legend like Loper won't go down that easily. The real fight is only starting. Then Choi locks his legs around Loper, and using every bit of strength he has, drives him down again. The hit digs a deep crater into the ground. Loper lies still for a moment, and Choi jumps back to make space. Behind him, Abelson watches the crater with shield and spear ready, trying to tell if it's finally over. Choi already knows the answer. His strongest attack didn't leave a single mark. Loper's body is bent backward, chin pointed up, but he's completely unharmed. Red smoke starts to spread around him, and tiny sparks flicker in the air. Nearby, Frischl keeps his weapon trained on Loper. He knows monsters like this only stay down if a priest purifies them, or if their head is cut off. Abelson quickly searches for another option. Exorcism magic could work, but only if she gets enough time to focus and finish the spell. The problem is clear. She still isn't skilled enough to fight and cast at the same time. A storm begins to gather overhead, twisting into a lightning-filled vortex. Abelson looks up and raises her shield on instinct. Rahul gasps when the first drops of rain hit. The sudden storm catches her off guard. Abelson frowns as the rain soaks her. This isn't normal, and her eyes snap back to Loper. One hand is raised, fingers clenched, while countless bolts of lightning gather around it. In that moment, it becomes clear, Loper's title was never an exaggeration. Lord of the Heavenly Thunder fits him perfectly. He calls down a storm, and lightning answers, crashing around him with such force that dust and broken earth explode into the air. There is no doubt now he truly is the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder. Loper stands at the center of the storm, cloak whipping behind him holding two swords, one silver, the other formed from living lightning. Then his unique transcendental power activates the Thunder Sword style, Lightning Haste. With blazing eyes, Loper launches forward at terrifying speed. In a blink he cuts across the battlefield, leaving only streaks of electricity behind. He swings both swords at once. Choi barely reacts in time, crossing his arms to block, shocked by how absurdly fast Loper is. Even staring right at him, Choi can hardly keep up. Loper is simply too fast to follow. Loper gives him no time to recover and attacks again from above with the lightning sword. Choi lifts his right fist under his face and uses it like a shield to take the blow. From a nearby rooftop, Frischl keeps his aim on Loper, covering the back line while rain pours down. A jagged crack tears through the ground along Loper's path, shaped like lightning. Even in the dark, the red glow around him burns bright and threatening. Hatred fills Loper's eyes. Veins bulge across his face as he rushes Choi again. This time, Abelson steps in front of Choi, gripping her spear and raising her shield. From behind her, Choi senses the hit coming and warns that it's a frontal attack. She doesn't hesitate. Her shield answers at once, creating a second barrier, huge and golden, spreading out in front of her. But Loper is sharper than expected. Instead of crashing into it, he plants a foot on the shield, leaps up, and slips over the barrier. Mid-air, he flips past Frischl so cleanly that Frischl doesn't even notice him above. Abelson stares for a split second, then sprints forward, shouting a warning to Frischl and readying another defense. She knows the attack isn't over. Loper lifts an arm and a bolt of lightning rips down from the sky straight into Frischl. The blast throws him off the roof and smashes him into the ground, tearing open a crater. Rahul flies to the edge and looks down in horror. Frischl is twisted badly at the bottom, but he's still breathing. He manages a small movement just enough to show he barely survived. A second later, and he would have died. Behind Abelson, Choi keeps watching Loper, now standing on the rooftop Frischl had occupied. Above him, the storm still churns, lightning flashing around his silhouette. Then another sign appears showing the next power Loper is about to use, the Thunder Sword style bolt from the blue. He leaps forward, pulls both swords back, and hurls them straight at Choi. Again, Abelson jumps in front of him, and her shield's golden power expands the instant the blades hit. The impact is monstrous. She grits her teeth and holds on with everything she has as the ground under her feet starts to give way. Behind her, Choi sees the opening and signals the exact moment to move. Abelson drops to one knee at once, giving him a step. Choi uses her as a launch point, flies forward, and drives a full-power kick into Loper's stomach, blasting him backward. As he's sent flying, Loper grits his teeth, furious at being hit like that. Choi wastes no time and turns toward Frischl, who has already started recovering from the fall. For Choi, the fight is nowhere near done. This is the moment for a risky move they've practiced before. He grabs Frischl's scratched-up arm as Frischl, glasses crooked, hesitates for a second, knowing how dangerous this is against an enemy who just escaped death. Still, once he understands what Choi wants, he grips back. With perfect timing, Frischl twists Choi's body in midair and throws him forward with all his strength toward Loper, who is already recovering, arching back with both swords ready. While flying through the air, Choi gathers his power and activates dropkick, driving himself straight at Loper with one leg extended. He puts everything into it. Right before the hit, the tension shows in his eyes. Undead or not, he believes breaking the body should stop it. The clash is enormous. Lightning and dust explode from the impact, and the shockwave is so strong the others have to brace themselves to avoid being blown back. Clinging to Frischl's cloak, Rahul watches nervously through the spreading dust, desperate to see what happened. Little by little, the dust clears and reveals the truth. Loper is completely unharmed. With a cold expression, he grips Choi by the leg like he's carrying nothing, while Choi struggles uselessly in the air. His grip tightens around Choi's ankle, then red lightning begins to pour from his body. It's the technique called lightning flash. The electricity races through Choi's whole body without mercy. He screams as violent spasms rip through him. Seeing that, Abelson cries out Choi's name, tears rising in her eyes. Frischl attacks from behind with his crossbow, even while Loper is still holding Choi as the hero screams in pain. He strikes with everything he has, forcing Loper to let go. Choi is sent flying back toward Frischl, and the two crash to the ground near Abelson. Frischl quickly checks him and confirms he's still breathing, crediting the survival to the body modem had carefully altered. Choi lies still, eyes empty, almost catatonic, while red sparks keep leaking from his body. Frischl watches with worry, resting the crossbow on his shoulder. He knows that no matter how much modem reinforced that body, Choi won't live long without treatment. Before Frischl can do anything else, something invisible hits him and sends him flying. He crashes down and goes limp. completely unconscious. Rahul panics, shaking him and begging him to wake up. With everyone falling around her, Abelson calls on her holiest power. Divine magic rises as Sanctuary is activated. Golden wings spread from her back, and brilliant light pours off her body. She knows exactly what this power will cost. Sanctuary burns through a huge amount of divine energy, and while it's active, she can't move from that spot. Even so, it's an incredibly tough technique made to hold the line no matter what. Right now, it's her strongest defense. A golden sphere expands from Abelson and shields everyone behind her. Abelson looked at her spear and started to doubt herself. Even with everything she had, it still might not be enough. The gap between her and Loper felt too big, and for the first time she wondered if she could protect anyone at all. Loper came straight at her and slammed into the barrier again and again. With every hit, the Sanctuary shook, and cracks spread across the golden shell. Behind her, Choi was paralyzed and helpless. If she broke now, he had no chance of surviving. Crying, Abelson begged Loper to come back to himself. She reminded him who he was, the village he had given his life to, and the promise he made after waking up that he wanted to live again for Marriott. But Loper kept attacking without stopping. Each blow made the cracks spread wider. Desperate, with the barrier close to breaking, Abelson called out through her tears. She reminded him of the dream he once shared, the wish to become a father his daughter could be proud of. Loper suddenly thrust his hands forward and grabbed Abelson by the neck, slamming her hard to the ground. Then he pinned her under him and squeezed her throat so hard she could barely breathe. Even while choking, Abelson used what little air she had left to keep speaking. She reminded Loper of the people he loved in that land, of all he wanted to protect, and of his dream to make that place better for everyone. In painful silence, she begged him to wake up and see clearly again that it still was not too late. Then something started to change. Memories rushed into Loper's mind. He saw celebrations, laughter, and people thanking him. Moments when he was praised not as a monster but as a savior, a symbol of hope. Still, the pressure on Abelson's neck kept growing, and her vision started to dim. Right before passing out, tears running down her face, Abelson forced out one last truth. To them, Loper was a hero. Then drops landed on her. Shocked, she almost thought it was rain. A moment later, she realized it wasn't. She slowly reached up, touched Loper's face, and felt tears on her fingers. He was crying, and just as he seemed ready to think about how irritating she was, he suddenly shouted for her to shut up. Red lightning wrapped around him while tears kept falling from his eyes. Then, without hesitating, he drove the silver sword straight toward Abelson's chest. Seeing that, Frisch froze in horror. The shock hit so hard he tried to call out to Abelson without even thinking. Then the story cut to a memory. Frisch stood in Lady Hemis's office with a long paper in hand, suggesting they restart necromancy research. Hemis shut it down at once, saying necromancy was banned in the 3rd Legion, and she had made sure the other legions stayed away from it too. Frisch noticed how strict she always became whenever the undead came up, and he quietly wondered why. While still writing, Lady Hemis asked him a simple question, whether he still remembered their faces. Frisch admitted to himself that he did. He still remembered his old training companions, all of whom died in battle while he alone lived. Hemis stopped writing and set down her pen. She said she had faces like that too, people she wanted to see again, people who died young because they were weak. Back then, she had thought it would be wonderful to bring them back, and that longing pushed her into necromancy research herself. She succeeded in reviving some of them, and for a moment she was truly happy, believing she had gotten those bonds back. In the memory, Hemis reached out to one of the reanimated figures and promised herself she would treat them better this time and protect them. But then the memory moved on. Instead of taking her hand, that creature grabbed her wrist with hostile force. It had all been a lie. The moment it tried to kill her, Hemis understood the undead were driven by a deep, overwhelming hunger. Past feelings and old bonds meant nothing to them. It was something no one could fully resist. Keeping her head lowered, Hemis said undead might quickly grow in army's numbers. But one question mattered most: what if the corpse's blade one day turned on the one giving orders? The memory showed Hemis standing over the bloody corpse of one of the demons, revived through her own research. The scene felt heavy and grim. She thought about those creatures eventually turning on their creators, full of hatred, cursing the one who dragged them back into a miserable life. With pain and resolve, she said she never wanted to face that again. The story snapped back to the present. Just as Abelson opened her eyes, still unable to move after Loper's attack, she quickly saw the strike had missed. Loper's silver sword was stuck in the ground between her arm and side, shaking slightly, but she was unharmed. Frisch stood there in shock. How could Loper miss from that close? Then an almost impossible thought hit him. Maybe Loper had overcome the undead urge controlling him. Loper was struggling through tears. He bit his lips so hard they bled, begging for it to stop, begging for the pain to end. His shaking body pulled the sword from the ground, and inside him there was only one desperate wish: not to hurt anyone else. He still hovered over Abelson, one hand around her neck, raising the sword again for another strike. But before he could bring it down, something stopped him. Choi suddenly appeared and smashed a brutal kick into Loper's neck. The impact was so strong it tore his head clean off and sent it flying. Loper's body started breaking into dust with countless glowing lights rising around him. The same thing happened to his severed head as it began to crumble too. Even then, he had enough strength left to thank them from the bottom of his heart. He wore a real smile, tears still on his face. In his final moments, Loper felt relieved that he had been stopped before hurting the princess. As his eyes slowly closed and the lights around his head grew brighter, only one feeling remained: gratitude that he could leave as a father his daughter could be proud of. Abelson watched quietly. As Loper disappeared into the light, one hand pressed to her chest, eyes full of tears. She whispered his name with pain, respect, and thanks. After using the last of his strength to stop Loper, Choi collapsed face first onto the ground. A low groan made Abelson turn, and she hurried over to sit beside him. Frisch came over and checked him, quickly realizing Choi had passed out. Quietly, he admitted to himself that Choi's willpower was absurd. Soon movement in the distance showed other people were coming. Abelson recognized them as villagers, though it felt strange that they had not gone to the temple. Frisch didn't wait. He ran and took Rahel with him. A group of spear-carrying guards appeared first, with several villagers behind them. They stopped in front of Abelson, who was sitting on the ground with Choi's head in her lap. The guards said they had been sent by the diocese from the temple and demanded to know about the unholy energy still in the area. They ordered her to state her name and affiliation. Abelson tightened her hold on Choi when she noticed flaws in their insignias. Real priests would never wear marks like those. Her mind raced. She barely had any divine power left, so fighting was almost impossible, but telling the truth would put Choi in danger right away. Caught between both choices, she stayed still, unsure what to do. Up on a rooftop, hidden behind a chimney, Frisch and Rahel watched from above. In a nervous whisper, Rahel asked how things had turned into such a mess. Frisch quickly told her to be quiet, or they'd be spotted. Back below, Abelson asked everyone to step back for a moment. At that moment, someone important arrived, Bishop Tranio of the South Marriott Diocese. One looked at them and he seemed to recognize their faces. Abelson was stunned. She couldn't understand why a bishop would be there, so far from where he ruled. Seeing her reaction, Tranio gave her a small signal to stay quiet, careful not to let the guards notice. Then he personally assured them the two were safe, and said they should come with him for now, making it clear he would take full responsibility. The next scene moved to a refined room with white and blue wallpaper and elegant white furniture. At the center table, Tranio held his hand over a purple sphere. He explained that they had found the communication device among the saints' belongings and labeled it a forbidden item powered by demonic energy. Sitting across from him, Abelson kept her hands between her thighs and asked what would happen to them now. She feared they would be restrained and sent to the capital of the Holy. Instead of answering right away, Tranio gave a soft smile and brought up the pilgrimage they took across the continent years ago. He admitted he hadn't thought much of her back then. To him, she was a sheltered princess trying to join a brutal journey, and he figured she wouldn't last even a week. He saw it as spoiled pride, but he was wrong. Through that whole year, the young saint never complained once. He remembered Abelson hanging up laundry while laughing and playing with the village children. In another memory, she was teaching kids in a small classroom. No matter their age, gender, or status, she treated everyone with the same kindness and care. Tranio once asked why she worked so hard for others, and her answer was simple: she was only doing what she believed was right. Back in the present, Tranio smiled at Abelson and said the saint he knew would never sell out her beliefs or work with demons for selfish reasons. That's why he wanted the full truth. What really happened? Those words brought tears to Abelson's eyes, but she held them back. Staring at the floor, she finally started telling him everything that had happened. Later, in a dungeon, the hero lay passed out on the stone floor. Feeling someone near him, he forced his eyes open and saw long, shining hair. For a second, he thought the woman before him was the most beautiful person he'd ever seen, like an angel. Sure, it was Abelson Marriott. He called out her name. But it wasn't Abelson, it was Frisch. Embarrassed, Frisch muttered to Rahel that the hero must have hit his head pretty hard. Then he asked if Choi was okay. The second Choi recognized him. He slammed himself against the wall and grumbled that Frisch had been acting weird out of nowhere. Annoyed, he demanded the demonic energy used to heal him back. Kneeling there, Frisch shot back that he had even snuck into the temple just to save an ungrateful brat like him. Then the bishop appeared in the corridor, calm as ever, with Abelson right behind him. Both Choi and Frisch were shocked to see her there. Abelson walked to the cell with a key, and when Choi asked what was going on, she explained that she'd known the bishop for a long time and he was going to help them escape. Still worried, Choi grabbed the bars and said he appreciated the help, but the bishop could get into serious trouble for this. Tranio stayed calm and said he had lived long enough already. In an old body waiting for God's call, there was nothing left to fear. Abelson unlocked the cell and let Choi out, then asked the bishop to come with them. He refused, saying too many people were already terrified of the undead. If a bishop ran from his diocese now, the faithful would lose trust in God. Then he slipped a hand into his sleeve and said he was returning her things. He pulled out the purple sphere and placed it in Abelson's hands, telling her to leave without looking back. She shouldn't worry, just keep following what she believed was right. Her eyes filled with tears, overcome with gratitude. Tranio kept speaking to Abelson, but his words were clearly also for Frisch and Rahel. Frisch was awkwardly trying to hide himself with pieces of armor, while Rahel froze in shock, realizing the bishop had known all along what he and Choi really were. Frisch, annoyed and incredulous, muttered that if the bishop knew from the start, he could have said so before Frisch went through all the trouble of putting on that armor. As Tranio turned to go, he made one last shameless request to the hero he had only just met. please take good care of the young saint. The chapter ended with the three of them riding through the forest, heading toward an uncertain future with a little hope still left. Back at his desk, Bishop Tranio thought about the undead and decided he should report it before things got worse. Then a woman's voice called out to him. A purple-haired woman entered with guards carrying an official order. By decree of His Holiness, Tranio had been stripped of his rank for helping the traitor Abelson, and they demanded to know where Abelson Marriott was. The woman was Kinley Riverford, the legendary wanderer of Gartron. Tranio calmly adjusted himself in his chair and greeted her, noting that this was their first meeting since her last birthday. He also remarked that the little saint wasn't with her. Kinley demanded to know where the traitor had gone. She warned that he understood the consequences, and if he kept provoking Orban's anger, things would only get worse. Tranio gave a light laugh and mentioned the interrogation chamber reserved for heretics. Without facing them, he said that if they truly needed his cooperation, he had no choice. He only asked for a little time to change into his ceremonial robes. One of the guards refused, saying they couldn't leave a great criminal alone. Still turned away, Tranio reminded Kinley that he had once carried her on his back and helped raise her. For the sake of that old bond, he asked for one last chance to preserve everyone's dignity. After a short silence, Kinley allowed it and said she would take full responsibility. Tranio opened a door and asked that the papers on his desk be delivered to His Holiness. Then he said farewell to Lady Kinley and walked away. She watched him go with a sad look and quietly called his name. At a small table covered in books, Bishop Tranio opened a drawer and muttered to himself, trying to remember where he had put it. Inside were a few personal items, including a small doll that looked like Lady Kinley and a short sword with a golden hilt. Finding it, Tranio quietly said he'd finally found what he needed. He lifted the sword carefully, and in a sad voice admitted he was glad he had been able to see Lady Kinley one last time. Then he placed the tip beneath his chin and closed his eyes. Thinking of the little saint too, he whispered a final wish that she would stay safe. The story cuts back to the two demons and the saint racing down the road. From behind Abelson, Choi asks if they can still go back to the bishop. Abelson says no, they can't look back. Sadness crossed her face as she added that the bishop would have wanted it that way. Up ahead, Frisch asked where they were going now. Abelson revealed their destination, Natasha, the capital of Marriott. They were headed for the royal palace there. The story then shifts to the Grand Cathedral of Gartron. Before the altar, the Pope quietly announced that Tranio was dead. From that, he concluded that Choi Hyun-sok and Abelson had escaped. The view then showed Lady Kinley standing behind him. She explained that tracking them had been difficult because they seemed to have hired a very skilled rogue, leaving almost no traces. Holding several documents to her chest, Kinley went on to say that their destination could only be one of three places. First, they might seek refuge in Drasen, a land hostile to Gartron. Another option was Ultimum Festo, where deserter heroes gathered. The third was the Marriott royal family, since Abelson was related to them. The Pope then brought up reports that Choi Hyun-sok's group had defeated Lofred Dronzer. He noted that the man's growth had far exceeded their expectations, which was troubling. Kinley confirmed that everything they had checked so far pointed to that being true. Then she added that Tranio had left an important message for her to pass on. She handed the documents to the Pope and said that, given the circumstances, she planned to handle Tranio's funeral herself. Before she could finish, the Pope coldly cut her off and ordered Tranio's head to be severed and displayed in the market. Kinley was horrified. She couldn't believe that order was meant for Tranio of all people, but the Pope simply turned and said treason had no exceptions. People needed to see what happened to anyone foolish enough to help Choi seize Kinley. Shaken reminded him that Tranio had been Asahel's most treasured disciple, even after Asahel died. She also recalled that it was the Pope himself who had guided Tranio into the priesthood and shaped all he accomplished in southern Marriott. The Pope cut her off again, this time calling her name in a sharp voice. His eyes hardened as he said she seemed to forget this far too often. Then he made it clear he was the Pope, not her equal. Lady Kinley said nothing. She just stood there, eyes wide, shaken by the way he spoke to her. A little later, the Pope sat on a bench in the great cathedral, going through the papers. Reading them, he muttered that demonic energy and necromancy were involved, and it looked like the Demon King had finally chosen to face him openly. Even so, he stayed calm. After a short pause, he added that this might actually work in his favor. Park Hyuna lay on a big bed with her hands behind her head, grumbling that this was such a pain. The man who begged for her help had suddenly died, and now she had no clue what to do. Looking back, she admitted she should have tested the situation between the Demon King and Hemis before picking a side, but she had openly backed Hemis, so now she was sure the Demon King was planning something. Then Hyuna suddenly sat up. Something felt wrong. It was way too quiet. Clenching her teeth, she figured that if Hemis was gone, some kind of payback should be coming for her too. That strange silence only made her feel worse. An imaginary little angel popped up beside her and suggested asking Gartran to send her back, all the way to the start of that other world. Hyuna lowered her head and mocked the idea. Going back would mean becoming a second version of herself with no will of her own. Basically a puppet. She'd rather die than live like that. Then a little demon version of herself offered another option. Switch sides again and serve Drasen instead. If Lubu could have 3 fathers, Hyuna could serve 3 masters. She shot that down right away. She had already gone to Drassen with Sullivan, and they made it clear they didn't take refugees from another world. Trembling, she covered her face and realized there was only one option left now: the Demon King's army. Frustrated, she thought that if she'd known from the start that the Demon King and the Holy Empire were only putting on a show, she would have chosen very differently. Manhwa finally snapped. Grabbing her head, she shouted that of course she wouldn't be stuck here if she'd known that sooner. If she'd learned the truth back then, she would have just taken Sullivan's advice and gone with him to Ultimo Festo. As she tried to calm down, her thoughts kept spinning. By the time she understood what was really going on, she had already become a Legion commander. All this time, she had pushed down her fear and told herself nobody would be crazy enough to throw away a Legion commander. But now that belief started to crack. Standing there with wide eyes, she began to wonder if she should get out while she still could. At that moment, a knock came at the door. A voice announced Vice Commander Onyx. When he entered, he was carrying a glowing purple sphere and said Red Warren from the 3rd Legion had something urgent to tell her. Hyuna stared at the sphere suspiciously, wondering what this was supposed to be at a time like this. Right after that, the orb started playing a message. The voice inside said the matter was important, and asked if anyone else was in the room. Hyuna answered that Vice Commander Onyx was with her. The voice told everyone else to leave. Hyuna didn't argue, and ordered Onyx and the others out. Once the door shut and she was alone, the message went on. It said this was from Hyuna Sok. Hyuna shouldn't trust anyone. The only person she could trust was herself. Hyuna raised an eyebrow. Surprised, she asked why his name was coming up now, and what that message was even supposed to mean. The sphere in her hand began to crack. The voice said it didn't know the full details either, only that the warning was urgent, but before it could finish, the bedroom door flew open. Several demons rushed in and pointed their swords at Hyuna. At the front, a hooded figure said they had to move the plan ahead of the date reported to the Demon King, but they had no choice. In the next second, the demons raised their weapons and shouted the order to kill the human traitor. Hyuna let out a nervous laugh. Cold sweat ran down her face as she muttered, frozen in place. That bad feelings really never missed. The scene then shifts to Natasha, the capital of Marriott. Moving through the crowded streets, Hyuna Sek said they had finally made it. Beside him, Rahul looked around excitedly as she took in the huge city, packed with shops and people. As they followed the main road, Frisch asked what they would do next. Abelson answered right away. They were going to meet her father. Still, since they were finally in a real city, she said maybe they could also try one of the famous restaurants. While she was talking, the carriage that had just passed kept rolling down the street. For a brief second, the person inside could be seen through the window. It was Lady Hemis. The moment the carriage passed, the protagonist got a strange feeling, like he knew someone inside. He stopped in the middle of the street and turned to look after it, making the others stop too. Rahel asked what was wrong. Without looking away, Hyuna Siak asked if she hadn't seen it. Still confused, she asked what he meant. After watching the carriage's direction for a few seconds, MC quietly said he thought he saw Lady Hemis, then brushed it off. The three eventually stopped at the entrance of the Marriott Royal Palace. The guards reacted at once. One of them firmly said this was the Royal Palace, unauthorized people couldn't enter, and they needed to state their business and identify themselves. In answer, Abelson reached up and pulled back her hood, showing her face. With a steady voice, she introduced herself as Abelson Marriott, second in line to the throne of the Kingdom of Marriott, and requested an audience with His Majesty the King. Soon after, Abelson, he and Frisch were standing before the king on his throne. After hearing their report, the king calmly said he understood how things had come to this. A little tense, Abelson asked her father if she could stay there for a while. He agreed at once and made it clear she was always welcome. Then to Abelson's surprise, he stood up and pulled her into a hug. He told her not to worry about the Sacred Empire because her father would deal with it. When he let go, he said she must be exhausted after such a long trip. Moved by his warmth, Abelson called him father. The king then said everyone should rest and that they would continue talking the next day. Off to the side, Cribier Marriott, the first prince, watched with a faint smile. Elsewhere in the hall stood Race Marriott, the fourth prince, near one of the side thrones. Some time later, the scene moved to a richly decorated room. Inside, Frisch was sprawled out on a huge bed, completely relaxed. Watching him, Hejin Sok put a hand on his waist and said the hospitality was impressive, though their room was way too far from Abelson's. Rahel replied that this wasn't the time to worry about that, and for her, getting a room like this was already plenty. Abelson explained that she had tried to get them the room next to hers, but palace rules blocked it. Inwardly, she hoped they would just wait a little longer. Still lounging on the bed, Frisch smirked and said the stare aimed at them was so intense it might drill through the wall. Abelson looked confused, not sure what he meant. Frisch sat up and calmly told Rahel to cast a sound-blocking spell over the room. Once Rahel did, Frisch explained what he had sensed. One person was in the tree outside the window, two were in the palace tower, and a strong presence was staying 2 doors away. The second she heard that, Abelson threw open the door, stepped into the hall, and demanded to know who had ordered her companions to be watched. One of the 2 men in the corridor answered that they were acting under the 4th prince's orders. He said the surveillance was there to prevent any scandal involving unknown people in the palace. Furious, Abelson ordered them to leave at once. She sharply reminded them that she was Abelson Marriott, second in line to the throne, and asked if they had forgotten. Right behind her, Heinsook appeared in the doorway and asked if she was okay. Edmondson folded her hands and, like she hadn't just snapped at the guards, calmly said she should be the one asking that. Then she sincerely apologized for how he and the others had been treated. Chai gave an awkward smile and a small shrug, saying the guards weren't completely wrong. He understood the situation and told her not to worry. That made Edmondson lower her eyes and thank him. She apologized again, respectfully calling him Mr. the Protagonist. Then a thought hit her. Even after coming home, she still didn't feel at ease. Realizing that, she quietly wondered what they were supposed to do next. The next morning, everyone sat down for breakfast around a huge 10-seat table with 8 places filled. Sitting across from Abelson, one of the princes said he understood. If the undead were involved, they had an idea what might be going on. He explained that undead had suddenly appeared in a small mining village at Marriott's far northern border, so half of the royal knights had been sent there at once. Abelson kept a soft smile as he added that it was probably similar to what happened in Khitan. According to him, a disc was likely buried underground, and once it was destroyed, the demonic energy in the village should go back to normal. While eating, Hyolansok pointed out that if half the royal knights were gone, someone still had to stay behind to guard the royal family. The king calmly replied that there were still soldiers in the palace, and more importantly, Sir Valder, the heart of the order, had remained. MC then asked who Sir Valder was. The king said Valder was a legendary warrior, and one of Marriott's greatest prides. Then he pointed to Valder at the table. He also mentioned that he and his group were the ones who had given Sir Lorif peace, so Valder felt deeply thankful and wanted to join them for breakfast. The protagonist leaned toward Abelson and whispered that if this man was really Sir Lorif's grandson, he looked way too young. Abelson gave an awkward smile and quietly said the reason was a bit complicated. Before she could finish, Valder spoke up himself. He asked if his name was Hyjin-sok and said he didn't seem to know much about legends yet. He promised to explain later and invited him to the training grounds after breakfast where they could trade a few blows while they talked. MC lit up right away and said he'd definitely be there. Just then someone knocked on the hall door. The king looked at the butler who had entered and asked what was going on during breakfast. After stepping forward and bowing, the butler reported that a delegation from Gartron had arrived. Kriark slammed his hands on the table and rose from his seat, clearly angry. He said the kingdom had already given its answer and asked what right Gartron had to meddle in Marriott's internal affairs. The king raised a hand for him to settle down. He said he agreed, but they needed to stay calm for now, especially with Abelson there. Reese then remarked that if his sister was truly innocent, there should be no issue with her going to Gartron and explaining things herself. The king turned to him with a hard look and told him not to spoil the mood. Abelson was family. Hyun-sok looked at her with concern. The whole mood at the table had changed in an instant, and he quietly wondered what was going on and whether she was okay. But Abelson said nothing. She only kept her head lowered in silence. Later, in an open part of the castle, he ran toward the training grounds. As soon as Valder saw him, he said the protagonist had arrived fast. The protagonist answered that there was no way he could turn down an invitation from a legend. Noticing he had plenty to ask, Valder told him to ask anything he wanted. Inwardly, he reminded himself that the protagonist was one of his grandfather's benefactors. A bit uneasy, MC asked if he could start with something about Abelson. As he spoke, he remembered the heavy mood from breakfast and how bad it had felt. Valder stretched before answering. He said it was a little unexpected to begin with the princess, but since he had promised, he'd answer honestly. Abelson's position was not good. He explained that the continent was divided between two great powers, Gartron and Drasen, and Marriott leaned more toward diplomacy with Gartron. That became even clearer after Princess Abelson was chosen as a saint. He said that after what Abelson had done recently, the royal family was probably in a very hard spot. Valder partly agreed, but said the king was not the kind of man to easily throw away his own family. He added that Abelson looked a lot like the late queen, and the crown prince cared deeply for his younger sister. As for the third and fourth princes, both were timid and weak-willed, so it was hard to know what they would do. Valder went on to say that since the king and crown prince openly cared for Abelson, the third and fourth princes would have a hard time forcing their own views. Hyun-Seshurut then asked what Valder himself thought. Valder calmly answered that he was only the royal family's sword, and a sword moved by the will of the one holding it. Valder kept stretching, rolling his shoulders with his hands behind his back. As he moved, he said his master had always been his majesty, the king of this nation. He had sworn that decades ago when he first became a knight. The protagonist was stunned by that word. Decades. Hesitantly he asked how old Valder was. Valder answered as if it were nothing. 97. Even more shocked, the protagonist said that wasn't just youthful, it was unreal. As he began stretching his legs, Valder calmly said that was only natural. He was a legend, after all. Then he asked how much he actually knew about heroes and legends. Scratching his head, Imhumi awkwardly said, not much. That Valder looked young, used lightning, and getting hit by it hurt like hell. Valder sighed and said he really knew almost nothing. He went on to explain that the lightning he mentioned belonged only to his grandfather. To begin with, a hero was someone with power far beyond normal people. But the word also described those who still hadn't crossed the line to become a legend. Then Valder asked what he thought separated a hero from a legend. He froze, eyes wide, then hesitantly guessed that maybe it was youth. Balder replied that the protagonist was oddly stuck on that idea, but he wasn't entirely wrong. He explained that when a hero reached the realm of legends, the body became young again and returned to its peak. That was why he didn't look 97. Then he added there was a second part, authority. It sounded grand, he said, but it was really just a personal trait, a special power ordinary people didn't have. According to Balder, once someone crossed that boundary and became a legend, that special trait appeared. It could take many forms. Like his grandfather's lightning, it might be tied to one of the 5 elements, or like Gartron's Great Barrier, it could appear as a kind of telekinesis focused on defense. In most cases, these traits were linked to physical strength or raw power. Still, in rare cases, much stranger powers appeared. As an example, he mentioned Basil of Drasen, whose ability could completely erase a specific moment. Balder ended by saying powers like that were extremely rare. Hyun-Sok then asked if becoming a legend also meant becoming a mage. As he raised his arms over his head to stretch, Balder said it wasn't quite the same as normal magic. Mages usually trained with incantations and meditation to control a certain attribute. Authority worked differently. At its core, it didn't need incantations, meditation, or even training to use. Balder said all someone had to do was mix their imagination with the trait they had gained, then use it freely. Imji quietly repeated the word legend and thought about Park Hyuna. Then he started wondering how old that person really was. Balder kept going, saying that even so, becoming a legend did not make someone all-powerful. He said Asahel had incredible defense, but it came with a huge drain on physical energy. Then crossing his arms, he added that his grandfather was strongly affected by the weather. Hyun-Suk's eyes widened, and he repeated the word in surprise. Balder explained that on a clear day with no moisture in the air, his grandfather couldn't call down storms. Still impressed, he asked what kind of authority Sir Balder had. Balder rested a hand on the golden part of the sword at his waist, and said he'd been expecting that question, so he'd already finished warming up. Right after that, he drew his sword and gripped it firmly. He said it was time to get ready for a practice duel, and while the protagonist was here, he would let him experience that power firsthand. He promised that this alone would make him much stronger than he was. Now Hyun-Sok froze for a moment, forcing a tense smile. Even so, he accepted and said he understood. That night, Abelson quietly moved through the castle halls under the full moon. She stopped at her father's room, knocked softly and started to announce herself, saying it was Abelson, but she stopped mid-sentence. Voices were already shouting on the other side of the door. One voice angrily mocked someone for still calling himself king. The second Abelson recognized it, she froze. It was her brother, Races. Inside, the king stayed seated while Races loudly declared that Gartran would one day rule the whole continent. He insisted that even Drasen, along with the smaller kingdoms between them, would eventually kneel before Gartran. Still worked up, Race kept saying Gartran had more than enough power to do it. To him, it was ridiculous for a small kingdom like Marriott to resist. The king said nothing, head lowered and eyes shut, listening in silence. Races pushed harder, arguing that a ruler had to sacrifice a few people to protect the many. The third prince, who was also there, admitted Races was not entirely wrong. A ruler did need to make hard sacrifices for the greater good. Hearing that, the king slowly clenched his fist, but the prince added one important thing. Abelson was not just one of the few. She was their older sister. Races turned on his brother and shot back, asking if that meant Marriott should go to war with Gartran. How could such a small kingdom choose something so reckless over personal feelings? That was when the king finally spoke. He said he was considering opening talks with Drasen. Marriott, he explained, was the biggest buffer between the two great powers. Because of that, Drasen might accept a diplomatic offer if Marriott reached out in friendship. Still, they would have to move very carefully so they did not provoke Gartran. Outside, Abelson sat on the floor in the hallway and listened in silence. Then Racy's voice rang out again, calling it far too dangerous a gamble. Tears started running down Abelson's face. Through her grief, she whispered Bishop Tranio's name. Her whole body shook as she cried harder, and in that broken state, she asked herself what she was supposed to do now. Abelson asked how Choi's training with Sir Valder was going. He said it was going pretty well, and that he was improving even faster than he had under Lord Redrun. She then asked if he had already seen Sir Valder's authority. Choi repeated the word, trying to understand. A moment later, he linked it to Sir Valder's so-called hyperfocus and asked if that was what she meant. The story shifts back to their training, where Sir Valder confirms that his authority is indeed hyperfocus. He explains that hyperfocus is an extreme level of concentration. Even before a fight starts, he can lock completely onto his opponent. In that state, he reads breathing, muscle movement, and tiny motions so well that he can predict what comes next. Put simply, no matter what trick the enemy tries, he reads the next move a split second early. By the time they act, he already knows the best answer. Watching Choi, he predicts the fast approach, the attack aimed at the middle, and even the follow-up from above. Choi rushes in and tries to carry out his combo, but before he can finish, Sir Valder has already moved. The counter lands at the perfect moment, stopping the attack and sending Choi flying. Sir Valder explains that every move has a setup, and even a feint cannot fully hide the real strike. To him, those signs always show first. Choi realizes how unfair that ability feels and wonders if it is just broken. Even so, Sir Valder says it is not unbeatable, and does have limits. As he starts to explain its weakness, Choi, still shaken, is stunned that he would reveal it at all. He immediately questions why Sir Valder would share something so important with someone he barely knows. Sir Valder says there are two reasons. First, even if Choi knew how to counter it, he still would not be strong enough to beat him head-on. Then he gives the second reason. He believes Abelson is the princess's knight. He says he already noticed how much the princess trusted Choi during the journey. The way she treated him made that clear. From that, he concluded Abelson serves someone of high rank directly and is meant to support the princess at close range. Because of that, he has no interest in showing off his authority or meddling in matters that are not his. To make his point clearer, he gives an extreme example. What if only one person could be saved? The prince or the princess? Without hesitation, he says he would save the prince. That made his meaning clear. If that ever happened, Abelson's duty would be to protect the princess. Choi steadied himself, still trying to take it all in. Then Sir Valder returns to the main point and explains how his ability can be countered. He reveals that because concentration has limits, handling multiple enemies at once is hard for him. Hyperfocus demands all his attention on one target, so tracking several threats at the same time is not realistic. He goes on to say that against someone with an authority focused on physical power, he would be at a disadvantage in pure strength. His gift helps him predict and react. It does not make him stronger, so when facing a group, the best choice is a battlefield that narrows the fight, like a corridor where enemies have to come one at a time. He also recommends using terrain, traps, and outside support. In the end, the goal is to stack every advantage possible and make up for the power gap. Choi asks if Sir Valder can activate his authority whenever he wants. Sir Valder says yes, but only after years of brutal training. He built up resistance to cold, heat, pain, and even poison so he could keep using it. Then he adds that the same kinds of methods could be used on Choi if needed. Choi looks confused, so Sir Valder clears it up. He is not teaching this so Choi can beat him right now. That only leaves Choi more confused, still trying to figure out the real point. Sir Valder explains that if Abelson keeps serving as the princess's knight, then one day they will likely fight on the same side, and before trusting an ally in battle, you need to know their weak points. Thinking back on everything he had seen, Choi realizes just how terrifying that power is. It feels like Sir Valder could hit him over and over before he even lands once. Abelson stays mostly quiet while Choi keeps trying to grasp how dangerous that authority really is. Choi says it is nice that things have been calm lately. Abelson, though, admits she does not know how long that peace will last. Even so, she says it has been a long time since they were able to train this peacefully. Choi agrees it really is unusually quiet. Abelson says the calm feels like the silence before a storm. He finds that odd and starts wondering if something bad is coming, but then brushes it off in an over-the-top way, saying there is nothing to worry about while Sir Valder and the others are around. Seeing his reaction, Abelson drops the subject and says she should not have brought it up. She insists nothing will happen and everything will be fine, trying to push the worry away. Then holding his hand, she asks Choi to agree. Still hesitant, he nods and the two keep walking together. 10 days pass. During that time, Choi keeps training against Sir Valder and loses again and again, while trying to keep up with hyperfocus. In another match, the score makes the gap obvious. Choi has been beaten countless times and has only managed to land a tiny hit once. Even so, Sir Valder praises his progress, saying that touching him at all is already impressive. Choi then tries to name the technique, wondering if it is some kind of mana explosion style. Sir Valder confirms it works by crashing mana into demonic energy to create a brief burst of power. He says the purple energy it makes along with the spring-like force behind it is impressive to watch. He is interested in learning it himself, but admits it is basically impossible unless someone has a body as abnormal as Choi's, a result of extremely rare circumstances. Suddenly, an explosion booms through the area and catches everyone's attention. The moment he realizes it came from the prince's room, Sir Valder moves at once. Seeing how serious this was, Sir Valder said he had to get there fast. Choi moved to follow, but Sir Valder stopped him and reminded him of what he'd said earlier. He told Choi to stay with Princess Abelson and protect her. He would handle this himself. Inside the palace, an alarm rang out that something had appeared ahead. Choi and Abelson rushed over and found someone panicking, warning that a dangerous presence was nearby. When Choi got there, he first thought it was just a dead body. Then he saw the truth. It wasn't a corpse, but a demon. It got worse fast. There were more bodies like it up ahead, showing this wasn't just one enemy. Already on edge, Choi demanded to know what they were dealing with. Frisch said he had no idea. He couldn't understand why the Demon King's army would attack so recklessly in a place like this, far from where anyone would expect it. With no clear answer, he chose to investigate further. He then told everyone to head for the chambers and regroup with Sir Valder. Abelson agreed and led the way as the group moved carefully through the palace. As they went down the halls, they ran into Rice, who looked badly shaken. The moment he saw Abelson, he was clearly relieved. After confirming she was safe, Choi asked what was going on. Reese explained that the palace had been attacked by figures that looked like demons. He said he'd already fought some off himself, but warned there could still be more hiding around the palace. Reese said it was too dangerous to move alone with enemies still around. Since he knew the palace well, he decided to escort Abelson himself and guide her safely. Abelson agreed and started to say Choi should come too, but before she could finish, something suddenly shifted, cutting her off. Choi pointed out that Abelson could sense demonic energy, so it didn't make sense for demons to enter the castle without her noticing. That made him question whether they were really demons at all. Abelson frowned and asked what he meant. Choi brought up how the fourth prince had called it a demonic attack, but said that might be wrong. The attackers might not be demons. Reese got annoyed and demanded an explanation, making it clear they had no time for vague doubts. Before things got worse, Abelson stepped in and told them to calm down, reminding them Choi was with her. She suggested the enemies might have used magic tools to hide themselves, or maybe she had let her guard down. For now, she chose to trust Reese and stay focused. A moment later, Abelson sensed something nearby. She said there was faint demonic energy around them, confirming enemies were close. Reese immediately asked where, and she pointed in their direction. But then she hesitated. Something felt off. Even though the enemies were coming closer, they weren't trying to hide their presence. Worse, that energy didn't feel like a normal demons at all. Abelson tried to pin it down, realizing it was strange and unlike anything she expected. Before she could finish, Reese noticed something closing in and warned the prince. He ordered everyone to get ready. At that same moment, Abelson finally understood. It wasn't a normal demon. The energy felt mixed, like something half human and half demon, a lot like Choi. Then the figure appeared, twisted and violent, with glowing eyes that made it clear this was no ordinary threat. Looking closer, Abelson noticed something impossible to ignore and was horrified to connect that presence to Sir Valder. Choi saw her reaction and was alarmed too, trying to understand what had happened and who could have turned him into this. The distorted figure forced out a warning, telling the princess to run. Abelson was too stunned to move, frozen by what she was seeing. Reese, on the other hand, only looked irritated, staying oddly calm in the middle of the chaos. Then the story jumped back a few minutes. At the king's chamber, messengers reported that Sir Valder was on his way, and the royal guards were coming too. Hearing that, Reese ordered everyone to move faster. They had to finish before help arrived. Moments later, Sir Valder burst in with a sharp attack that stopped the enemy's advance and entered without hesitation. The moment he arrived, he took control of the fight and first checked whether Reese was safe. Reese said he had already seen what happened in the chambers and would take responsibility for it. Sir Valder told him to wait. He said he would end this quickly and take the attackers alive so they could get answers. Reese acted confident, praised Sir Valder's skill and loyalty, and stepped back like he was told. Sir Valder warned everyone to give him room to focus, but as he got close, Reese showed what he was really planning. Without warning, he smeared a substance onto Sir Valder. The sudden move caught him completely by surprise. Sir Valder tried to figure out what Reese had just done, and immediately realized something was very wrong. A sudden blow sent Sir Valder flying back, still affected by the substance before he fully understood it. As he struggled to recover, he turned to Reese and demanded to know what the third prince was doing. Before he could act, another figure appeared, thanked Reese, and took over the situation. That was when the truth became clear. This had all been planned and Reese had allowed it. Sir Valder quickly put the pieces together. The prince had likely joined forces with outsiders, maybe the same group behind the whole attack. Then he realized something else. No hidden enemy had ever slipped past his senses. That meant the assassins hadn't broken in. They had been inside from the start. Someone from within had opened the way for the royal family to be attacked, even weakened. Sir Valder understood this wasn't normal poison. His body should have resisted almost anything, but this attack worked in a completely different way. Reese revealed that he had planned carefully for someone like Sir Valder, someone known to be poison-proof. What he used wasn't poison at all, but demonic energy forced straight into the body. He explained that when demonic energy clashes with human mana, the body violently rejects it and starts to leave a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell and I'm out.